The stepmother's daughter turns out to be the future queen of the music industry. Chapter 1, The Stepmother Arrives. Xiao Yu, your Aunt Su Meijing will be here this afternoon. Remember to call her when she arrives. In the two-story small villa, Lin Kaihai sat on the couch, rubbing his palm on the leg of his pants, but his expression still showed a hint of awkwardness and unease. In his middle age, Lin Kaihai wore a grey sweater, with a collared shirt underneath. His hair had a few silver streaks, and though his face showed signs of slight weight gain, it was still hard to hide the youthful, handsome features he had in his prime. He secretly looked over at the young man sitting at the dining table across from him, a handsome and striking person with an aura of brightness. Compared to Lin Kaihai when he was at the peak of his looks, this young man was even more outstanding. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. Lately, she'd been hearing her dad mention Su Meijing frequently, so the two of them must have been seeing each other for some time. Seeing her father so uneasy, Lin Yu sighed. It hadn't been easy for him to raise her by himself. Now, at his age, he deserved the right to pursue his own happiness. Okay, Dad. I understand. Lin Yu nodded. Another stranger would soon be entering their home. Lin Yu's mother had abandoned her when she was only 3 years old and ran off to Hong Kong with a businessman. Lin Kaihai had gone into a period of self-destructive despair, but eventually, he couldn't let go of raising his young daughter, who was only 3 and utterly clueless. As a rough, hard-working man, he raised Lin Yu up to this point, enduring every hardship. Now that he wanted to find happiness, what could Lin Yu say? Great. Lin Kaihai's face immediately showed a gleam of joy. He wiped his sweaty palms on his pants and quickly stood up, pulling out his phone from his pocket without even acknowledging Lin Yu, dialing the number. Hello, Meijing? My son agrees. Yeah, he'll be home this afternoon. I've told him, everything's good. By the way. After hanging up, Lin Kaihai rubbed his hands together, his expression growing even more awkward. I forgot to mention, your Aunt Su Meijing has a daughter. She's in her senior year of high school, and she'll be coming along. She has a daughter. Yes, Lin Kaihai said, his tone growing more animated as he continued. Your Aunt Su Meijing's daughter is a real academic powerhouse. She's only 2 months older than you, and she's preparing to take the entrance exam for the Beijing Film Academy this year. And, apparently, even though she's just in her senior year of high school, she has already been offered several roles in TV dramas. She played a character in Jin Fen Shijia, and now she has landed a role in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. She has signed with us in entertainment, one of the top 5 talent agencies in the country. I see, Lin Yu nodded. So she had a little baggage after all. She wondered how awkward the meeting would be. After spending their whole morning tidying up, the father and daughter made sure their house was neat, but the guests were still coming. At 11 a.m., the much-anticipated Aunt Su Meijing and her daughter arrived at the door. At the entrance of the residential complex, a silver Altos was parked. A mother and daughter were unloading luggage from the trunk. The middle-aged woman, whose age showed but still had a youthful charm, must be Su Meijing. She wore a light green sweater, her hair slightly curled and falling to her shoulders. Her frame was slender, unlike many women who gain weight in middle age, and she had an elegant, refined air about her. She had clearly put some effort into her appearance today, wearing makeup and lipstick, likely to make a good first impression on someone. Behind her was a quiet, graceful young woman with long, dark hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, neatly arranged. Lin Kaihai immediately went up to greet them, taking the heavy luggage from their hands. Xiao Yu, this is your Aunt Su Meijing. Say hello. Lin Yu, who had been standing to the side, stepped forward, nodding politely and saying, Hello, Aunt Su. Su Meijing couldn't help but look Lin Yu up and down. The young man was dressed in casual clothes, a white shirt and dark blue jeans. His handsome, striking face radiated warmth and cleanliness, and he appeared very polite and well-mannered. Su Meijing's first impression of Lin Yu was very positive. Lin Yu, right? I've heard so much about you from your dad. You're really quite a fine young man. Su Meijing smiled, a little awkwardly. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes softened as she looked at him with a motherly affection. Here, this is a gift for you. Su Meijing handed him a bag, her voice tinged with nervousness. She was afraid Lin Yu would be hard to get along with, as children often resent new family members. It was a common issue. Thank you, Lin Yu responded politely, nodding without being too formal or distant. He didn't have much to say to his soon-to-be stepmother. Su Meijing sighed in relief. "Let me introduce you to my daughter," Su Meijing said with a warm smile, pulling a young woman forward from behind her. At that moment, a cool, poised girl stepped forward. Lin Yu had already heard of this well-known academic overachiever. He couldn't help but look at her. But as soon as he saw her, he froze. This girl had a delicate and elegant face that gave off an aura of cold sophistication and refinement. Her facial features weren't exceptionally striking, but her slender figure and graceful presence made her intriguing in a way that captured attention. She was holding several books in one hand and dragging a suitcase with the other. This was the future family member who would live with him, the one who had come with her mother. Lin Yu sighed and was about to take another glance when he froze again. "Wait, is that Su Qingtong?" The girl pressed her lips together, offering a polite and humble smile, but it was clear that she was a little uneasy. After all, a girl would be moving into a new family with two men in it. She looked up briefly, glancing over the man in a dark sweater who had a kind expression and then over to the shocked-looking boy standing behind him. When her gaze reached him, she froze for a second, and her face quickly flushed with color. "Qingtong, this is Lin Yu, your uncle's son. He's quite handsome, don't you think?" Su Meijing smiled and nudged her daughter gently. Lin Kaihai was also smiling, hoping that the first impression between the two kids would be a good one. Chapter 2, The Queen Doesn't Care About This Much. "I am Su Qingtong. Never in my life have I been more embarrassed than I am right now. Hey, what are you zoning out for?" Su Meijing, seeing that Su Qingtong didn't respond, gently nudged her and softly complained. "Xiao Yu." Lin Kaihai also couldn't help but tap Lin Yu, who was still in a daze. The two of them snapped back to their senses at the same time, their hearts filled with shock. They both quickly lowered their heads, avoiding each other's gaze. Despite this, they both could sense the other's presence, and even though they tried to avoid eye contact, a faint blush appeared on their cheeks. Fortunately, the attention of both parents was not on the two of them at that moment, so no one noticed the awkward state they were in. "Go help with the luggage." Lin Kaihai gently patted Lin Yu, feeling puzzled. "What's wrong with you today? You've never been so rude before." But then, upon glancing at the beautiful and youthful girl across from him, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Har har, kids, they must be shy. Lin Yu forced a smile, holding back the overwhelming thoughts in his mind. He walked forward and approached Su Meijing. Before speaking, he quickly stole a glance at Su Qingtong. The girl had her gaze wandering aimlessly, and there was no sign of the proud, cold academic demeanor she once had. Her fair face was flushed with a peachy hue. Meanwhile, Su Meijing thought that her daughter was just shy. "Su Qingtong, oh, Su Qingtong, you've come to my house." The two of them avoided looking directly at each other, but Lin Yu just turned his head and politely said to Su Meijing, "Hello, auntie. Let me help with the luggage." "This child is really polite," Su Meijing commented, her face lighting up with a smile as she looked at Lin Yu. "Hello." Lin Yu also gave a shy smile towards Su Qingtong, showing a somewhat awkward but measured expression. "Why you? Hello." Su Qingtong stammered, her voice trembling slightly, as she lowered her head. Lin Yu took the suitcase from her hands. "All right, let's go home now," Lin Kaihai said cheerfully from the side. Lin Yu dragged the two suitcases, with Su Qingtong following behind, her head down, walking in sync with him. The scene looked almost like they were both awkwardly fleeing in haste. These two kids. Lin Kaihai sighed deeply from behind, commenting, "They seem like they'd get along really well." Su Meijing smiled slightly and sighed again, "Qingtong is a very obedient child. Your Lin Yu seems like a well-behaved boy, too." Su Qingtong had no idea how she made it through the entire journey, her mind in a complete mess. The sudden remarriage of her mother and moving into a stranger's house had already left her in a state of confusion. She never expected the situation to turn out this way. There were no terrible assumptions about the other party, and no feelings of alienation. Instead, what she felt was an overwhelming sense of guilt, as if they were caught in the act in broad daylight. Because, the two of them were exes. The neighborhood was quite upscale, with few residents. Lin Yu led Su Qingtong all the way to a security door. He first unlocked the door with his fingerprint and then turned to give a dry laugh. "Su Qingtong, this is it. This is Building 13, Unit 1, Apartment 103. I'll get you a spare key later." Come on in. You don't need to change shoes. Okay. This cool, long-haired girl, holding a book in her arms, cursed internally, what on earth was she doing at her ex's house? Wait, what am I even saying? Lin Yu pushed the door open. The apartment was decorated in silver grey tiles and had a surprisingly chic and stylish vibe, not at all shabby. The entryway had a shoe rack, a wine rack, and a spacious living area, with a dual balcony structure, making it look expansive and elegant. The first floor had multiple rooms, and a spiral staircase led to the second floor. It was a two-story townhouse, or rather, a stacked villa. I've arranged your room for you, it's on the first floor. There's also a study and a private bathroom. My room and my dad's are on the second floor. We don't usually come down. This is the fridge, with some drinks inside. Feel free to help yourself. I'll show you to your room. Lin Yu quickly glanced behind him to see if Lin Kaihai and Su Meijing were still far behind. Once he saw that they hadn't caught up yet, he continued speaking. Su Qingtong nodded repeatedly while taking in her unfamiliar surroundings. She never thought she would end up living here like this. This is your room. The bed linens and duvet are all new. There's a hairdryer on the bedside table, also new. In the bathroom, there are new towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and cups. It's a bit rough, but let me know if anything's missing, and I'll take you to the supermarket to buy it. Lin Yu scratched his head, surprised that he had prepared all of this for her. Only now did he start to carefully look at Su Qingtong. She had changed so much in the 3 years since he last saw her. The awkwardness was gone, replaced by a body that had grown much taller. Though she still had a thin figure, likely due to growing too fast and not yet catching up with her nutrition, she had an air of fragility that made her even more delicate looking. Her face still resembled the one from 3 years ago, but her skin had become whiter and more youthful, glowing with collagen. She was now at the peak of a girl's youth. A high, delicate nose and soft red lips. Upon closer inspection, she seemed to have started wearing light makeup. Lin Yu paused for a moment before realizing this Su Qingtong was no longer the shy girl she used to be. Now, she was an actress, starting to gain fame. He couldn't view her with the same old lens anymore. Everything seems fine. Thank you. Su Qingtong glanced around the room, which was about 30 square meters in size. It had a 1.5 meter wide bed with a pink Parsha dog-themed duvet cover, and next to the pillow was a long-necked plush white goose pillow. There was also a desk in one corner of the room. From the looks of it, the decoration was thoughtful. Su Qingtong squeezed out a polite smile as she spoke to her ex-boyfriend. Well, you can rest now. The two had become so estranged that they now felt like complete strangers. Lin Yu took a deep breath, nodded lightly, turned, and gently closed the door behind him. Back in his study, which faced south, the room had a bed on the bay window, with a desk in the corner piled with study materials and a computer. Lin Yu sat in his gaming chair and couldn't help but rub his stiff face with both hands. The person who showed up was Su Qingtong. Lin Yu felt completely disoriented and confused. Forget the fact that she was Su Meijing's daughter. The most surprising thing was that he remembered Su Qingtong as a very shy girl, but now, hearing about her achievements, he couldn't even keep up. An artist signed by Yixin Entertainment. A role in The Golden Family. Preparing to shoot Smiling Proud Wanderer? What on earth had happened in these 3 years? Chapter 3, Poaching? Su Qingtong collapsed on the bed, with a cold face like a female academic master, but at this moment, her expression could only be described in 4 words: doubt about life. Su Qingtong woke up in the body of a girl 3 years ago. At that time, the introverted girl insisted on going to school despite having a fever, which eventually led to pneumonia. It was too late when she was sent to the hospital. After Su Qingtong miraculously woke up, he unexpectedly saw an extra data panel on his retina. Su Qingtong didn't know what it was called, he only knew it called itself Deep Blue, also known as the Queen Cultivation System. Inside, there are a lot of complicated functions, but there is no doubt that they are all forcing herself to develop towards the path of a diva or a movie queen, which led to what happened later. And as for 3 years ago, 3 years ago, she discovered that the original owner was still in a premature love affair. It was impossible for her to have any feelings for a little boy who was still in the first year of high school, so she naturally helped the host to end the relationship as she left. Who would have thought that when she had long forgotten about it and after 3 years of hard work, her mother suddenly remarried? It would have been fine if she had remarried, but here she ran into her ex whom she had almost forgotten. That boy, now 3 years later, had grown up to be handsome and sunny. And I will have to live the rest of my life in his house, relying on others. This unfolds. Is this a bad taste that the system has given me? What do you think? In the study, Lin Yu looked out the window, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. 3 years ago, Su Qingtong suddenly proposed to break up with me. Although it was a big blow to me at that time, the two of them were in a pure and immature love, a platonic relationship, which was basically the ignorance and mutual attraction of children. They didn't understand what love was at all. Thinking about it now, that experience was even a little ridiculous. No, it should not be summarized like this, but it was youthful and full of laughter and tears. It would have been better if its ending was not so abrupt and strange. But as time went by, Lin Yu had actually let go of that matter a long time ago. Could it be that Su Qingtong had suddenly grown up and felt that it was inappropriate to fall in love at such a young age? Or maybe her mother found out about this and forced her to break up, and she couldn't say anything about it. In short, as Lin Yu grew up, he could understand all of this. However, the sudden meeting of the two in this way really caused huge ripples in Lin Yu's calm state of mind. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the QQ on Lin Yu's computer suddenly vibrated violently, and then a message popped up. Lin Yu glanced at it and couldn't help but feel suspicious. In the lower right corner, there was an application to add QQ, with the note, Chenyin Chinese website, editor-in-chief Jiuwei Jinhu. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment and chose to agree. Ding ding. Hello, are you the author of Fa Chiu Ren, the eldest son of the Lin family? Their message left on the other side was very polite. I have been looking for you for almost a month, and finally got in touch with you, big man. Shaking claws emoticon. What's the matter? Lin Yu sat up straighter and his face turned serious. Of course, it's a PY deal, to make some friends with the boss. The nine-tailed golden fox typed, it's like this, we think it's a pity for a work like yours to be published on Shijin. May I ask how many subscriptions you have now? Would you mind telling me? 8,000. Awesome, it's almost twice as much as the second one. If this work was originally published in Archenian, it would be great. Your average subscription would be at least 20,000. And you only updated twice that week, which really dragged down your performance. Lin Yu smiled, so. The other party finally showed his true colors. Your work is still being updated, so we can't ask you to breach the contract. So, can we do this? As for Fa Churen, you just keep updating it and keep the update speed. At the same time, if you want to write a new book, come to Archenian. It's like this. We can guarantee you 100 yuan for every 1,000 words, and promote it vigorously. Our platform has the highest traffic in the industry and a more professional editing team. I believe that your work can really shine on Archenian. You are wasting your talent on a platform like Chijin. As the saying goes, people go to higher places and water flows to lower places. For example, our novel industry is in a period of rapid development. It has only been 2 or 3 years since its inception, and small platforms are springing up like mushrooms after rain. Your work is published on Shijin. The entire platform is almost living off your book. Don't you feel like you're losing out? Besides, as time goes by, these small platforms will eventually go bankrupt one by one and be swallowed up by Archenian. By then, we will still be a family, right? Why don't you come over now and let's work together? Looking at the long string of characters opposite him, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile and typed, 3 years ago, I submitted an article to Chenying and you. The nine-tailed golden fox was suddenly speechless. Chapter 4, The Pride of the Skyhawk. This slap in the face was indeed a bit embarrassing, and it made the nine-tailed golden fox speechless immediately, but Lin Yu did not expose the other party's scars, but his thoughts drifted away for a while. Nowadays, culture and education are flourishing on Blue Star, which is very different from another memory in Lin Yu's mind. In that memory, the king of Qin conquered the world, but died in the second generation. However, on the blue planet where Lin Yu was, the situation was very different. After the emperor of Qin conquered the world, he thought that the world was peaceful, so he began to collect weapons from the 6 countries, unified weights and measures, cast bronze men, and then became obsessed with the alchemist's techniques of immortality. Then, Xu Fu tricked 3,000 boys and girls into leaving and sailed away to the sea, which angered the Qin emperor. He started a nationwide hunt for alchemists, and within 3 months, he killed tens of thousands of them. But at this time, a foreigner came from overseas, claiming to be from the Maurya dynasty. This self-proclaimed navigator brought a vague map of the coast. After learning that there was such a vast dynasty outside the border, the Qin emperor immediately stopped those large-scale projects that were costly and laborious, maintained an army for 3 years, and began to launch external expeditions. After a battle to tie the Maurya Empire, Meng Tian was granted the title of Wuan Jun due to the accumulation of military merits. The problem of insufficient land for fiefdom was immediately solved. Qin Shi Huang died of illness during the Maurya dynasty. Qin Tu Fusu appointed Li Sai to important positions, recuperated internally and continued to expand territories externally. With the remaining strength of the 6th generation, he actually unified the world. After that, the world was divided and united, but the world was always occupied by the Central Plains culture, and Han culture was able to spread far and wide. Until modern times, the world collapsed again, but there was no longer such a great cultural friction in the world. Although there were occasional military frictions, generally speaking, the world was divided into the Chinese continent, the European continent, the Russian continent, and a few other continents. Almost all the small countries disappeared. The exchanges between major countries were also extremely free. Against this background, the cultural industry developed tremendously, and culture and education flourished for a time. Today is the real era of universal entertainment. What Lin Yu was engaged in was called internet novel. When Lin Yu finally found it, it was just in its infancy. The structure was split into one dominated by Tianyin. Under it, there are dozens of small platforms. With this background, Lin Yu published his first work titled Fa Qiu Ren. Simply put, it is the originator of tomb robbing literature. This. After all, he had worked his way up to the position of editor-in-chief, so he had a thick skin. To be honest, he had completely forgotten that such a thing had happened. Now that it had been exposed by the person involved, he felt a little embarrassed. But he quickly calmed down. I was wrong. This kind of situation is very common. Anyway, as long as you come over, we at Tianyin will give you preferential treatment. Lin Yu did not reply. 3 years ago, when Lin Yu approached Tianyin, this industry was just beginning and was in its infancy. The platform relied on the current popularity of martial arts novels and was full of martial arts fan fiction published by enthusiasts. Most of them are youth pain literature published by people for their own amusement. In this context, the story that Lin Yu submitted to Tianyin was like a debris flow, written in the first person, with a strange style and an inexplicable development. The nine-tailed golden fox, who was just an editor at the time, rejected Lin Yu's manuscript after reading only 3 sentences. The tone of the rejection was very polite. The full message was, "Thank you for your manuscript, but your writing is still lacking and your creativity does not meet the needs of our platform. Please look at more works on our ranking list first." In response to this thoughtful response, Lin Yu made a prompt decision, and threw the ball backhand to the starting point. There is no other reason, Lin Yu just feels familiar with these 2 words. "Sorry, I'm busy." The nine-tailed golden fox was embarrassed for a moment, but still insisted, "Please think about it again. Staying in such a small platform is really not a long-term solution. If you have any other requirements, you can ask again." Lin Yu took action and blocked him. On the other side of the computer, the nine-tailed golden fox looked embarrassed when he saw the notification that he had been blocked. "How about it?" A man with a darker complexion walked behind the nine-tailed golden fox and asked in a deep voice. "That's it." The nine-tailed golden fox pointed at the computer. "He doesn't agree." "TSK," said the man, the boss of Sky Eagle. The young author is inexplicably confident and arrogant. But time waits for no one. We at Sky Eagle cannot miss this opportunity and cannot afford any mistakes. Since he won't, then just find someone to imitate him. The dark-skinned man said coldly. The nine-tailed golden fox was stunned for a moment, but still had nothing to say. Chapter 5 Eating. "Xiao Yu, come down for dinner." Lin Kaihai's voice was heard downstairs. "Here it comes." Hearing Lin Kaihai's call, Lin Yu immediately turned off the computer and went downstairs. "I went downstairs and washed my hands in the kitchen before sitting back at my seat." The dining table, which had been a little empty, now seemed to be filled up. For the first time, I felt like the whole family was there. In the past, there were only Lin Yu and Lin Kaihai at the dinner table. The slightly deserted atmosphere always made Lin Yu feel like someone was missing at home. Su Qingtong was sitting opposite him very obediently at this moment, not moving a muscle. She looks very ladylike. There were several more side dishes on the table today, including carp noodles, kung pao chicken, vegetable and tofu soup, sweet and sour spare ribs, and a few stir-fried vegetarian dishes. It was obvious that Lin Kaihai put a lot of effort into the meal this time. While Lin Yu was in the study upstairs, he and Aunt Su Meijing tinkered in the kitchen for several hours. Over the years, Lin Kaihai raised Lin Yu single-handedly. As a grown man, he was forced to develop good cooking skills. At this moment, there was a hint of happiness and uneasiness in the eyes of Lin Kaihai and Su Meijing. Especially Lin Kaihai, who has been lonely for so many years, finally has a home. Su Meijing, a slim woman in a light green sweater, had just arrived and was even more nervous because her stepson Lin Yu disliked her. Lin Kaihai first said to Su Qingtong gently, "Qingtong, this is your first time here, and I don't know what flavor you like, so I made the rice a little softer for you. If it's not enough, just serve yourself. The rice cooker is over there." "Thank you, uncle," Su Qingtong said very gently and politely. "This is not the bowl for you. Dad made it for you in batches." Looking at Lin Yu, Lin Kaihai said to Lin Yu in a low voice. "Eat, eat," Lin Kaihai said happily. The family then started to eat in a happy atmosphere. However, it was the first time for Lin Yu to eat at the same table with Su Qingtong at home, and he always felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird. During the meal, Su Meijing frequently picked up food for Lin Yu, and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes showed a bit of kindness. "Xiao Yu, Qingtong." Halfway through the meal, Lin Kaihai was the first to open up. "Aunt Su and I have actually known each other for several years. Now that we have opened up, we plan to get the marriage certificate at the end of this month before your winter vacation. From now on, we are all one family." Lin Kaihai said with emotion, "Xiao Yu, your Aunt Su will be your stepmother from now on. And Qingtong, I will treat you like my own daughter," Lin Kaihai said earnestly at this time. Su Qingtong pursed her lips. What else could she say? She could only nod obediently. Lin Kaihai immediately smiled cheerfully, as if he had let go of some huge worry, and his tone became a little more relaxed and cheerful. He picked up his chopsticks again and picked up a piece of food for himself. "Let's pick a good day, gather some relatives and friends, and have a small gathering. It won't be very large." After the slightly awkward topic was brought up, Lin Kaihai and Su Meijing began to talk about this and that, trying to bring the atmosphere back. "Qingtong, I heard that you are going to apply for the Central Academy of Drama in a few days," Lin Kaihai asked with concern. "Oh, yes." Su Qingtong, who was eating with very delicate movements, heard this and gently used his white fingers to brush the hair on his temples behind his ears. Although Su Qingtong has achieved some success now, he does not have a single trace of arrogance. His every frown, smile, gesture and movement revealed a high level of upbringing. Okay, are you sure?" Lin Kaihai said with a smile. "We've been preparing for a long time, let's do our best." Su Qingtong smiled slightly. "Yeah." Lin Kaihai was actually very opposed to the entertainment industry, and even hated it. But he had nothing to say about the choice made by his stepdaughter Su Qingtong. Even though he has retired for many years, he still knows a lot about the entertainment industry. The 3 interviews at the Central Academy of Drama are not easy, and the screening criteria are extremely stringent. However, Qingtong, you have a solid foundation, and even have actual filming experience. It won't be a problem for you to pass the Central Academy of Drama interview. But it's best to rank as high as possible. If you can win first place in the Central Academy of Drama, it will be a great plus for your future career. First. That's not easy. Su Qingtong laughed dryly. Although she said this, there was a hint of disapproval in her eyes. Yes, among the first places in the Central Academy of Drama, Beijing Film Academy and Shanghai Theatre Academy over the years, almost none of them did poorly. I may not say that they will all become famous, but with this identity, their starting point will be much better than their peers. There are even some of the most popular male and female stars on the Blue Planet and in mainland China. Looking through their resumes, they all graduated from the top 3 drama academies. For example, Wan Zilong, one of the most popular and talented actors in mainland China, ranked first in the comprehensive score of the 3 interviews at Beijing Film Academy when he was young. Chapter 6: Humiliating Family. It's not that easy, uncle. Su Qingtong pretended to smile bitterly and spoke very humbly. Although I have filmed a few dramas, it's really hard to compare with others. We have so many talented people in China. After a brief pause, Su Qingtong gave an example. For example, there is a girl named Liu Fei who is very smart and has a better appearance than me. She also has good acting skills. She is 16 years old and is the lead actress in the Golden Age. I am just a minor supporting role in the show. For the script of Swordsman this time, she got Yu Lingshan's script, and I got Yi Lin's. If Lin Yu was willing to speak at this moment, he would definitely have a different opinion. In fact, after hearing this name, Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Although 3 years ago, I also woke up in a daze after a severe fever, my mind was filled with a lot of memories that did not belong to me at all. For example, in another time and space, after the death of Qin Tu, the Han dynasty was said to be divided and finally united, and finally fell into the hands of the Qing dynasty. After experiencing an extremely tragic and turbulent era, it had a great prosperous era later. Compared with today, it is certainly not easy to compare. For example, culture and education are flourishing today. Although the world is still divided into several large blocks, in general, the attributes of Chinese culture have spread too far and military frictions between countries have become almost non-existent. The major plates exist together in a harmonious but different way. But one interesting thing is that even though the world where Lin Yu lives is experiencing a situation where the Qin Emperor swept across the world and annexed the entire world, later figures like Li Bai and Du Fu did not disappear because of this. It's just that their works have changed a little, their backgrounds have changed a little, and their identities have changed a little. For example, Li Bai still lived in his Tang dynasty, but he had served as a high-ranking official and died at the age of 90. There are fewer famous articles expressing anger at the world and vulgarity, but there are more famous articles expressing concern for the country and the people. This made Lin Yu a little confused for a moment. Could the Li Bai from two different eras still be considered the same person? And now, Lin Yu heard a familiar name again, Liu Fei. However, Lin Yu has probably figured out some of the situation now. The names may indeed be the same, and the people may be from two different worlds, with the so-called world lines shrinking, but in the final analysis, they are not the same person. Their future backgrounds, developments, and prospects may have certain similarities, but they will definitely not be exactly the same. For example, their Liu Fei in another world has never played in Swordsman. But here, it was performed. Let us put it this way, those familiar names and even some famous works appeared exactly the same in Lin Yu's era. But there are still a lot of characters that don't match at all. If I have to put it in general terms, it would be 37:37. At least 70% of them do not correspond at all to the characters of that era in Lin Yu's mind. But 30% also exists in this era. Listening to Su Qingtong's humility at that moment, Lin Yu's thoughts also drifted away for a moment. The name Liu Fei was basically the first time that their whole family heard of it. It is also completely difficult for them to imagine that if everything goes well for this person in the future, he will actually reach a very high level. There are some others, such as a man named Liu Haoren. Last year, I starred in a movie called Chinatown Detective, which grossed 1 billion yuan when it was released. I was the male lead. Liu Haoren is here too. And the same age as Liu Fei? Lin Yu sorted out these contradictory facts while eating. Liu Haoren on the other side was really a young handsome guy. She is from a completely different era from Liu Fei. Detective Chinatown was actually filmed. Could the director be Chen Xichen? But after Lin Yu thought about it carefully, he was sure that there was no such person. Maybe the real director is someone else. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of people like this. How can I get first place among all these people? Su Qingtong smiled very humbly. She knew she had said too much today, so she lowered her head and began to eat quietly and gracefully. On the side, Lin Kaihai and Su Meijing both suddenly realized. Yes, just from the examples Su Qingtong cited, one can tell that their fame and strength are far above Su Qingtong. They are just thinking too simply. Isn't he it? Lin Yu also thought so in his heart. Not to mention the heroes of this era, there are also many talented people in another time and space whose world lines have contracted. Besides, in today's era, the intensity of competition in the entertainment industry is at least 100 times stronger than that era. Isn't it normal that Su Qingtong can't win? Liu Fei, Liu Haoren. Su Qingtong was eating silently, and no one noticed her fleeting glance. If genius is all that matters in this era, then what do you need me to do? The path that I, Su Qingtong, can insist on taking is definitely not ordinary. Time will prove who I really am. Right, Deep Blue. Chapter 7 News. After the meal, it was considered the family getting together for their first reunion dinner. Only the two parties involved knew how awkward the meal was. The parents of both sides thought that the two children were just meeting each other for the first time and seemed very restrained. After dinner, their eyes met for a second in the air. The awkwardness made them both not speak at the first moment, but went back to their rooms. Lin Yu went back to the study upstairs, and Su Qingtong went back to her bedroom. It is worth mentioning that her bedroom originally belonged to Lin Yu. Su Qingtong lay down on the bed and couldn't help rubbing her face, which was a little stiff from smiling. After the huge shock in the beginning, she finally calmed down and accepted this arrangement. She moved into her ex-boyfriend's house and lived in her home. And this Lin Yu is the only son of her stepfather Lin Kaihai. Su Qingtong couldn't help but take a deep breath, thought carefully for a moment, and then gradually let go. Since Lin Yu didn't mention the past, there was no doubt that the other party had stopped pursuing the matter. And they don't know what path they will take in the future, since sooner or later they will become divas or movie queens. So what does it matter if this Lin Yu is not Lin Yu's ex-boyfriend? From now on he will be just an ordinary person, and I will be busy running around for various notices and flying all over the world. The embarrassment is only temporary. Once you let it go, it will no longer exist. Su Qingtong thought secretly, if it really doesn't work out, then just make up for it this way. Since I will become a successful movie queen diva sooner or later, it will not be difficult to help a friend. Maybe it's hard to become a big star, but it should be possible to make a living and achieve a little success, right? The entertainment industry is very profitable. In this era of flourishing culture and education, it is not difficult to earn 7 or 8 million, or even tens of millions, in a lifetime, even if you are a little famous. A small endorsement can earn millions. After all, this ex-boyfriend looks quite handsome now, so he definitely has the potential. Or if all else fails, sooner or later I will have to start my own company, set up my own studio, and have my own team, so why should I let him do a clerical job? In short, there are always 10,000 ways to place him there. I will have friends in the future, and as for the girls in the circle, I can introduce him to another one at most. Su Qingtong, don't think so much. Su Qingtong patted his face vigorously, look forward, shoot the movie first, and then win the first sensation of the Central Academy of Drama as a starting point. In the future, when I gain influence points, I can exchange them for other abilities. No matter how strong my opponents become in the future, I will eventually reach the top of this era. Su Qingtong cheered himself up secretly. Buzz. Lin Yu, who had just returned to the study, heard a vibration in his pocket. Lin Yu took out his mobile phone and saw that it turned out that the royalties for this month had been paid. Tens, hundreds, thousands, and millions. Finally, we have collected 700,000. Looking at the text message, Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter. Hainan Chuanyua Technology Company, Limited, income, 21,374.21, balance, 725,647.88. Yes, this is Lin Yu's author. In less than 3 years, he earned a total of 720,000 yuan in royalties, an average of more than 300,000 yuan a year, which is considered a high-income person. At least this is the case for Lin Yu, who is just a high school student. Without bragging, look at Su Qingtong downstairs. She is decent now, but if you ask her to spread out her total film remuneration, it may not be as much as Lin Yu's total royalties. But for this huge amount of money that was enough to make many high school students excited or even overwhelmed, Lin Yu just glanced at it casually and put the phone in his pocket. This tiny achievement is not important to Lin Yu, or rather, it is just the startup capital that Lin Yu has accumulated for himself over the past 3 years. Ding ding ding, at this moment, almost at the same time, there was another QQ vibration sound coming from Lin Yu's computer. Lin Yu took a look and found that this time the message was more cordial. Uncle Lin, something big has happened, come out quickly. Urgent. It was followed by an emoticon of a chicken stomping its feet. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile knowingly. After FHO Ren's manuscript was rejected, Lin Yu searched all the messy small platforms in the industry. Lin Yu frowned as there were almost no ones he remembered. After thinking about it, I threw this starting point that Lin Yu felt very familiar with. I voted for Wangquan Biluo, a new editor who had just joined the company for a month. In 3 years, the forest fish that Masuo renewed grew into the mainstay of the starting point. Huang Quan by Luo was also successfully promoted to one of the 3 editors-in-chief of Chijian. Well, when Huang Quan Biluo first joined the company, there were only 3 trainee editors, including him. Today, there are only 3 editors-in-chief and 6 responsible editors, and that is the entire editorial team of Chijian. Chapter 8, The Farki People. Question mark. Lin Yu just replied with a question mark in a cool tone. That attitude is really cool and aloof. After typing a character, Lin Yu crossed his legs, picked up a bottle of AD calcium milk beside him, took a sip, and a computer screen reflected Lin Yu's slightly immature face. Yes, Huang Quan by Luo on the opposite side only thought that Lin Yu was a mature 40-year-old uncle, Lin Kaihai. It was not for anything else. When Lin Yu submitted the manuscript to Huang Quan Biluo, who was still a newbie, the newbie editor couldn't take his eyes off the email as soon as he checked it. He started chatting with Lin Yu that night. Little did he know at that time that Lin Yu would later evolve into a chief eunuch who would only leave the palace once a week to purchase goods. However, one problem encountered at that time was that when Lin Yu signed the contract, he suddenly realized that he was underage. With no other options, Lin Yu stole Lin Kaihai's ID card and signed the contract. So until now, Huang Quan Biluo has always believed that this author, Fakiran, who has a sophisticated writing style and is familiar with folk customs, is a middle-aged uncle who has experienced many vicissitudes of life. But Huang Quan by Luo on the other side didn't care at all. He just started typing, "Uncle Lin, have you offended Tianying? I just got the news from private channels that Tianying's people secretly contacted the studio and offered a high price to find someone to copy your book." Lin Yu was really shocked this time. He was not shocked that Tianying was so shameless, but how dare they do that? A platform, a big platform, openly and privately hired someone to copy a book written by an author from another channel. You are destroying it if you can't get it. Do you not care about the reputation of a big platform? In short, Lin Yu's face looked a little strange at this time. This was the first time he had seen a platform take the initiative to contact a studio to do such a high-end imitation operation. So what? Lin Yu told Huang Quan Biluo about the previous conversation. It's weird. My book has been popular for 3 years. Why did they just think of imitating me? I'm also confused. Huang Quan Biluo said, they seem to be in a hurry. They just want to dig you out, so why do this right away? What happened? Well, Huang Quan by Luo repeatedly consoled him, Uncle Lin, my good ancestor, you must withstand the pressure, don't finish Fho Ren, and don't go to Tianying to open the book. It's just 100 per thousand words, we can afford it, I'll apply for it for you. I'm going to tell my boss about what Tianying did and see what he says. What else can I say? High imitation is not direct plagiarism. Once people become thick-skinned and refuse to deal with it, what can you do? Prosecution? Copying? Go ahead. In more than a year, your market has already been destroyed by others. What use will it be by then? Seeing Huang Quan Biluo's profile picture turn grey, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. The tomb robber is definitely not afraid of plagiarism. Why? If he can copy the charm, why would he be a ghostwriter if he is not invited to write the book? Isn't it a waste of talent? Lin Yu developed Fho Ren by combining the 2 pioneering tomb raiding works in his memory, which is essentially a combination of Grave Robbers Chronicles and Ghost Blows Out the Light. And one thing Lin Yu probably knows is, this is a category that is extremely difficult to create. A category with a very low coefficient of following trends. At least in that era, after the 2 phenomenally popular works, Ghost Blows Out the Light and Grave Robbers Chronicles, there was almost no generation after that. This is enough to show how difficult it is to reproduce this tomb raiding text. Of course, Lin Yu does not doubt, nor does he underestimate whether more outstanding talents will emerge in the context of the flourishing culture and education in this era. But the prerequisite is, this industry must prosper first. Today, internet novels have only been developed for 3 years, which is equivalent to about 2,000 years if converted into the progress of that era. Generally speaking, Rosen's The Story of Wind and Wind, which began to be written in August 1997, is considered the first year of online literature. Its serialization time was earlier than First Close Contact, 1998.3. Of course, the development speed of this era is much faster, but it still cannot change its true appearance. It has not even entered the barbaric era of flourishing flowers, it is just a pool of mud. In this context of flourishing culture and education, truly powerful internet works simply don't bother to be published on such makeshift platforms as Tianying and Shijin. Some people have their own publishing platforms, and serializing on a personal blog is better than this. In this context of talent shortage, who wants to copy your own talent? I'm afraid I'm thinking too simply. The difficulty of plagiarizing this subject lies in the fact that, firstly, the first-person tomb-raiding novel focuses on realism, like a pseudo-autobiography, and gradually unravels the mystery of the industry, various unspoken rules, jargon, and sects, and finally forms its own tomb-raiding world. Secondly, people who write about this subject need to have a certain knowledge of history and cultural relics, as well as imagination of elements such as corpse turtles, the Qinling sacred tree, and the ghost seal. In addition, this also requires large-scale imaginative scenes such as the Prince Lu's Palace, the underwater tomb, and the Yunding Palace. It can be said that Chun is a natural talent. How can she be so easy to learn? The reason why Lin Yu dared to choose this subject matter was because the replicability of this subject matter is very low. Chapter 9: The Revenge of the Sky Eagle? But having said that, I'm afraid that people will be shameless and copy everything from the plot to the characters. After all, FHO only has 700,000 words. 2 chapters per week, 16,000 words per month, barely 200,000 words per year. Actually, it was less than 2.5 years, but I could write more during the winter and summer vacations. According to a fast writer, this number of words can be completed in 2 months. By that time, others will have 3 million words, while FHO will have 700,000 words. That would be very ugly. Moreover, if people resort to unscrupulous means and publish high-quality imitations in large quantities, it will easily destroy the market for Lin Yu's tomb-raiding literature. If I can't eat it, then you can't eat it either. Although I don't know why Tianying is suddenly going crazy, there is no doubt that if Tianying really continues to do this, it will indeed have a great impact on me. However, seeing that Wang Quan Bilua was busy, Lin Yu decided not to ask for the time being. Lin Yu began to think of other things. The reason why Lin Yu could do these things with confidence was just because of the high fever he had 3 years ago. It made Lin Yu integrate into the memory of a man. What kind of man was that? He was originally quite handsome, but had very bad luck. After many setbacks, he finally achieved success as a gold medal supporting actor. He was well read and had a certain understanding of various industries. Eventually, while learning how to make movies, his old illness relapsed and he died. If Lin Yu wanted to understand it, it was that this soul floated into his body and tried to take over his body. In the end, because it was too weak, it was eaten by the forest fish. That's it. But his decades of hard work in honing his acting skills have left Lin Yu with great spiritual wealth. But if we want to look at it from another angle, compared to this, the concepts of the large number of artistic works he left behind are truly priceless treasures. Perhaps, some works are still shrunk by the world line and presented in this world. But at least 70% of the works do not exist in this world at all. It goes without saying how valuable this wealth is. But how to monetize these things is very difficult. The first problem lies in Lin Kaihai's lack of support. Why? Because Lin Yu's mother, Yu Baihe, is no small figure. 20 years ago, she was the most prestigious queen of beauty on this blue planet. She was busy filming outside all day long. Later, the marriage ended in divorce. Lin Kaihai is just an ordinary person from a theatrical family. After Yu Baihe became famous, he was just a man behind the scenes. This meant that he could no longer return home, and she started to associate with all kinds of people, and the men she came into contact with were no longer Lin Kaihai. A year after giving birth to Lin Yu, Yu Baihe gave birth to an illegitimate child. After that, their relationship broke down and Yu Baihe divorced. She left 10 million to Lin Kaihai and followed a Hong Kong director to Hong Kong, and has not been heard from since. And that Hong Kong director has now become the owner of a well-known film and television production company in Hong Kong's circle. The two of them completely retired from the screen and entered the life behind the scenes. This incident made Lin Kaihai completely depressed and devastated, and he became drunk for more than 2 years. It was Lin Yu, who was only 3 years old at the time, who aroused Lin Kaihai's final fighting spirit. And what Lin Yu vaguely knew was that the trauma caused to Lin Kaihai by that incident was by no means that serious. Although the divorce caused Yu Baihe to retire from the film industry at the peak of his career, in order to maintain his own image and personality, and for the sake of reputation and face, you buy her, the wild man, and other big names in various circles came to visit Lin Kaihai dozens of times a day. Finally, under the threat of various pressures, Lin Kaihai took the 10 million compensation, chose to raise the child alone, and bore the stigma. Yu Baihe's cheating was caused by Lin Kaihai's domestic violence and worthlessness. It is embarrassing to talk about the past, but under this background, it is tantamount to killing Lin Yu's possibility of pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. Lin Kaihai was absolutely strongly opposed. In this context, Lin Yu thought about it and took a compromise route. Currently in his third year of high school, Lin Yu cannot be an art student and act in movies like Su Qingtong. However, the busy academic schedule directly restricted everything Lin Yu could do. Therefore, Lin Yu had and could only find the only thing he could do, to update his novel during the break time on weekends. Not seeking fame, just seeking profit, to strive for your first pot of gold. Therefore, Lin Yu doesn't look at feedback or popularity at all. He just updates 2 chapters a week to earn some royalties, which is why he is in this situation now. This is why there came into being the eunuch Lin, the chief eunuch of the imperial palace who only went out of the palace to purchase goods twice a week. To be honest, Lin Yu is just taking advantage of the fact that there are few new works nowadays. The industry is just in its infancy and everyone's updates are sporadic. Otherwise, with Lin Yu's update, he would have starved to death long ago. Chapter 10, Counterattack begins. Apart from Lin Kaihai's lack of support, filming can only be postponed until after college, so perhaps there is only one small way left to try, that is to write, direct and act in your own movie, provided that it is low budget. But if you put this idea into a novel, you can write the script today, get sponsorship tomorrow, and then release it half a year later. But after Lin Yu pondered it for several months, he found that it was not feasible at all. There were a mountain of unsolvable problems, okay? You are an ordinary high school student, how can anyone invest in you? Do you really rely on your eloquence or your domineering aura to make investors kneel down and worship you? I'm afraid you don't know what the social beating means. Just in case, some investor really has the foresight to recognize a hero, and thinks that your script is truly extraordinary. Wow, you, a high school student, are truly a rare genius that appears once in 1,000 years. People directly offer you tens of thousands to buy it, or they find someone to copy it for you. The project is approved today and filming starts tomorrow. You, a little kid, go and sue the legal department. In this day and age, problems like copyright disputes are piling up like a mountain and they are killing you. Who cares about you, a little kid? Let's look at it from another angle. How do you, as an actor, solve this problem? Do you have money? Do good actors believe you? Do you really think that you can achieve the same effect by finding a newcomer with immature acting skills and shooting a movie based on the script of Farewell My Concubine? Please stop messing around. Yes, another major issue is the quality of the remakes. Let us not talk about those foreign movies and whether they conform to the aesthetic style of this era. Without talking about the difficulty of localization, let me give you an example. Are the 2 versions of the remake of Romance of the Three Kingdoms the same? Then, Bright Sword can be remade into Thunder Warrior and Coffee God of War. Even the version that Wang Zhizhong came up with to make a decent comeback is still incomparable to the original. You can't just take an original script and make it. Even if you sell it to someone else, maybe they can make it into Liu Jinwei's version of the treasure box. In short, funding, actors, and difficulty of remaking are all problems. After thinking about it for a few months, Lin Yu completely gave up the idea of thinking about these things in high school. There is too little time and no money, so it is better to develop first and accumulate some initial capital by writing books. At this stage, we will do 8 big words. Study hard and make progress every day. Hugging his knees, he turned on the old computer that he had bought to prevent Lin Yu from playing games, opened the browser, and finally, at the search box where he had to enter the search content, Lin Yu hesitated for a while. Finally, Lin Yu took a deep breath and typed in the 3 words, "You buy her." Hit Enter key. Suddenly, lines of search results popped up, led by an all-knowing encyclopedia and a decent, graceful photo. Below that are icons for various film, television, and TV dramas, so many that they couldn't even fit in one row. If you flip through their pages further, you will find all kinds of messy and endless news. Veteran actor Yu Baihe, who has been away from the screen for 10 years, may make a comeback and become a mentor for a variety show, Extraordinary You, Youth Edition, or a large-scale talent show. The joining of Yu Baihe, a teacher with both moral integrity and artistic talent, will definitely bring a huge amount of traffic to this program. Yu Baihar and her husband Lu Jinshan were recently photographed walking on the street. The family of three was very intimate. Yu Baihar and her husband Lu Jinshan even held hands and did not avoid the camera. The second generation of filmmakers. Yu Baihar and her husband, Lu Zuming, the son of former director Lu Jinshan. He is handsome and is expected to star in the Hong Kong drama, Unsung Heroes. Lu Zuming's starting point was too high. Now, he is less than 16 years old, but he has already participated in more than 3 movies. Lu Jinshan has invested in his son without any effort. However, some film critics have pointed out that Lu Zuming's acting skills are a little immature, but he is still young and can still be polished. A deep dive into the tragic history of the veteran actor. When Yu Baihar was in her prime, she was cheated on in marriage. The whole truth is revealed exclusively. Bang! Lin Yu slammed his fist on the table and quickly closed those unlucky web pages. I shouldn't have looked at this kind of thing. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, woke up, opened the document, and began to type. The only way to relieve his worries was to update. Now it is the winter vacation of the last semester of senior year. It has been 1 or 2 days, but in fact, the winter vacation is still short. Considering that the second half of the semester will be the sprint stage for senior year, by then, the busy yuppie may not even have the time to go out of the palace to purchase things every week. Lin Yu thought about it and decided that he might as well take advantage of this time to update it quickly, save it as a draft, or just finish the book. Yes, the FHO people are really short. I don't know if it was a problem of the era or if tomb raiding novels really couldn't be written, but in that world, Tomb Robbers Chronicles had a total of 1.5 million words, and Ghost Blows Out the Light had only 900,000 words. Lin Yu didn't have the energy to expand it to 3 million words, so he probably planned to make it about 1 million words, or 1.2 million words, as his debut work. Moreover, this was also Lin Yu's careful consideration. He could just use this damn book to get through his 3 years of high school. What else can I do? Write a story about a mortal's journey to becoming an immortal. Make a 20-year promise to readers. Chapter 11, What Level? Are you competing with me, Chenying, for the first place? Buzz. Buzz. Lin Yu had just laid down when his cell phone suddenly started vibrating. Who is this? Lin Yu picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar call, so he hung up immediately. But a few seconds later, the other party called again. Hello. It's me. Su Qingtong's voice on the other end of the phone sounded as if she was going to blush so much that her face would bleed out of the book. Su Qingtong. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, took out his phone and looked at it. Wow, no wonder it looked familiar. This number was the one he blocked 3 years ago. What is it? There's no paper in the toilet. Can you bring me some? Lin Yu. Lin Yu went downstairs. It turned out that his parents had gone out to the supermarket and no one was at home. Su Qingtong sat on the toilet until her legs were almost numb. After all, she was a girl and she couldn't bear to do something dirty in someone else's home. She could only call Lin Yu. Boom boom boom. Hearing the knock on the door, Su Qingtong in the bathroom couldn't help but look a little nervous. It is said that living with a boy will inevitably cause all kinds of troubles and embarrassment. Look, it's only the first day and it's here. This person is my ex-boyfriend, which is very embarrassing. At this moment, Su Qingtong, who was sitting on the toilet, took a look at her outfit, tried her best to lift up her skirt, and then pulled her clothes down. She looked carefully again, and it was definitely not exposed. Then she said guiltily, "You, open a little gap, don't peek. Just put it on the ground. Who wants to look at your 2 tails of meat?" Lin Yu's impatient voice came from the door. Su Qingtong, who was sitting on the toilet, became furious when he heard this. Drive slowly. Su Qingtong lifted her skirt and glared at the door. Click, the door lock turned in the lock core, and soon, the bathroom door opened to a size less than a fist's width. This man was indeed very well behaved, and the gap in the door he opened was not very big. But soon, something was stuffed in from the ground through the crack in the door. Su Qingtong took a closer look and saw a celadon bowl and a huge soup spoon. It's not this. Su Qingtong lifted her skirt, angry and embarrassed. The celadon bowl and soup spoon were quickly and silently taken away by a hand. Soon, something was pushed in, a plate with a bottle of pepper on it. That is not it. How's the contact going? At the Sky Eagle headquarters, the dark-skinned boss said expressionlessly. Boss. The nine-tailed golden fox said in a lackey-like manner, we have contacted the studio, paid a deposit of 500,000 yuan, and asked them to start with 100 books. We have also contacted a studio to customize a high-quality imitation of the FHO people's calligraphy. The novel was written by 3 groups of people. One group wrote the detailed outline, and 2 groups took turns writing. Each person wrote 10,000 words, and 20,000 words were written every day. In 1.5 months, we will catch up with FHO in the number of words. Then, we will spread the word that the first tomb raiding article on the entire network is published on Tianying. It doesn't matter whether they believe it or not. Our publicity and promotion efforts are strong. Once there are many readers, one side has more words and the other side has fewer words. After a while, readers will get confused. It doesn't matter even if you're not confused. Just muddy the water and get through this difficult time. The nine-tailed golden fox pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said calmly. With these 3-pronged approach, the market for tomb raiding literature will be completely destroyed, and even a god would be able to make it shed its skin. Yes. The black-skinned boss nodded calmly, let's do it this way. Boss, come and see. At this moment, an editor at the side suddenly shouted. What's wrong? The dark-skinned boss moved over. Look here. The editor pointed out that the interface had a slightly retro feel, which vividly reflected that the technicians were still very immature and the art team could not afford them at all. This is a small platform, the starting point interface. But the eldest brother does not laugh at the second brother. Today, the interface of Tianying is not much better, and it is common for the server to be paralyzed for several hours. It's just a fact that Tianying's traffic is objectively more than 10 times larger than Chijian's. But at this time, a new banner has been updated on this immature interface. On the banner, there is a dark and weird cover. On the cover, there is a young man with a dark, blurry and out-of-focus back, holding a hoe in his hand, with shoulder-length hair, digging a grave. I have to say, this picture is very exquisitely done. In the far distance, the Yinshan Ancient Tower, Yunding Palace, and other magnificent buildings are vaguely visible. A line of large characters span the entire screen, the most authentic on the entire internet, the first and founder of the tomb robbing theme, the first release by the FHO Ren. Snort. Seeing the banner, the black-skinned boss was neither happy nor angry. It seems that he realized what we are going to do. Let him do whatever he wants. If hanging a banner can clear the issue, then it would be too easy. Let's call it a high-quality imitation by a studio. Even if the quality isn't even half of his, but with 20,000 copies a day, we can make this idiot shed a layer of skin in 2 months. To put it bluntly, a book with 2 chapters updated per week is already pitifully unstable. How can it withstand such targeted attacks? You can't gather your popularity at all. It's fine if you just lie there and no one cares about you, but if you really target each other like this, the FHO guy will be half crippled if not dead, and what he wants is just to destroy this book. Do it. When those people come to investigate, I don't want to see any platform or any book that can threaten us, Sky Eagle. Including, and far more than, this book. If the author can dig it up, we will pay a premium. If we can't dig it up, we will do the same and destroy him. In short, within half a year, I, the Sky Eagle, must unify the world. Yes. Chapter 12 begins. 5 chapters. Back in the study, Lin Yu curled up his knees and started to par to update. Although there is nothing to do at the moment, FHO Ren always has to update, and he has to save some manuscripts for the senior year in the next semester, so Lin Yu has been quite diligent in updating these days. And this story of FHO Ren is not a literal copy and paste, for no other reason. Lin Yu just couldn't recite the original text. Lin Yu inherited some memories in his mind, but it is far from the level of remembering every word. Lin Yu admires how those plagiarists write. If you say you copied Li Bai's poems, we will just accept it with a pinch of our nose. How did you memorize that novel of several million words? Therefore, FHO Ren is essentially an original tomb-robbing novel that Lin Yu mixed with the things in his own memory. If we look at it from the perspective of future generations, perhaps FHO Ren's writing style is immature and there is still huge room for improvement. But at least for now, this fantasy is not strong enough at the moment, and the Bronze Age is definitely enough. There is no doubt about this. The reason why Lin Yu chose to work so slowly on his manuscript during high school was actually simply to practice his basic skills. Is there anyone who is born with this knowledge? Even his acting skills were not at the level of seamless inheritance in 1 second. As for the filming technique, let alone, Lin Yu had been reading books for 3 years, but he really couldn't say that he had mastered it. The story of the Xiao people goes something like this. It starts with an old corpse in a mountain village. The hero, Hu Bei, is 12 years old. When Hu Bei was 18 years old, his father left the village with a group of people to set up a pot go to the grave and never came back. Hu Bei was raised by his grandparents. But when Hu Bei was 12 years old, his grandfather suddenly called Hu Bei into the room and told him kindly and solemnly that he could not believe anything anyone said in the next 7 days. As a result, early in the morning, my grandfather's body was carried back from outside the village. Moreover, the body was cold and covered with corpse spots, indicating that the person had been dead for more than 3 days. All the old people in the village came at once, surrounded the body, and kept exclaiming in amazement, saying that Grandpa had died in an unknown way. So they invited a Taoist priest to perform a ritual, open an altar, offer sacrifices, and then bury the body. But the next day, the grandfather, covered in mud, lay motionless and stiff beside Hu Bei, scaring Hu Bei half to death on the spot. The villagers came and saw the tomb. They said that the tomb had been dug from the inside out and there were footprints in the mud. Everyone in the village was terrified, and they invited the most prestigious shaman, Mr. Huang, from the neighboring village. This chapter is the opening chapter that Lin Yu created by mixing some other supernatural novels in his mind. If it were published in the era when supernatural novels were popular, it would probably be criticized to death. But at least so far, these people really haven't seen it. At the end of the chapter, Hu Bei learns that his father, grandfather, and 3 generations of his family are all Xiao people. As for what the Xiao people are specifically, the book has not yet mentioned it. This introduction is a complete debris flow in today's internet novels, which are full of painful literature. It leaves readers dumbfounded, or at least refreshing. This is the power of innovation. From the first chapter onwards, you will begin to get into the topic. When Hu Bei grew up, he left the village and started a funeral business in a nearby town, selling paper figurines, paper money, and butter candles. In private, he engages in reselling cultural relics. Until one day, someone came to the store to sell a sword. From then on, Lin Yu just wrote according to his own memory, copying here and there from the 2 famous books, but it took Lin Yu a lot of effort to put together the main plot. How should I put it? After writing 700,000 words, Lin Yu's experience can be said to be a complete transformation. The Xiao people kept pulling back, and Hu Bei had no doubt embarked on the road of Xiao, also to find the secrets of his father and grandfather. From the Jingjue ancient city, the 7-star palace of King Lu, the Longling labyrinth, to the Qinling sacred tree, one after another, a magnificent worldview of tomb robbery was being opened with a huge curtain. And now, Lin Yu has updated to the Yinshan ancient tower copy and is halfway through writing it, but there are still only 2 chapters updated per week. All readers of Xiao Ren are basically going crazy waiting for Shi. If they hadn't been used to waiting for so many years, they would have smashed the editorial office long ago. As for General Manager Lin, everyone is used to him. If the Sky Eagle hadn't come to ruin the show this time, the people of Xiao would have been able to maintain their own situation of being in their own circle, which would have been wonderful. This would have been a niche masterpiece with good reputation in the circle. However, such a niche masterpiece with a good reputation has now become the most popular book on Chijian. The entire platform survives by publishing 2 chapters of the book every week. I don't know if this is a tragedy. And Lin Yu is naturally a godlike existence in the circle of authors on this small platform. But our Lord Lin has no intention of mixing in circles or taking Chijian as his master. He is just here to earn royalties in his spare time. At this moment, Lin Yu moved his fingers and stared at the computer screen, his eyes sparkling. After letting out a light breath, Lin Yu tapped the keyboard and began typing. The blue light came from this ancient Han-style building, and it suddenly went out when I arrived. Hu Bei and his group froze in place. Could it be that their people in the house discovered the uninvited guests? Chapter 13: The Circle of Waiting Crazy Farki People. In the dim study, the sound of keyboard typing could be heard all the time. Only the screen emitted a faint light. It was a very old Word document, which still exuded a retro atmosphere. The most original dashi opinion was not very smart, to be honest. What is particularly worth complaining about is the black keyboard. Lin Yu wanted to change it to a more advanced mechanical keyboard several times. This broken keyboard is very dull and difficult to type on. After a long time, Lin Yu was afraid that he would get tendinitis. But since it is only used once a week, Lin Yu, who has a serious procrastination problem, forgets it several times. And lines of small characters are now presented on a document, one line at a time, one paragraph at a time. This is a national-level office software developed by Xingler Technology Company. The chapter about the Yinshan ancient tower was also slowly advanced under Lin Yu's guidance. In the study, Lin Yu was writing very attentively. The door to the back hall was tightly closed, and several carved windows had completely collapsed. Green light filled the air, but it was hard to see clearly. I carefully shone a light inside, and a shadow was cast when the light swept past. My heart almost stopped at this moment. But I thought it would be a blue woman's face, but it turned out to be just a shadow. This chapter is very long, and Lin Yu was just writing it while recording. In Lin Yu's mind, the memory of the two famous tomb robbing stories was actually a bit vague, and he only remembered the general plot. From about to enter the Yinshan ancient tower, to seeing that green light, and finally to capturing it. This chapter ends here. Call. Lin Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes. Typing was a bit tiring. He loosened his hand holding the mouse and looked at the time in the lower right corner. It was almost 9 o'clock. He looked at the sky outside. It was completely dark with twinkling stars. I started writing after dinner, and before I knew it, I had been writing for several hours. I looked at the document again and it was just over 4,000 words. That's exactly 2 chapters. Phew, I'll add 3 more chapters tomorrow, and I'll be done with 10,000 words. Easy. Looking at his creation today, Lin Yu was very satisfied. The plot ended here, which was very memorable. Today, Lin Yu finished writing it in one go, unlike before when he wrote in fits and starts. Often after a week's class, he would have forgotten half of what he had written before. Right now, I am in a good mood as I write serially. When I immerse myself in it wholeheartedly, the quality of the manuscripts I write also rises to a higher level. Uncle Lin. Just as I was about to turn off the computer and take a rest, Huang Quan Biluo sent another message, and this time his attitude was still anxious. ? The taste of Lin Yu is neither salty nor bland, which raises a question mark. I want to tell you something. Huang Quan Biluo was obviously very angry. I wonder if this Qianying has gone crazy. He is such a jerk. I have told the boss about your situation. The platform has put up a big banner to clarify your identity. But according to our investigation, Qianying has recently been targeting the prominent leaders of major platforms in large numbers, either poaching them or deliberately targeting them. It means finding a large number of gunmen to make high-quality imitations, and winning by quantity. Why is this? Lin Yu frowned. Logically speaking, for Qianying to have achieved this level, it must have considered the dignity of the company. Now it is so disregarding propriety and tearing its face to deal with the small heads of other major platforms. This reckless behavior is very strange. To put it bluntly, he didn't do it earlier or later, so what is he doing crazy about recently? I don't know, but I don't care about others. A friend of mine told me that Qianying has customized 50 fanfiction or high-quality imitations just for you. They have also contacted a boutique studio and plan to copy your manuscript one-on-one. 2 people work in shifts, each person writes 10,000 words a day, so together we can write 20,000 words a day. Lin Yu frowned even more. What's the logic behind this? If he does it this way, I will only have 700,000 words. What about him in 2 months? Will he write something original himself? Oh my god, how can you care about what will happen 2 months later? He just made up something based on your story. Anyway, I just want to inform you that we really have no other options. If you only update 2 chapters a week, readers will not have the patience to read it. There were no substitutes before, but now there are substitutes. Even if the quality is very low, far inferior to yours, 20,000 chapters a day is still more enjoyable than your 2 chapters a week, right? Huang Quan Biluo was really devastated. He was the only treasure in his family, and there were only 2 chapters updated per week. How could he withstand such treatment? I'm really waiting there to die. He didn't even dare to think about how big of an impact such an attack would have on the FHO people. Maybe the impact would not be direct, but it would definitely be long-term. For example, you could have a book that eventually has an average subscription of 15,000, but simply limit it to 10,000. This is totally doable. What Wangquan Biluo didn't know was that Qianying didn't really want to nail Fa Qiren to death. He has so many loyal fans, can you really dig out their eyes and stop them from watching? Just based on your inferior imitation. Readers also have aesthetic standards, okay? What they actually want is to completely eliminate differentiated competition, that is, what you have at Zhejian, I also have at Qianying, so that you are no longer special at all. As for why they do this, Zhejian, as a small platform, currently has no idea. How dare you publish chapter 14 when it's not finished yet? After Wangquan Biluo finished speaking, Lin Yu fell into a great silence. Lin Yu hugged his knees and couldn't help but fall into thought. Qianying's behavior was very strange, but Lin Yu referred to the situation in his memory, and found that there was no similar situation to refer to. Times are always different, and Lin Yu's side is even more complicated. So, what does the company mean? Wait to die. Wangquan Biluo was helpless. We have held several meetings today regarding your case. There is nothing we can do. We have done everything we can. If Qianying wants to do this, it can only be said that they are bullying the weak. We are dead. We have invested a little in the promotion of your book, but the company's funds are limited, and the traffic we attract is probably just enough to break even. We contacted the legal department to file a lawsuit, but you know, the procedures on our blue planet are still complicated, especially for literary works, which are quite troublesome to detect plagiarism. By the time you succeed, others have already dominated the market, and you'll have to close the book, pay compensation, apologize. Oh. In addition, we also found a studio to specifically imitate their books. But to be honest, we had a meeting for an entire afternoon, and this is all we can do. And your loss seems to be inevitable now. You can only hope for the best. Looking at Wangquan Biluo's words, Lin Yu could only hug his knees and think seriously for a while. Lin Yu really had no idea what this Qianying was going to do, and there were probably only two options that Lin Yu could respond with. First, ignore it. Lin Yu is here to make money. At worst, he can just consider himself unlucky and earn less. Anyway, he can't let no one watch him. Second, respond tit for tat. So how do you respond tit for tat? Lin Yu thought about it and realized that there was a way. Qianying can do this only because Fa Qiren updates too infrequently. As long as Lin Yu can restore the updates to 10,000 per day, he can minimize his losses. After all, tomb raiding literature may not be easily imitated, but there is a huge gap in quality. As long as Lin Yu mentions updating, even if the other party really updates 20,000 words a day, it will not attract Lin Yu. Another reason for doing this is that Lin Yu can choose to finish writing this book around the winter vacation. Yes, if I update 10,000 words a day, 1 month is almost enough to finish Fa Qiu Ren. By that time, the book will be finished and you can copy it however you want. You will have earned the money you deserve. If the market is ruined, it will have nothing to do with Lin Yu. Those who should come to see Lin Yu will come, and those who shouldn't will not come. But in this way, the losses will still occur, and Lin Yu is really unhappy with Qianying's behavior. But when Lin Yu thought about it carefully, there was actually a deeper consideration. If this trend continues, this starting point with the same name and surname may not survive the grassroots period. No one said that just because it's called Zhejian, it must be the child of destiny, right? According to this trend, Qianying may be the son of destiny of this era. In the future, it will sweep all directions and swallow up all small platforms. Those small platforms will go bankrupt, but where will Lin Yu go? Of course, you can say that Qianying doesn't have its own backstage ID card, and then it will change its alias and continue to make money from Qianying without anyone knowing. But Lin Yu felt that this was too embarrassing. Could a grassroots team really control him like this? So, you should just try your best. It's just that I changed my plan and decided to complete the update during the winter vacation. Call. After thinking about it, Lin Yu immediately made a decision and replied to Wangquan Biluo, how about this, I plan to update 10,000 posts a day. To be honest, Wangquan Biluo on the other end of the computer was planning to shut down and go to sleep. When I saw Lin Yu's message, I was instantly shocked. The eunuch Lin, the eunuch, actually wants to update more than 10,000 chapters a day. Is this still what eunuch Lin said? I really want to hug the heads of those leaders of Qianying and give them a big kiss. Without being as competitive as you, could our Uncle Lin be that hardworking? It's all thanks to the internal competition among peers. This person still needs some stimulation. See, Uncle Lin has been stimulated. Really? Can you really do 10,000 a day? Huan Quan Biluo immediately confirmed with Lin Yu in ecstasy. Real. Huan Quan Biluo slammed the table, scaring his wife and children at home so much that they were almost awakened in confusion, but Huan Quan Biluo didn't care about that at all and sent messages in the group in ecstasy. The author of Xiao Ren said that he wants to update more than 10,000 posts a day. The entire social group was instantly in an uproar. What? The author of Xiao Ren wants to write more than 10,000 articles a day. Is this what the author of Xiao Ren should say? Could it be that he updates over 10,000 chapters a week? Huan Quan, did you see it wrong? He sat up in shock from his dying illness, thanking his old friend. What happened to Uncle Lin? Was he mad at the Sky Eagle? Hurry up, send a red envelope to Chenying and say thank you to them for helping Uncle Lin cure his years of impotence and premature ejaculation, and successfully restored his limbs and restored his sexual life. Great news! It's a medical miracle. Chapter 15. Oh, got it. What kind of book is this, Fakirin? As long as it is updated on Chijin, the top of the list will remain unchanged. Even if it is paralyzed and disappears in a week, the top 10 will keep changing. But everyone in the entire editorial department knows that as long as FHO does a good job of updating, the entire industry will be devastated. But if this is forced, won't he just stop updating? Hasn't he been updating his blog weekly for 3 years without changing his style? It has been 3 years and I have only written 700,000 words. It makes people love and hate it. Everyone is so used to his Buddhist attitude that when this situation arises, no one thinks about urging him to update more. Really, they all turned into the shape of forest fish. From 3 years ago to today, they said they were tired. All the begging has been done, all the threats have been made, all the exhortations have been said, and in the end the person is just like this. What can you do about it? Just get used to it. Everyone has gotten used to it. FHO just won't update regularly, and he sticks to updating twice a week. Just as what Fakirin said in the book review section. Because we are poor, FHO Ren is still updating it every week. I'm lazy, so there are only 2 chapters a week. But now Uncle Lin has waved his hand and is going to update more than 10,000 posts a day. Isn't this big news? To be honest, now is not the era for such updates. If you update 4,000 words a day, you're considered diligent, okay? The vast majority of people only update 2,000 words a day, or even update once every 2 days is the norm. 10,000 a day. No more than 5 fingers. Huan Quan Biluo typed excitedly, obviously a little flattered. No, Uncle Lin, it's great that you can realize this. It doesn't have to be over 10,000 a day, 4,000 a day will be enough. If it really doesn't work, 2,000 words a day, as long as you keep updating it, it's fine. In short, don't sacrifice quality in the rush to update. It's okay, it's fine. The other side's reply was still cold. Really? Anyway, I still advise you to keep the quality first and update it. It's a huge improvement if you can update it every day. Huan Quan Biluo hurriedly spoke earnestly and comfortingly. That's great. The other side was still so concise. Seeing the other party's reply, Huan Quan Biluo couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Logically speaking, he didn't really believe it. From his point of view, he would rather think that Uncle Lin was temporarily stimulated by Chenying. But stimulation is not a long-term driving force. Stable explosion depends more on perseverance, and this guy lacks exactly this at first glance. Do you really dare to believe an old eunuch's promise to you that this book will definitely be finished? No way. Just like Huan Quan Biluo really didn't believe that Lin Yu could always make 10,000 a day, compared to this, he was more worried that Lin Yu would be anxious for a moment and sacrifice quality, which would then be a loss. But Huan Quan Biluo didn't say it to dampen the other party's interest, and just said, then Uncle Lin, send it to me after you finish writing it, and I'll take a look first. But the other party did not respond to this. Huan Quan Biluo felt relieved instead. Uncle Lin's failure to reply meant that he agreed. Turn off the phone and go to sleep. Even if the sky falls, we will talk about it tomorrow. Early in the morning, Lin Yu brushed his teeth and went downstairs to drink soy milk. From Su Qingtong's room, He could hear the sound of recitation, which was rhythmic and full of power. There are only a few days left before the Central Academy of Drama's school recruitment, and Su Qingtong must seize the time to practice his vocal music. There are 3 interviews in total at the Film and Television Academy. Voice, music, body shape, and performance are all the most important parts of the interview. Poetry recitation has always been the subject 1 of the Film and Television Academy. As the saying goes, it is the work of a boy. If you can't pass this level, you will be eliminated. Nowadays, there are countless people engaged in literary and artistic work in China, and major art colleges are also springing up like mushrooms after a rain. The vast majority of students even regard art colleges as their first goal. However, it is quite difficult to get into these art colleges. For example, in the land called Qinzhou, there are 3 art colleges: Shanghai Theatre Academy, Central Academy of Drama, and Beijing Film Academy. To apply for these 3 schools, there is a prerequisite, that is, you must first pass the Provincial Unified Art Admissions Examination, referred to as Provincial Unified Examination. Of course, this Provincial Unified Examination has nothing to do with academic subjects. It is a written test in the arts. Only those who pass the Provincial Unified Examination are eligible to go to the 3 major drama academies for campus recruitment. Do you think this is like a huge army crossing a single plank bridge? The campus recruitment is even more difficult. It consists of 3 rounds, a total of 5 rounds, which is jokingly called passing 5 levels and killing 6 generals. Even if you pass all of these, okay, you have only qualified for early admission. At this time, you must also meet the minimum cultural score standards in the college entrance examination. Of course, this requirement is very low, 300 or 400 points are enough. It is roughly equivalent to the worst junior college level on the blue planet. So it is common sense that most art exam candidates are poor students, but you can't ask others to practice their professional skills and be as competitive as the scholars who spend their whole lives studying classics at their desks, right? Moreover, being a poor student is only relative. There are always some abnormal students who are exceptions, such as Su Qingtong. Chapter 16, That's It. Lin Yu walked downstairs and heard the powerful poetry recitation coming from Su Qingtong's bedroom. Lin Yu just raised his eyebrows slightly, and without saying a word, he went straight to the refrigerator to get milk. Lin Yu naturally knew what she was doing, practicing vocal music. No matter how many movies you have filmed before, if in the end you are not even an art student, you will eventually be inferior. Su Qingtong is a typical example of the starting period. Huh. In the room, Su Qingtong couldn't help but slowly open his eyes. He felt a little dry in the mouth. Reciting with great emotion and full concentration on his feelings was a very energy-consuming thing. But what Su Qingtong cared about was not this, but the pleasant sound coming from his ears at this moment. Practice vocal music 100 times, and your dialogue skills will increase by 10. In the retina, a blue background information that only Su Qingtong could see floated past Su Qingtong's eyes at this moment. Su Qingtong's face suddenly showed a hint of joy. It strengthened a little bit more. Over the years, Su Qingtong has relied on this to practice his basic skills. How should I put it? Although it is clumsy, it is efficient. Unfortunately, this way of brushing up on basic skills is still too slow. Besides, if you want to get something more powerful and practical, you can only gain influence points. Su Qingtong thought secretly. To influence the value, you must shoot the work. Now Su Qingtong's performance sounds decent, but in fact she is just a maid in a family of gold and powder, and all the shots add up to no more than 5 minutes. The impact value obtained is also pitifully small. As for swordsman, I haven't been there yet. Qingtong, come out for breakfast. Hearing Su Meijing's call outside the door, Su Qingtong responded, picked up the warm water on the table and took a sip to moisten his throat, then walked out the door in small steps. At the door, Su Qingtong and Lin Yu, who was holding milk, looked at each other. Su Qingtong blushed, and then they looked away and pretended that nothing had happened yesterday. Lin Yu had no idea what Su Qingtong was tinkering with all day, just as Su Qingtong had no idea what Lin Yu was tinkering with all day. At least in Su Qingtong's eyes, Lin Yu is just an ordinary, high school student. In Lin Yu's eyes, Su Qingtong is just an ignorant girl who pursues her dreams recklessly. In the eyes of both parties, they themselves have a bright future, and the other party is an ordinary person. Come on, sit down and eat. Su Meijing was wearing a stepmother's skirt today, which highlighted her slim figure. she said with a smile on her face. In order to prepare breakfast, she got up very early. There was a sumptuous breakfast on the table, all prepared by Su Meijing early in the morning. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, meat patties, buns, and some crispy pickles. Xiao Yu, take a look and see if it suits your taste. If you don't like it, Auntie can change it for you tomorrow morning. Auntie, there's no need to be so troublesome. Lin Yu laughed dryly. Su Meijing really wanted to make up for Lin Yu's lack of maternal love over the years, and she was determined to take good care of him, but Lin Yu could see that it was very tiring. She would probably have to get up at 4 o'clock to do it. He's just a kid, why do you spoil him like this? Eat, give him some porridge tomorrow morning. Lin Kaihai pointed with his chopsticks. Lin Yu couldn't help but give his old father a cold look. Su Qingtong didn't say a word from beginning to end. The female academic genius from the neighbor's house just drank soy milk politely and gracefully. After breakfast, Su Meijing and Lin Kaihai went to work, leaving Lin Yu and Su Qingtong alone at home. Lin Yu ignored this and Su Qingtong was more self-conscious and started cleaning the house. After a while, his white forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Lin Yu went upstairs to update. It was tiring and really busy. I promised to update 10,000 words, but I'm still 3 chapters away today. As soon as the door was closed, Lin Yu started to bang 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 and threw himself into the battle. After turning on the computer, Lin Yu continued writing along the lines of yesterday's thoughts. With the foreshadowing laid by yesterday, Lin Yu felt more inspired when writing today. My concept has been completely overturned. This ancient building is not only in the wrong location, but also has a weird structure. Behind the door leading to the back entrance, there is actually a corridor leading underground. Could this ancient house in the mountains be a fake building for tomb robbers? After finishing writing, Lin Yu went straight to Wangquan Biluo, without even checking to see how he was reading it, and just turned off the phone and took a rest. On the other end. Ding ding ding. As his computer sounded a notification, Wangquan Biluo's face lit up with joy that he could hardly control. Here it comes. I opened it and saw chapters 324-329. Oh my god, there are really 5 chapters. Wangquan Biluo looked very proud and happy. Our eunuch Lin, is he ever so diligent in updating things in a timely manner? What a great chapter. The sun is rising from the west. Our eunuch Lin will be so diligent one day. Ahem. Wangquan Biluo couldn't help but cough forcefully. What are you doing? Stay calm. Don't act like you haven't seen the world before. Well, I'll pass the manuscript to you guys and you can take a look. If you feel the quality has declined, let us discuss it together. After saying that, Wangquan Biluo sent Lin Yu's manuscript to the work group, and then he quickly opened the document himself to take a sneak peek. Chapter 17. Let us go boating. More than 10 minutes later, the entire editorial department was silent. Wangquan Biluo couldn't help but let out a long breath, reached out and scratched his hair, his face full of shock. It's so fucking cool to watch. But you want to ask whether the quality has declined. Where is that? How can this be possible? Moreover, when you read this article, you can feel that it is a smooth and seamless process with every word being a gem. The quality has not only declined, it has even improved slightly. What a fucking genius. Who says middle-aged people can't finish their manuscripts on time? Isn't the effect quite good if you push yourself a little harder? Wangquan Biluo thought happily that he had used the matter of the Sky Eagle to discuss the author of the Fa Chiu Ren and successfully forced out a more powerful Fa Chiu Ren. He was really proud of his genius move. It is said that the best motivation for an author is to find an editor who will beat you up if you don't submit your manuscript on time. This person must be my underworld. Suddenly Wangquan Biluo found a huge sense of existence. Ahem. Wangquan Biluo coughed lightly, glanced at the editorial department, and said seriously, Eunuch Lin has worked so hard, why should we slack off? Keep a portion of his manuscript and store 10 pages with us as backup. Then update 2 chapters a day as a daily update. If Eunuch Lin can keep updating, then we'll raise his number to over 10,000 a day. Wangquan Biluo waved his fist and said excitedly, we wanted to just lie down and live our lives, but there are always people who don't let us have our way. In this case, let's just show our cards. When it was dinner time, Su Meijing prepared another table of dishes. Su Qingtong had her long, smooth black hair draped quietly behind her head. She sat gently across the dining table like a good girl. Even after seeing it many times, Lin Yu was not used to the feeling of Su Qingtong being in his home, and he didn't know if she had gotten used to living here with him. Xiao Yu, don't study so hard. You don't come downstairs every day. You should go out for a walk. Lin Kaihai patted Lin Yu on the back and said comfortingly. He saw that Lin Yu was upstairs all day long. Even if he was a senior high school student, there was no need for him to work so hard. Lin Yu ate his meal in a hurry and nodded as he did so. Let's do this. His eyes swept across Lin Yu and Su Qingtong, and Lin Kaihai curled the corners of his lips. He had to create some familiar space for these two children to be alone. It's winter vacation now, it's time to relax. I heard that Binjiang Wetland Park has started a boat tour. Let's take you boating tomorrow. Okay. Su Meijing's eyes showed a hint of crow's feet. Qingtong will go too. Lin Yu and Su Qingtong, who were concentrating on eating, had their faces tensed at this moment. One was thinking about brushing up on his basic skills during their winter vacation to prepare for future fame, while the other was still practicing basic creative skills to lay the foundation for startup capital for writing and directing his own films in the future. These two people are totally out of sync with their parents' rhythm of living a quiet life behind closed doors, and they are hoping to cultivate their relationship first. Who would have thought that these two people would just have a friendship as plain as water and forget each other? I've been really busy with studies lately, how about we forget about it? Lin Yu asked tentatively. Su Qingtong pursed her lips, but didn't say anything. After pondering for a moment, she continued to eat the food slowly. It's not that she didn't object, but she saw through the intentions of these two people. It's okay. No matter how bad it is, a few days won't make a difference. Lin Kaihai smiled cheerfully, patted Lin Yu on the back and said, go out and relax. It just so happens that tomorrow is the weekend, and your Aunt Su Meijing and I both have a day off. Qingtong is also not there. Su Meijing touched her good daughter's hair. Let's go for a walk together, just to relax. Su Qingtong took a deep breath and became silent. The next morning, there was even some fog in the air at the riverside wetland park. Going boating in this weather was indeed a bit suffocating. At a glance, this newly opened recreational project was almost deserted, even during the winter vacation, with very few tourists. Su Qingtong was dressed neatly. The weather in Kyoto was not actually that cold, but she still wore a cute white cotton dress and a round white bear hat on her head. A pair of cute bear claw gloves on hands. But what is surprising is that on this day, Su Qingtong was still wearing only a pair of white stockings from lower body. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was wrapped in a military coat-like outfit, a pair of jeans, and with his hands in his pockets, he looked like an old cadre. Su Qingtong stood in front of Lin Yu, with long straight black hair that reached down to her waist, and a pair of proud long legs that were extremely eye-catching. Although she is still young, her cool and beautiful face already has some of the aura of a budding goddess. Just standing in this crowd is enough to be a beautiful scenery, attracting countless men to turn their heads. And Su Qingtong seemed to have long been accustomed to this kind of attention. However, Lin Yu still did not look around, just staring at this huge, endless cold lake. It was so clean that there was not even any water plants on it, and it had an air of desolation. Lin Yu exhaled a breath, enough to spray out a light white mist from his nostrils. Looking at Su Meijing and Lin Kaihai, who were chatting and laughing in the front row as they approached the ticket office. The two of them were dressed in a conservative and formal manner. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh, and his eyes passed over the girl in front of him who seemed a little careless and in a daze at the moment. Rowing in the middle of winter is like taking a shit on an empty stomach. Is Chun Chun sick? It's really cold. Lin Yu exhaled heavily. Chapter 18 Old Classmates. Boss, for tickets, 2 ships. 31, 102. After a while, Lin Kaihai, wearing a dark sweater, came back. He first reached out and pushed his thick black glasses, then said gently, Xiao Yu, you and Qingtong are in the same boat, so don't go too fast. Take it easy, or you might capsize. Qingtong doesn't know how to swim. The maximum speed of this kind of old electric boat with a speed limit is probably no more than 20 yards per hour. It would be difficult to capsize the boat. Lin Yu complained in his heart. Dad, I understand. Lin Yu glanced at Su Qingtong, who was standing beside him. The girl's eyes were on her nose and her mouth was on her heart, with no expression on her face. Let's go and get on the boat. Lin Yu said helplessly. After putting on the yellow life jacket, the uncle standing next to me gave me a few simple instructions. Don't stand up while you're on the boat. Don't rock the boat. Also, the engine can be started by just turning the key. Well, I'm a primary school student again. Do you want to drive, or should I? Lin Yu turned his head and asked Su Qingtong behind him. Su Qingtong also blew on his hands and said nonchalantly, "You open it." Lin Yu nodded, stopped talking nonsense, and stepped into the cabin. Watching the small steamer slowly going away, the uncle behind him couldn't help but smack his lips. These two kids are so good looking, a perfect match made in heaven. I wish my baby could be this pretty. The uncle's face was full of envy. But he changed his mind and felt that something was wrong. Hey, it didn't seem to be the baby's fault. The steamer slowly sailed away. Because the cabin was relatively small, Su Qingtong, who was sitting behind Lin Yu, had his knees almost touching Lin Yu's back. In short, no one is comfortable sitting in this position. The waves are rippling, and at first glance, the whole lake is shrouded in a cold and misty atmosphere, with withered lotus leaves and dead willows, and the winter scenery is bleak and gloomy. Only the hull of the boat broke through the water, making a gurgling sound. This seemed to be a relatively boring thing. When the boat floated to the center of the lake, there was only scenery to see as far as the eye could see. It is a little chilly in winter, and although the scenery is bleak, it has a unique charm when viewed at this time. But when I exhaled, it became even colder. The cold wind seemed to be gushing into his mouth. Both of them maintained an awkward and strange silence, and no one spoke first. In short, this feeling was extremely strange. Su Qingtong became a burden brought by his stepmother. As for that strange relationship, neither of them would dare to tell anyone about it, even if they were beaten to death. Unless both of them don't want to live anymore. It's too cold. Let's go back after a while. Kindness. Lin Yu drove aimlessly for a while, and heard the sound of Su Qingtong paddling the water behind him. There are some dark-colored water plants beneath the water surface. After walking around for half an hour, the two men came ashore and rubbed their hands. How was it? Did you have fun? Lin Kaihai and Su Meijing came back talking and laughing. What do you think? Happy? Lin Yu laughed dryly. I'm afraid you two want some time alone. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back. When I first came, I saw there were freezers in the canteen. Let's go buy some popsicles. Su Qingtong suddenly said. Lin Yu was shocked. You are eating popsicles in the middle of winter? The whole family was slightly surprised. Of course, since this obedient stepdaughter who had just arrived spoke on her own initiative for the first time, Lin Kaihai naturally agreed. But aren't you cold? Lin Kaihai asked in surprise. It's not cold. Su Qingtong shook his head, picked up Lin Yu and left. It's okay. It's a rare opportunity. Let her go. Su Meijing stopped Lin Kaihai. In the store, Su Qingtong was carefully selecting. Seeing a pure white bag with very simple packaging, Su Qingtong's eyes lit up and he picked it up. Aren't you going to take something expensive? Lin Yu asked in surprise. This packaging bag is obviously worth only 50 cents. Su Qingtong shook his head. Okay. Lin Yu took it and was about to pay. At this moment, a surprised voice came from behind. Su Qingtong? Lin Yu. Su Qingtong and Lin Yu couldn't help but turn around at the same time, and saw a little boy standing behind them. He was wearing a dark blue plaid scarf, his face was a little red due to the cold, and he was rubbing his hands. At this moment, Lin Yu and Su Qingtong's faces both froze. Because both of them recognized this person. When they were in the first year of high school, they were classmates, Xiao Yu. Chapter 19. Are you back together again? It was impossible to say that they were not nervous. The moment they saw Xiao Yu, the usually calm Su Qingtong and Lin Yu, who was wearing a big cotton padded jacket like an old cadre, were both dumbfounded. The two of them glanced at Su Meijing and Lin Kaihai who were walking towards them talking and laughing in the distance, and cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. Lin Yu and Su Qingtong started dating in their first year of high school. In their second year of high school, Lin Kaihai moved away, so Lin Yu transferred to another school with him. Xiao Yu is Lin Yu's classmate, and naturally also Su Qingtong's classmate. However, when choosing courses and dividing classes in the second year of high school, Su Qingtong was placed in a separate class with Xiao Yu. In other words, Zhao Xuebin is one of the few people in the world who knows two people at the same time and knows that they are in a premarital love relationship. All I can say is that we are all in the same city, and although the number of students in a first-year high school class is small, this kind of probability will always occur. So, when Lin Yu and Su Qingtong each held a popsicle and turned around and saw Zhao Xuebin, they were both stunned. Su Qingtong almost dropped his popsicle. Just when the two of them were at a loss of ideas, Zhao Xuebin looked up, was stunned at first, then smiled, and uttered fierce words, "What are you doing?" Seeing the two holding the same ice cream, Zhao Xuebin's brain went blank for a moment, and he blurted out, "You guys got back together." Zhao Xuebin was surprised and his face turned pale. But seeing this fierce remark, especially when seeing Su Meijing and Lin Kaihai already walked behind Zhao Xuebin, Lin Yu's hands trembled, and Su Qingtong turned pale. "Shut up! Shut up!" The two of them scolded in unison. Zhao Xuebin was immediately embarrassed by the scolding, but the man didn't realize what was happening. After a wry smile, he probably guessed something. Zhao Xuebin rubbed his hands and laughed dryly, looking at the two people up and down. "You are a perfect match. I felt sorry for you at the beginning. You are afraid that others will find out. Don't worry, there is no one here." Seeing that Su Meijing and Lin Kaihai had walked behind him, the two even stopped smiling and looked at Zhao Xuebin's back suspiciously. In this cold winter, Su Qingtong was already sweating all over his back, his mouth was dry, and his mind was blank. Bang! Lin Yu took a quick step forward and kicked Zhao Xuebin's calf stealthily. Then he shouted behind him, "Dad, this is my classmate." Lin Yu grabbed Zhao Xuebin's neck and forced him to look back. Zhao Xuebin's neck was stiff. He looked at the man and woman behind him. His expression suddenly became so stiff that his smile faded. He almost stammered, Uncle, hello aunt. Isn't he Lin Yu from a single-parent family?" Zhao Xuebin's mind was racing. Who was this woman? Wait, these two people, have they met their parents? Zhao Xuebin was horrified. Fuck you. Other people's early love is secretive, but you two are doing it openly, right? He is handsome and good at studying, that's great, right? Lin Kaihai looked Zhao Xuebin up and down with a confused look. He really had no impression of him. It was impossible for him to recognize him. He could recognize some of Lin Yu's letters now. But 3 years ago. He definitely forgot. Just look at the fact that he has no memory of Su Qingtong at all. How can a person who would only pick up Lin Yu at the school gate during holidays know all the classmates in his class? Besides, Su Qingtong looks very different from how he was 3 years ago. He has completely changed his appearance. Hello. A moment of confusion did not affect Lin Kaihai's reaction speed at all. What a coincidence, you also come to the lake to play. Then you classmates, chat first. Lin Kaihai raised his finger. It seemed that he didn't hear clearly what Zhao Xuebin had just said. But this did not affect Su Qingtong and Lin Yu at all. They were already numb with fear, as if they had been to the gates of hell. Zhao Xuebin didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. He hasn't figured out what the situation is yet, so how dare he talk nonsense in front of other people's parents? Matters between children should be resolved behind closed doors. Seeing their son's classmates coming, Lin Kaihai and Su Meijing continued chatting and walked away, only to pay for the popsicles bought by Lin Yu, Su Qingtong, and Zhao Xuebin. Zhao Xuebin first pulled Su Qingtong aside. Have you reunited with Lin Yu? Zhao Xuebin first looked into the distance, then said hurriedly. Su Qingtong was still as delicate and quiet as ever. When she heard what Zhao Xuebin said, she just shook her head gently. No, what's the matter? Hey, if you guys got back together in the past, I would be so happy for you. Zhao Xuebin thought Su Qingtong was lying and quickly lowered his voice. Just think about it, how much effort Director Cao has put in for you to be able to act. Everyone in the school knows that Cao Heng likes you. How could you not drive Cao Heng crazy by talking like this? Besides, if someone can make a movie, they must have connections in the underworld and in the circle. You can't afford to offend them. Su Qingtong looked into the distance, pursed her lips slightly, and said concisely, You think too much. I haven't reunited, and I won't be in a relationship with Cao Heng. I will repay Director Cao for his introduction. Just as Su Qingtong was about to leave, he paused and said, Anyway, don't go out and talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with that Lin Yu. As soon as he left, Su Qingtong secretly shook his head in his heart. these two people were just children. When Su Qingtong woke up in this girl's body, he was not very mature, but he was already in his early 20s. Looking at these two people, it really feels like there is a half-generation difference between them, like an older sister treating a younger brother. Besides, let us not talk about Lin Yu. In Su Qingtong's opinion, Kaihai is extremely immature. It's a bit childish. What's the point of being a bully and being able to call the shots in school? As for the matter of Kaihai and his father, the two of them had been helpful to Su Qingtong's career, but that didn't mean she had to give herself up. Favors can be repaid. Watching Su Qingtong walk away slowly, and listening to Lin Kaihai say something in the distance, "Let's go home," Xiao Yu's expression changed again and again. Even if he were killed, he would not believe that there is nothing bad between these two people. Listen to what they said, this is more than just meeting the parents. Are the two of them already living together? Xiao Yu's three views were completely overturned, and he began to wonder whether he should tell Kaihai about this. Chapter 20: The Eve of Capital Entry. In the conference room, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a suit, and meticulously dressed, sat there. At this moment, he had his fingers crossed, a calm expression, and was resting with his eyes closed. However, none of the Sky Eagle executives who entered the conference room at this moment dared to underestimate this person. Because this person represents a huge capital. Yes, capital is about to enter the game. For any industry, from its inception to the entry of capital, this is almost an inevitable trend. Once capital enters, the original market structure will be completely destroyed, the cards will be reshuffled, and a monopoly will be achieved. Therefore, Qianying attaches great importance to this meeting. Mr. Liu. The boss of Qianying stood up with a smile on his face and shook hands with the man. But at this moment, the other party just opened his eyes and completely ignored the hand stretched out in front of him. Boss let's be businesslike and talk about the acquisition. Our sincere offer is 30 million, and we will retain 15% of your shares as the three founders. But after the acquisition, the right to change the management is in our hands. This person got straight to the point. With just one sentence, the people on the other side were completely silenced. That's too little, Mr. Liu. The Sky Eagle boss frowned and said, our psychological price is no less than 50 million, and we want 51% of the shares, and the management team remains unchanged. This difference is really too big. The man smiled, his expression completely calm, and said, excuse me, you are not worth the price. Mr. Liu, the Sky Eagle boss said, trying to hold back his anger. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you join the game. Even a strong dragon can suppress a local snake. We are the absolute leader in this circle. If we don't want to sell, what can you do to us? Moreover, we have hundreds of thousands of authors and hundreds of thousands of works. This is an industry with great potential. 30 million is too little. Really? The man smiled, looking very calm at this time. After glancing at these people, he picked up the document on the table and flipped through it casually. As far as I know, although there are more than 1 billion people in the Chinese mainland on the blue planet, your small industry has not yet reached the level of 100,000 author users. It's a grassroots industry that was born and raised here. To put it bluntly, it's completely unprofessional. I don't know how some of their works can be published and called a book. There shouldn't be more than 1,000 people serializing in these 100,000 miles, right? The vast majority are just some students and elderly people who registered an account on your platform, uploaded 2,000 words, and then nothing happened. I think that's how you got your library of hundreds of thousands of books. You have no more than 1,000 authors and 10,000 books that are truly valuable. The rest are just text garbage that wastes the platform's storage space. Am I right? The boss of Qianying turned pale and blue in the face. He had not expected that an outsider could study the industry so thoroughly. He suspected that these issues might have been leaked or introduced to them by an insider. Moreover, the man crossed his fingers and continued slowly, as far as I know, your industry is not the only platform you can choose from. According to my investigation, although there are some small platforms in your industry, they still have good reputations and high-quality works, such as a platform called Chijian and a book called Fa Chiu Ren. He can't beat us. Qianying's boss said coldly, he won't survive this year. Besides, we can dig up the people and we can make the books. Just one thing, tomb raiding literature is not only available on Chijian. No. The man shook his finger. You don't have to use those insidious methods in front of us. We at Shander only need the basic framework of a platform to have the ability to create a god and change the fate of a platform. Let me tell you what we can do. The man crossed his fingers and leaned forward slightly. First, we will acquire a small platform. Then, we will poach all the editors and the top 100 authors on your platform. In just 1 year, with your funds, you won't be able to survive. Second, we use Shander as a traffic pool to inject capital and divert traffic to the platform. It only takes 1 year for the platform to be completely transformed. You understand this, so you are anxious to build your own platform value. You don't want others to take the lead in this merger and acquisition storm, right? I am a businessman. I only care about the profit. How much would it cost for me to poach the top 100 authors and all the editors on your platform? If I only offer your editors a monthly salary of 15,000, you won't be able to keep them. If I offer your authors an average of 20,000 per person, you won't be able to keep them either. In this way, my monthly expenditure is less than 3 million, and I can make you bleed like a river in half a year. In other words, as long as the cost of acquiring another company is lower than the cost I mentioned above, I have every reason to do it. Even if I only saved 1 million, I can still regard it as I spent half a year and earned a net profit of 1 million. This business is worth doing. What do you think? The boss of Chenying suddenly had cold sweat all over his forehead, and his expression couldn't be uglier. After more than 3 months of painstaking planning, he suddenly realized something when the cards were revealed. My own business methods are indeed a bit too naive. In front of these capitals, it's not worth mentioning. What's even more terrifying is that this capital is not even big capital. In the whole of China, it is at best third-rate capital. As such, he can't bear it. At this moment, the boss of Chenying couldn't help but let out a long breath. Perhaps, my level of ability can only go this far in this world. Chapter 21 Practice. Too arrogant, he doesn't take us seriously at all. That's right. And the conditions are too harsh. 15% of the shares, 30 million, and the replacement of the management. This really doesn't treat us as human beings. As soon as the negotiating opponent named Liu left, the Sky Eagle editorial department was suddenly filled with indignation. The group of people were almost furious at the other party's arrogant tone. They all showed off their rude loyalty in front of the boss. Okay, stop talking. The boss of Chenying waved his hand and his face darkened. He was a grassroots entrepreneur, but he still had basic business acumen and common sense. Any industry, starting from the grassroots startup period, will inevitably experience mergers and acquisitions, reshuffles, and formalization by capital. However, what he wanted to retain was his presence in this reshuffle process, but looking at the trend of the other party, not only could he not gain the company's independence and autonomy, I can't even retain my own management authority. What kind of situation is this? Once he is really out of the game, capital has 10,000 ways to make his stocks worthless, and he will only get a certain dividend every year, and everything else has nothing to do with him. How could he bear this? But the other party's threat is also naked. If you don't agree to this plan, then he and the table will be eliminated from this circle together. Yes, he had great doubt about this. Although Chenying was in its heyday at the moment, once the capital really acquired others and squeezed out the company forcefully, he would not be able to hold on for half a year. There is nothing they can do, they are too poor. Half a year ago, you paid the author royalties and he even sold his wedding house. How can you afford the endless squeeze on you by other people's capital? It would be strange if it didn't go bankrupt. Boss, our Chenying is still the #1 in its heyday. Shander is just threatening us. They don't have any other candidates. Even if they can choose, it will be time-consuming and laborious. The nine-tailed golden fox whispered on the side. He glanced at him. But they are cheap. The nine-tailed golden fox was speechless immediately. It was you who insisted on retaining 51% of the share autonomy. Think about it, are Shander people stupid enough to give you money to start a company? They will definitely let you eat it whole. At this moment, an editor in charge came running over again, took a look at the situation in the conference room, and whispered in the ear of the nine-tailed golden fox, Editor-in-Chief, FHO Ren started updating 10,000 times a day yesterday. The nine-tailed golden fox once doubted whether he had heard it wrong. Who is Riwen? Farki people. The nine-tailed golden fox looked at the ceiling in silence. He didn't even dare to say that the FHO people were lost from his hands, but how could he be so diligent as an old man who had lived for thousands of years? Was he stimulated by himself? I am actually the transport captain of Sky Eagle, right? He makes tens of thousands every day, so how can he change his fate by himself? The Sky Eagle boss cursed irritably. Lin Yu didn't know a word about these things. If he knew, he could probably guess the reason why Tianying behaved like crazy these days. In short, all the disturbances outside had nothing to do with Lin Yu. At this moment, Lin Yu was curled up in the study and started updating. Su Qingtong was busy making the final sprint for her art exam. She was really too busy to take care of Lin Yu. According to her personal plan, in the first 3 years, she was stuck in the first and second year of high school and was young, so she couldn't do much, and she was also fighting wits and courage with Su Meijing. Now I am concentrating on brushing up my basic skills. I have been doing this for 3 years, just waiting for this art exam and school recruitment to become famous. This is a very important turning point in her life and she cannot afford to lose it. And in the past few days, despite his busy schedule, he did not forget to take out time to update his 10,000 words Lin Yu, and successfully recommended the plot of FHO Ren efficiently in these 5 days. The first to be affected is the Yinshan Ancient Tower, the end. Even the next dungeon, Chunglongxian, has been written by 1/3. Let us not mention the fact that the entire FHO Ren book review section has been going crazy these days, nor let us mention how much of a sensation FHO Ren's climax update has caused in the novel circle. In short, after Chunglongxian, there is one last copy, and the entire work of FHO Ren will be nearing completion. The last major chapter is to completely end the lineage of the Fashu people, a secret that has been passed down for dozens of generations since the tomb raiding lieutenant of the Cao Wei dynasty. And the male protagonist Hu Bei will also witness the ultimate behind the Shenpin Gate. Well, it sounds weird to read, but never mind. Lin Yu rubbed his eyes, looked sleepy and tired, and walked out of the room to rest. As soon as he walked out of the door, he was startled. It turned out that Su Qingtong in pajamas was practicing his acting skills in the living room. So Lin Yu leaned his hands on the railing and began to watch with an expressionless face. Su Qingtong was wearing a milky white bear pajamas, which he simply put on, leaving a pair of white calves completely exposed. If one had good eyesight, one could even clearly see the clean milky skin on Su Qingtong's calves, and even the blue blood vessels under the skin and the slight sweat hairs. Her hair was pinned behind her head. She was dressed simply and elegantly. She was acting in a play. I only saw their character played by Su Qingtong take 2 steps forward, and tears immediately welled up in his eyes. The face of the usually cold and arrogant girl next door who was a top student had completely changed at this moment. She looked pitiful and deliberately miserable. Looking at the air in front of him, his eyes even had a hint of avoidance and drooping. Looking at Su Qingtong's performance, Lin Yu put his hands on the railing and watched expressionlessly. Just looking at Su Qingtong's expression, if there was a knowledgeable person here, just seeing this scene, he would not be able to help but say, good. Because this acting is complex. Su Qingtong not only played a pitiful and miserable character, but also, intentionally, added a hint of pity and misery. And the degree of intentionality is very low, like a little girl who has made a mistake and is acting coquettishly to her father. Combined with the fact that Su Qingtong is not a person of this character at all, the moment she entered the role, Lin Yu, who was standing at the corner of the stairs, seemed to have seen another person in an instant. A weak and pitiful Su Qingtong. Crack. Lin Yu took a bite of the cucumber, stood at the corner of the stairs, and watched calmly. Master, this time, I almost couldn't see you again. Su Qingtong came forward with a tearful tone, and there was a hint of naivety in her aggrieved tone. Su Qingtong, wearing white slippers, stepped forward, facing the heir in front of him, trying to grab the corner of the heir's clothes with one hand, and knelt down on the floor with both knees. That aggrieved look made some chauvinistic men unable to help but get excited. Senior brother Ling Hu. Su Qingtong raised his head at this moment, his expression obviously changed again, in panic, with a few traces of avoidance, even his tears were frozen there, the whole person seemed a little at a loss, facing the heir. He is dead. Tears fell steadily from Su Qingtong's little face, which looked full of disbelief, cowardice, and panic. Chapter 22. The Small Town Test Taker. Click. Lin Yu took another bite of the cucumber. To be honest, the character of Yi Lin is really naive enough, and the difficulty coefficient of performing is extremely low, but to be honest, Su Qingtong's performance is quite good. From Lin Yu's perspective, there is actually nothing to criticize. Lin Yu shook his head. But in this day and age, how can you become famous just by having some skills? All I can say is that the road ahead is still long and Xiao Su still needs to work hard. Seeing that Su Qingtong had probably finished practicing, Lin Yu went downstairs, almost ignoring her, went to the refrigerator, opened the door, and took out a bottle of milk. Call. Su Qingtong exhaled and looked at Lin Yu, who was walking by. He walked over first, took down his phone from the phone holder, turned it over to take a look at the recording of his performance, and then watched it carefully. After watching it, Su Qingtong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. From her point of view, there was nothing wrong with the performance. It seems that my chances of getting into the Central Academy of Drama will be much better this time. Su Qingtong secretly encouraged himself. At this moment, she glanced at the sweaty boy who passed by her without looking away, and couldn't help but shake her head in her heart. Lin Yu was a person with good academic performance, and she could see that he was a hard-working person. However, the upper limit of effort is only to become a good person. That is, a small-town test taker. As time goes by, one day, she will no longer have any connection with Lin Yu in front of her. She will be a rising star, a queen of her generation, while Lin Yu will still be lost among the crowd. Although at this moment it seems that Lin Yu and she are both hardworking and excellent. But the life trajectories of some people are destined to be different from the very beginning. Humph, a wishful daydreaming girl. Lin Yu, who went upstairs with the milk in her hand, shook her head without looking around. No one knew what she was thinking. In today's context of flourishing culture and education, it is extremely difficult to stand out. Still applying to art school. I can do it, am I proud? There are all kinds of jobs in this society, why do you have to squeeze into this single plank bridge? Lin Yu also sighed in his heart. I'd better develop myself quietly, start as a small director, and gradually become a world-famous director. Qingtong, you are going to take the art exam the day after tomorrow, right? As expected, my family asked this question in the evening. The atmosphere during the dinner became tense. In today's world, art exams can be regarded as a turning point that can change one's destiny. It's not that you can achieve anything if you are admitted to an art school, but it means that in such a context with so many candidates and such a flourishing culture and education, you can successfully become a formal art school candidate. That in itself is an achievement. On the side, Lin Yu was eating his meal without saying a word. Yeah. Su Qingtong was eating elegantly. No matter when she looked at her, she looked like a lady from a noble family. Hearing this, she just nodded calmly, go and try. If it doesn't work out, I'll come back to prepare for the college entrance examination. Su Qingtong said modestly. Nowadays, art examinations in this world are even more sensational than the college entrance examinations. Every year, the number of art candidates who apply for the examinations is so numerous that it is devastating. Last year, the number of candidates exceeded 1 million. You can imagine how perverted this competition is. Don't be nervous, we just need to work hard. If we fail the Central Academy of Drama, we can still go to the Shanghai Theatre Academy in Qinzhou, or the Beijing Film Academy. The campus recruitment times of the three major film and television academies are actually staggered, even by half a month or more. Therefore, this leads to many candidates choosing to try their luck at another school in case they fail in one of them. There are countless such candidates every year. The Chinese Academy of Drama is the first of the three major art academies in Qinzhou to start examinations, and it will be tomorrow. Okay, don't be nervous. Just do your best. Tomorrow, I'll call Xiao Yu, and my whole family will accompany you to the art exam. Lin Yu, who was eating at the side, raised his head and couldn't help but feel like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. What does this have to do with me? Su Qingtong on the opposite side glanced at Lin Yu quickly, then lowered his head and continued to eat gracefully. Campus recruitment. Logically speaking, with my current situation, it would be enough to sprint into the top 50. However, if I want to become famous, the top 50 is not enough. Su Qingtong clenched his chopsticks while eating, his breathing secretly hot, and even the movement of holding the chopsticks became much more forceful. First place. I must strive for first place. I still have some trump cards in my hand. I'll use them to charge forward. I can defeat anyone I meet. I'll become famous starting from tomorrow. Su Qingtong pondered secretly. Chapter 23: A gathering of Su Qingtong's friends. Oh, that's right, uncle. Halfway through the meal, Su Qingtong blushed, and couldn't help but secretly glance at Lin Yu again, and whispered, I have a few friends, who I met during the filming. They heard that I moved and have to take an exam the day after tomorrow, so they plan to welcome me tomorrow night. R. Lin Kaihai nodded repeatedly after hearing this. It should be. Are you coming home to eat? Your Aunt Su and I will make something to eat tomorrow night. No. Su Qingtong was inexplicably shy and waved his hands repeatedly. We are going out to eat. Lin Kaihai didn't care and nodded repeatedly. Then I'll take you there tomorrow, but girls shouldn't drink outside, and you have to come back early. Okay. Su Qingtong said, but those girls heard about Lin Yu and asked me to bring him out. R. Lin Kaihai looked at Lin Yu again with a hint of confusion. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, and looked at Su Qingtong opposite him. Su Qingtong probably knew that this was not a very appropriate thing to do, and in a moment of anxiety, his neck turned red. It's like this, they asked about my family situation and found out that Uncle Lin, you have a child. When they heard that a Yu was the same age as me, they insisted on asking me to bring a Yu out. Seeing Su Qingtong's red face and her efforts to defend herself, I knew that this unsocial girl was really forced to blush this time. So I came to ask if Lin Yu is willing to go out with me tomorrow. If a Yu is busy, then forget it. Su Qingtong quickly let out a breath. The two of them had broken up 3 years ago. Whether from the perspective of their past relationship or from the perspective of the present, they had only known each other for less than half a year. It was not appropriate to make such a request. Lin Kaihai looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment and naturally realized that this was not Su Qingtong's original intention. You should go. Lin Kaihai said seriously, you are a boy, and they are all girls having a dinner together. You are older than Su Qingtong, so you should take care of them. Just think of it as going to look after these girls. Okay. Now that things have come to this, Lin Yu won't waste any more words. After the meal, Su Qingtong found Lin Yu privately again, with an unnatural expression. I'm sorry, I didn't have time to say hello to you. It's okay. Lin Yu was speechless for a moment and looked her up and down. After a pause, Lin Yu added, relax, I wish you good luck in the art exam. Su Qingtong then breathed a sigh of relief. Back in the house, Lin Yu scratched his head. Lin Yu didn't think about that shitty girl's dinner party. Instead, he rummaged through the drawer and took out a script written in an old notebook. Lin Yu touched the cover and saw a few words on it, paranormal activity, the psychic. Let's not criticize him yet. After he has roughly decided to write and direct a low-budget movie, and after he has gained some fame, he can smoothly become a director, or take on movies as the leading actor. Lin Yu must consider which movie should be the first one to practice with. If you exhaust all the answers in your head, there are surprisingly many answers, such as Buried, The Man from Earth, and their Paranormal Activity series. Low budget, about $100,000 per movie, and they are all top-tier blockbusters. According to Lin Yu's current total funds, not to mention more, he can definitely make a loss by joining forces with 3 departments. But it's still the same argument as before. After thinking about it, Lin Yu found a lot of problems. Okay, let us talk about Paranormal Activity first. This movie was said to have an investment of $11 million, but it eventually swept the box office of over $100 million. But it was actually distributed by Paramount, and the publicity and promotion costs were $18 million. Yes, your movie still needs promotion. If you just go to the cinema with a movie box, zero fame, zero publicity, why would they arrange a screening for you? I'm really not afraid to arrange it for you. He has zero attendance rate and is losing money so much that he is losing his mind. Just think that he is sure that your quality is amazing. You plan to rely on tap water and reputation. Do you think you are child of luck or something? Therefore, Lin Yu's idea is to make a big movie online instead of going directly to theaters to share the profits. But the problem with this is that the upper limit is very low. Nowadays, the maximum box office share for top online movies is more than 30 million, but under normal circumstances, a box office share of 10 million is enough to make it into the top 10 movies of the year. To put it bluntly, it is a very small market and no one will invest high-quality films on the internet unless there is no other way. Investing in the internet, even some internet-famous movies, the quality can be imagined. But, Lin Yu doesn't need these movies to bother him. So why did you choose Paranormal Activity? Because Paranormal Activity is a pseudo-documentary film shot with a handheld DV. It not only helps Lin Yu save on camera costs, but also allows him to freeze the picture. Yes, it directly solves all problems related to camera movement and greatly reduces the difficulty of getting started with Lin Yu. The only huge problem left is localization. Nowadays, although culture and education are flourishing and the world is peaceful, there are still major cultural differences. For example, Chinese horror, Japanese horror, and American horror are completely different concepts. It might be a bit naive to copy Paranormal Activity. But then again, this is a pseudo-documentary film. This kind of realism itself is a way of shooting that can transcend cultural barriers. The key lies in how you design and plan the background, characters, and house. For example, the man is from Earth. This is almost impossible to localize. What is written in the script? The immortal professor played Jesus and pretended to be God. The cultural attributes are too different. You started localization from Li Bai, right? It would be a miracle if you could localize it well. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's extremely difficult. What's the thinking behind copying that man from Earth all the time? At least have you considered changing the issue of Jesus? Besides, if you don't localize it well, a movie about a group of men sitting in a room and chatting nonsense. To be honest, it's only the man from Earth who took a good picture. If the skills were a little worse, this would be a crazy movie. Supernatural movies have always been popular in the market. In short, give it a try, the cost is not high. Chapter 24, A Day of Forced Opening. Arts Exam. However, when he thought of these two words, Lin Yu looked grim. After thinking for a while, Lin Yu logged into a web page. This is called the Provincial Art Unified Examination, which is held once a year. The total score is 300, and 220 points are required to pass. Only those who pass the line are eligible to take the art school entrance examination. In the global art examination, thousands of people are competing for a single place, and the Provincial Unified Examination is the first hurdle. But please note that this is an art exam, not a cultural subject exam, similar to the physical education score for students with sports expertise. On the web page, enter your ID information and press enter. In less than a few seconds, a message popped up on the interface. Provincial Unified Art Examination, Identity Information, 3205XXXX, Name, Lin Yu, Total Score, First in the Province. Lin Yu rubbed his eyebrows. Immediately, click close. Naturally, he took the exam without Lin Kaihai's knowledge. Lin Yu was just trying his luck. Getting first place in the provincial art exam was quite impressive, but not completely unique. After all, there were 6 provinces under Qinju, and every year there were 6 people who got first place in the provincial exam in one province. I haven't seen everyone come forward. Lin Yu went there to try his luck, but he never imagined that the memories of the man inherited in his mind would actually be a dimensionality reduction attack on these little brats. He accidentally surpassed the second place by 1 point and got the first place in the province. The long face is indeed long, but unfortunately, it is useless. After closing the window, Lin Yu opened the document and started typing. As it jumped out of the water, I finally saw its appearance clearly. It looks like an ape, all black with hair sticking to its body, but the more I look at it, the more I can confirm that it is a human. It's just that this person. After finishing writing 10,000 words, Lin Yu fell asleep. When he arrived at the Central Academy of Drama, Lin Yu planned to try his luck. After all, Su Qingtong was going to take an exam, which was a long one, with 5 levels to pass, and it would take at least half a month. Lin Yu plans to study how to shoot Paranormal Activity and make his debut film. As for updates, for now, let's just leave it at that. And the Sky Eagle? Who cares? If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Anyway, Fa Chiu Ren will finish the book in a few days. The next day, Lin Yu was still staying in the study to update. By the way, I also have to review my lessons, do homework, and take exams. Lin Yu will be accompanying Su Qingtong to take the art exam tomorrow, so he has to stock up on as many manuscripts as possible. Until dark, Lin Yu performed beyond his normal level and wrote 14,000 words. I rubbed my eyes and looked out the window. It was already dark. Qiulong Shuyin is finally finished, only the last chapter is left. Even readers can see from the current plot that it is heading towards the end. It's time to reveal all the hidden clues and foreshadowings in the book one by one. But this is actually more troublesome. Lin Yu did not copy verbatim. This work includes parts compiled by Lin Yu himself. It is his first creation, so you can imagine how difficult it was. It involves a large number of clues and foreshadowing. Click, Lin Yu snapped his fingers. Lin Yu is almost done writing a book, and he feels a surge of emotion. It's like watching one of your own children grow up and become an adult. Just then, the phone rang. It was Su Qingtong. Hello. Come down, it's time to eat. Su Qingtong's tone was very gentle on the phone. Blowing a breath and rubbing his hands, Lin Yu pulled on the big windbreaker covering the gaming chair, hurried out of the study, and went downstairs. When I went downstairs, Su Qingtong was already waiting there. She was wearing rather ordinary clothes today, almost exactly the same as her usual home outfit, except that she had a black scarf around her neck. This makes her skin look even whiter and more delicate. Even at night, Su Qingtong's fair skin was clearly visible, and even Lin Yu couldn't help but envy her complexion. After taking a look at Lin Yu, Su Qingtong looked away. Okay, let's go. I'll take you there. Lin Kaihai smiled kindly, holding a bunch of car keys in his hand. Xiao Yu, don't drink outside, take care of Qingtong, and call me immediately if anything happens. Remember, don't let anyone persuade Su Qingtong to drink. I know, Dad. Yeah. Lin Kaihai patted Lin Yu on the back, then led the two of them out, got in the car, and went straight to the restaurant where Su Qingtong and her friends had agreed to meet. On their way, Su Qingtong sat in the front row, adjusting the navigation map, while Lin Yu looked out the window. Lin Yu was naturally even less interested in Su Qingtong's friends, as he didn't know any of them. I heard that most of these people were her high school classmates and some people she knew in the circle. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are all stars. And they were all girls. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but yawn. Another day of being forced to open. Chapter 25 Ing Yin Yang Yang. Uncle, this is it. At the entrance of the Leia Frog and Fish restaurant, Su Qingtong, who had been sitting well behaved in the passenger seat, had his seatbelt on his chest sunk so deep that it was completely invisible. Now he put his hands on his knees and spoke in a soft voice. Yes. Lin Kaihai parked the car and sat in the driver's seat. Don't play too late. Call me when you come back and I'll pick you up. Xiao Yu, take good care of Qingtong. She's a girl and it's night time. Lin Kaihai turned his head again and looked at the eldest and second sons in the back seat. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded repeatedly. After dropping the two off the car, Lin Kaihai watched them breathe out at the door and rubbed their hands before he drove away slowly. It's a Sichuan restaurant. Lin Yu said after taking a look at the sign. It's a bit spicy. You can go back and rinse it with water. Su Qingtong blew on his hand and said without turning his head. Lin Yu pursed his lips slightly. It seemed that she still remembered her preferences to some extent, but she did not respond to this attack. Su Qingtong checked her pink cell phone and said, 502, let's go. After saying this, he led the way forward. This is a restaurant with a niche taste, but it has a good reputation and is doing brisk business. I saw a 30-year-old lady, whose skin was still fair, wiggling her hot hips and walking past me with a tray in her hand. Lin Yu probably knew why this store was so popular. I walked up the rusty iron staircase outside the outer wall to the 5th floor and found the private room 501, where a table of well-fed guests was already waiting. Lin Yu took a quick glance and saw that half of them were young female high school students about his own age, while the other half were women from society, dressed in promiscuous, revealing and bold styles. She crossed her legs, exposing her white thighs in the middle of winter. They were so white that they were dazzling, so white that most men wouldn't know where to put their eyes. High heels, big earrings, and flaming red lips. The appearances of the several society ladies vary, but there is no doubt that they are all first-class women with good looks. Some women wear mink coats, and their aura and celebrity style alone are enough to make most people dare not look at them for too long. But Lin Yu just walked in calmly. Xiaosu, how come you are the closest to us but the last to arrive? We are almost ready to eat. As the two walked in, the room was filled with laughter and the chattering of a group of girls. Su Qingtong smiled apologetically. Hey, this must be your brother, he's so handsome, such a great resource, why don't you introduce him to the sisters? As soon as Lin Yu walked into the box, the group of people became even more excited, with a lot of voices talking at the same time, making it difficult for Lin Yu to tell who was talking. Several social women stood up. On the other hand, the classmates who usually played well with Su Qingtong only dared to look at Lin Yu shyly. After seeing Lin Yu, they blushed even more. They are just high school students who are naive about the world. You can tell by the way they are dressed at the moment that they are as conservative as they can be. They don't dare to put on any makeup or dress up at all. Although the clothes are casual and homely, I dare not show any skin. Since entering this box, they have not seen Su Qingtong yet. Just the glamorous appearance and strong aura of Su Qingtong's other friends in society are enough to make them unable to raise their heads. Although these people did not deliberately use their power to overpower others, and even knew that they were Su Qingtong's friends, they deliberately teased them for fear of making the atmosphere awkward. But even so, these charming and bold women still arouse deep envy and a hint of shame in the hearts of these high school girls who have not yet entered the society. At this time, I saw Su Qingtong finally arrived, and he brought a little brother with him. But upon first glance, he was surprisingly handsome with his shaved bangs and sunny face. They never thought that the younger brother Su Qingtong brought could be so handsome, especially since he was his half-brother. Just one glance, and those young high school girls all lowered their heads shyly and unnaturally. "Brother, what's your name?" "I'm Su Qingtong's sister, just call me Sister Chen." Walking towards me was a very stylish woman with a black and white checkered coat draped over her shoulders. In one hand she held a wine glass filled with golden liquid, and two huge crescent-shaped hollow earrings hung under her earlobes. Her skin is extremely white and youthful, with a delicate and radiant complexion. But even so, she still wore heavy makeup, with very thick eyeliner and eyelashes, and even some crystal powder on her face, which sparkled slightly in the light. This has a completely different sense of reality from what you see on TV. This is what we see offline. People have a sense of life, warmth, and smiles. No matter how high-tech the online technology is, the beauty that comes out of the photos is empty. She was wearing an off-shoulder dress, with powder all over her shoulders to her collarbones. From Lin Yu's slightly taller height, she could look down and see some bold cleavage that shouldn't be seen. Creamy white, and a hint of depth. This bold and mature temperament is completely different from the conservative style of Su Qingtong and Lin Yu, who are still students. Lin Yu looked at the woman in front of him without smiling. There was no need to introduce her. Lin Yu had a little impression of this person. As for Chen Lu, she played Xiao Lian in the Golden Age, a maid of the eldest lady. That day, Lin Yu secretly watched an episode of the Golden Age and had some impression of this face. But it is completely different from meeting it offline. Which one do you think looks better? But it's offline. Why? Because it's not just that the maid's temperament cannot overshadow the main character, and has the meaning of being deliberately made ugly, but also that a person's warmth and hazy temperament cannot be recorded online. In addition, don't underestimate her because she is just a maid. Among the ladies present today, she is already a big star because she has a lot of roles and is considered the head of the maids. And Su Qingtong is just a little girl who occasionally appears in a few scenes. Yes, all the people present today, without exception, are from the crew of the story of a noble family, and are people Su Qingtong knows. However, the number of stars is limited, and all of them are below the level of maids. Except for Chen Lu in front of him, the others are just extras among extras. Today's offline gathering can be regarded as a large gathering of second-rate artists. The reason why they came to support Su Qingtong and show their support was not just because they had a very good relationship with Su Qingtong. Rather, Su Qingtong has been on a meteoric rise since leaving the crew of the story of a noble family. In the smiling, proud wanderer, I got the role of the heavyweight female character, Yilin. In comparison, among this group of people, except for Chen Lu who has already got a contract for the next drama, still a small role, the rest are unemployed. Compared to this situation, those who started out as unknown members of the crew have long been extremely envious of these people. Just with this one role, as long as Su Qingtong doesn't act like a troublemaker, the show can be broadcast smoothly. Just based on the role of this one character, it is enough for Su Qingtong to become famous. It's not difficult to become a third-tier star without doing anything. You will get some film contracts in the short term. And this is already the end point that many of them have been looking up to and envying all their lives. They don't even know if they can ever hope to become like this before they work hard until they are old and ugly and leave this industry. Or will the ending be that she hastily finds an honest man in the industry to marry, or is kept by some stinky man, or after becoming a little famous, is kept by some stinky man who is even richer. These are the futures they dare not think about yet. In short, they dare not imagine the starting point that Liu Fei had, but they still envy Su Qingtong's situation. If you don't hold on to others before they become famous, maybe you can help your sisters in the future. What are you waiting for? From this point, we can see that Su Qingtong is still young and can't even face being called over in such interpersonal communication. Wow, your brother is so handsome. He must be in high school. He will be able to be a male model in the future. Do you have abdominal muscles? Another woman who also dresses very fashionably and hotly offline walked up boldly and pinched Lin Yu's tender face nonchalantly. Looking at her jealous expression, if she wasn't familiar with him yet, she would have wanted to touch Lin Yu's belly. Seeing this scene, Su Qingtong on the side could only laugh awkwardly and looked at Lin Yu next to him. Chen Lu and the others reacted and said, yes, they have only known Su Qingtong for a few days and they are not familiar with him yet. I can't stand such a joke. Chapter 26, Second in the Province. I heard that Uncle Lin is also from an artistic family. A group of young ladies pulled Lin Yu to sit down. Surrounded by these women with strong auras and hot clothes, an ordinary high school boy would probably feel a little at a loss at this moment. Several people laughed and surrounded Lin Yu. Even Su Qingtong was separated and sat aside. Seeing this, Su Qingtong on the side just laughed dryly, not daring to look at Lin Yu's reaction at the moment. He lowered his head and silently drank the warm boiled water in his cup. She also didn't expect that Lin Yu, who was sent here, would be so popular among her friends. But you know what, this ex-boyfriend of mine, who I hate so much, is actually quite handsome. Kindness? TSK, what was I thinking? Yes. Lin Yu nodded and said in a muffled voice, my father was a student of Xiao Yu. When he was young, he was in the art troupe. 3 generations of his family studied drama. However, after he started working, my father stopped doing drama. Wow, you really are from an artistic and drama family. You and Qingtong are a perfect match. You were born in the same family. What nonsense are you talking about? Several people exclaimed and were poked by another person's elbow, and that person glanced at Su Qingtong's expression out of the corner of his eye. One of them is a stepson and the other is a stepdaughter, and they are not even familiar with each other, so it is really inappropriate to make such a joke. But these people are very shrewd and they change the topic very quickly. Xiao Yu. Someone asked in surprise, and the surprised voice drowned out the chattering of the people around him. These extras don't really know much about drama actors, of course, but they also know that drama actors are all very good at acting, some very good in some cases. For many veteran actors who have been performing in drama for decades, switching to the arts circle is definitely a dimensionality reduction blow. Moreover, if you can ask for roles while claiming to be a drama actor, that will definitely be a plus. The speaker was a girl with shoulder-length hair, chubby face and a very young complexion. She was different from other girls in that she seemed a little conservative and wore a down jacket. But because it was quite hot in the room, she had already unbuttoned her clothes. However, even a sweater under her underwear could not hide her curvaceous figure. Her name is Huang Shan, and she is also one of the maids who played supporting roles in the Golden Age. Teacher Xiao Yu is one of the top drama masters in China, a national first-class drama actor, and the vice president of the Drama Association. Many well-known celebrities in the country are all from the tutelage of teacher Xiao Yu. Your father was actually once a disciple of teacher Xiao Yu. Huang Shan said in surprise, staring at this handsome boy with her eyes. It turns out that he is from a famous family. A deep envy flashed in Huang Shan's eyes. For example, Mr. Yu Bai Her from Hong Kong was also a student of Master Xiao Yu, Huang Shan introduced to her friends. These people who have risen from the bottom either rely on their looks or graduate from the 3 major drama academies and started out as extras. In fact, from the starting point, it is not as easy as for these children from noble families. This kind of support from the back can even accompany such a person throughout his life. This can be seen by looking at Su Qingtong's path to promotion. He also comes from a family of drama. Whether it is the push from behind or the acting skills cultivated at home, the help to them is amazing to these people. There was a slight silence in the room. Perhaps no one expected that this ordinary-looking, just slightly handsome boy actually had such a prominent family background. At first they were just joking about Lin Yu's background, but now after hearing what Huang Shan said, they finally understood that the phrase, learned from Xiao Yu was not simple. It is because they themselves are ignorant and not familiar with Xiao Yu, the famous celebrity in the drama circle. Wow, handsome boy, you must be good at drama. What does your father do now? Is he an actor too? Show us your skills, we haven't seen a proper drama yet. These women seemed to become more enthusiastic all of a sudden, some of them even put their shoulders on Lin Yu's arms, but their normal scale was probably beyond the tolerance of an ordinary novice. My dad stopped doing drama shortly after graduating, and I never learned it when I was a kid. I see. These people asked a few questions and felt quite sorry. It turned out that this person was an outsider. Chen Lu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. The handsome boy is handsome. Even if he comes to film, he will have a future. If you are interested in filming in the future, come find us and we will recommend and introduce you. Based on your looks, it's okay." A few people were having fun. It was rare to see such a handsome brother, and he didn't look annoying at all. Several young ladies were obviously a little too enthusiastic, but seeing that the handsome boy was chatting any further, they were afraid that he would become shy, so they stopped. After all, they did not forget that the protagonist today was Su Qingtong. Finally, a few people stopped bothering him. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and after the dishes were served, he started to eat. But after a while, Lin Yu was sweating profusely from the spicy taste. What a shame! Look at those girls, they eat with a blank expression on their faces, as if nothing happened. Even the high school girls are like this. Only Lin Yu himself had 3 cups of water in front of him. He picked up a frog and rinsed it 3 times with the 3 cups of water before putting it in the bowl to eat. Even so, he still ate until he was sweating all over, and he never stopped drinking water. "Qingtong, you're going to take the entrance exam for the Central Academy of Drama tomorrow. How are your preparations going?" a girl asked casually. This is an issue that they are also concerned about. Once professional students are born, it will be of great help to their entire future career. "I'll try my best," Su Qingtong said earnestly, and couldn't help but sigh and smile gently. So many people try to pass the single plank bridge every year. In Qingju alone, I heard that 200,000 people signed up for the Provincial Art Unified Examination, and only 40,000 to 50,000 people passed the line. But in the end, the Central Academy of Drama only accepted 500 people. I don't know if I can get in. Su Qingtong sighed, his face full of worry. Why can't I get in? Chen Lu believed it and immediately cheered Su Qingtong up. With your foundation, acting skills, appearance and figure, listen to me and relax. As long as you don't make any fatal mistakes, you will pass the exam easily. Right. Another one slapped the table and said, the one in our circle who's the for little flowers, who's her name? Yes, Dong Shiqi, she was admitted to the Beijing Film Academy, har ha har har, and I heard that she sang out of tune, and the examiner frowned when he heard it. Dong Shiqi went back and hugged her agent and cried. In the end, the examiner gave her a passing score and she barely passed the second interview. As a result, I didn't perform exceptionally well in the 3 interviews, and my overall score was ranked 3rd among all the students in Beijing Film Academy that year. So, it doesn't matter. Your basic skills are there. Even if you make a mistake, the examiner will give you a hand. For art exam candidates, once they pass the art exam, their starting point will be completely different. Even if it doesn't work, we can change to Beijing Film Academy and try another drama. Someone took over the conversation. Hey, among all of us, Wang Shan is the only one who is a professional student. She is currently a freshman at the Central Academy of Drama. By the way, Qingtong, if you have any questions, just ask her directly. A society girl gently pushed Wang Shan aside. She was the one who dressed more conservatively and was more introverted and shy among the group. It turned out that she was just a freshman, a year older than Su Qingtong, but the shyness and immaturity in her bones had never completely faded away. However, the difference between college students and high school students is so obvious that it always makes people feel that the difference is not just 1 year, but a generation. Wang Shan actually didn't think there was anything wrong with someone getting admitted to the Central Academy of Drama, but since she was pushed forward by others, she could only pretend to be experienced. Seeing Su Qingtong looking over, Wang Shan smiled sweetly and said, Qingtong, actually, there are only a few things in the first, second and third interviews, but I heard that a large part of the teacher's assessment score is based on impression. That is, your every move, manners, politeness, etc., these are bonus points, and they carry a considerable weight. It's not just about professionalism. Even your preparation outside the examination room, before you even enter, the impression points have already begun. Forehead. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Shan glanced at Su Qingtong, who was sitting there politely, and leaned forward slightly. Her eyes were sincere and humble. That posture was as if a young lady from ancient times had traveled through time. Wang Shan couldn't help but curse herself inwardly. Do I need to explain her temperament and sitting posture? There is no need to talk about this. Yes, I'll remember it, Senior Huang. Su Qingtong said earnestly. Huang Shan quickly lowered her head and drank a sip of water, pretending to change the subject, making it sound acceptable to everyone. By the way, before the Film and Television Academy recruits students, you must first pass the provincial art exam. If you rank in the top 100 in the provincial exam, it will be a very good plus point in your resume. Qingtong, how did you do in the exam? That's right, in the entire Qinju, there are 5 provinces, and the top 100 people in each province is that 500 people. So there has always been a saying in art exams that 40,000 or 50,000 is never your admission line. The top 500 is your admission score. It's not that there are no people who score lower than this ranking in the provincial examination and are able to get into the Film and Television Academy, but they are few, no more than 1 in 5. The vast majority of people are among the top 100 in their provincial unified examinations. Oh. Wang Shan's words made Su Qingtong's expression stiff again. She didn't know what to say. So after hesitating for a while, Su Qingtong lowered his head, pulled up his hair, and said in an apologetic tone, my performance was so I'm second. Chapter 27. Don't worry, this is a formal place. Your humility may be seen as pretense by others. Su Qingtong really didn't want to pretend. Didn't you see that she had never mentioned this matter until today? She was a girl with high emotional intelligence and knew that only by playing together could she make others feel good. Being superior all the time will only make people feel bored. Since Wang Shan happened to ask, she couldn't lie anymore. In addition, she felt really ashamed. The second place in the provincial unified examination was incredible, but it also depends on who you compare yourself with. You are a hanger-on with a deep blue badge, and this is not a campus recruitment, it's just a written test. It's normal to be in the top 3, and it's not surprising to be the first. And yet, she lost by 1 point to an unknown person. She felt somewhat devastated, so she trained even harder over the past year. There is no such thing as a cheat for no reason. If a cheat really can make you fly, then you might as well ask Xinlan to be the queen herself. Su Qingtong is also miserable. With a cheat, he doesn't feel like flying at all. The whole process depends on my own efforts to hone my basic skills. After honing my basic skills, only after making movies can I slowly improve my influence value. It's so slow. However, Su Qingtong was also envious. For example, she saw that the Deep Blue shopping mall was selling their Eternal Youth buff. In other words, never grow old. Even though she was always calm, she couldn't keep calm at all when she saw this kind of buff. However, the requirements for redeeming this buff are incredible. It requires an Oscar Lifetime Achievement Award plus 10 billion influence points to be redeemed. Holy shit, second in the province. Everyone at the table was shocked by Su Qingtong's Versailles words. My eldest lady. Chen Lu complained crazily, you are the second in the province, and you are worried about not being able to pass the school recruitment, right? With your grades, you can hold your head high and enter the gate of the Central Academy of Drama with a blank paper, and no one will dare to stop you. Su Qingtong laughed awkwardly and said nothing more. Besides, it would really be like Versailles. Sister Su's academic performance in our school is also very good. She has always been in the top 10 in the grade. Several little girls who were eating at the same table finally found an opportunity to interrupt, and this would serve as another Versailles for Su Qingtong. This really leaves these social girls speechless. How can an art student have good academic performance? Is this scientific? The atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly became more lively, with a group of people chatting about this and that. When girls get together, they always have endless gossip to talk about. Especially in this entertainment industry, there was this and that girl from Xiangtan who was slept with by a group leader and became pregnant, but in the end she didn't get many roles and was abandoned. No, a graduate of an art exam was sexually exploited by a director, and in the end the role was given to the female relative brought by the investor. It turned out that guy was also a strong-willed person. He made a scene on the set, making the director lose face. There are also some female stars who try their best to become the mistress of a wealthy family, but end up being surrogate mothers. Which celebrity cheated on so and so again? It's all dirty, unbearable stuff. I don't know what those high school girls who have not yet entered society felt when they heard this, but Lin Yu just focused on drinking boiled water. There was nothing he could do, it was just too spicy. Just rinse it with boiled water, well, that's the real trick. Har 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 har, Su Qingtong, look at your brother. After 3 rounds of drinking and 7/10 of the meal, Chen Lu suddenly laughed and pointed at Lin Yu, who was sweating profusely and his face was red from the spiciness. It's okay, eat slowly, eat slowly. Chen Lu covered her mouth and laughed secretly. At this moment, she actually took out a tissue and gently began to wipe the sweat off Lin Yu's forehead all the way to the tip of his nose. That careful and focused look was enough to make Lin Yu slightly dazed. The carefully done silver-gray manicure and the white fingers all exude a scent of perfume. On the side, another girl was furious when she saw this and also took out tissues, one on the left and the other on the right, to wipe Lin Yu's sweat. At this moment, Lin Yu was holding the bullfrog with one hand, his whole body frozen in place, unable to move. At the side, Su Qingtong glanced at Lin Yu with a half-smile, then said nothing and continued to drink the liquor in her cup. Hey hey! Lin Yu finally reacted, quickly grabbed the tissue and started wiping it himself. This caused the girls nearby to laugh wildly. After dinner, these people stopped teasing Lin Yu. Chen Lu stood up and went to pay the bill. When he came back, he went downstairs and watched the high school girls get a taxi or be picked up by their parents. Finally, at the entrance of the Lao Yao Frog and Fish restaurant, Chen Lu held up a pair of proud long legs, attracting the attention of countless second-rate people nearby. A few second-rate guys who were racing past on motorcycles even whistled at Chen Lu. Not far away, there were a few people who simply didn't want to leave and were looking at the scenery at the door. In response, Chen Lu was completely disdainful. She shook the large earrings under her earlobes and said, "Let's go to the next stop." "Aren't you going back?" "It's getting late." Lin Yu frowned. "It's only 7 o'clock, we'll make it in time." Chen Lu said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't forget Qingtong's exam tomorrow. What's the point of eating with a bunch of little brats? Come on, I'll take you to a good place." The group of girls burst into laughter again, causing Lin Yu to wonder who their hooligan was. "Are you going too?" Lin Yu simply looked at Su Qingtong. Su Qingtong was holding a cup of milk tea in one hand and sipping it. After thinking for a while, he nodded gently, "It's still early. I can't sleep if I go back. We can go home around 9 o'clock. Okay then." Lin Yu stopped talking nonsense. Chen Lu took out his cell phone and hailed a taxi. He called 2 newly packed cars. The driver was a middle-aged man. Seeing a bunch of dazzling beauties getting on the car, he couldn't help but glance at them a few more times. "I can't help but feel a little distracted while driving." But Chen Lu was very cautious. It would be bad for pretty girls like them not to be careful when they were out in public. She had already sent the travel route and the driver's license plate number back home. The car pulled up to a KTV and dropped off these beauties. The driver smacked his lips with a look of regret. They all look good, but unfortunately they are not good people. This group of people led Su Qingtong and Lin Yu inside. The front desk seemed relatively normal, but when they took the elevator to the 3rd floor, as soon as the elevator door opened, they were suddenly filled with bluish ambient lights, dim light, and some women walking around with bare thighs, their skin seeming to exude a hot breath. With such good looks, each of them can be considered a beauty with a score of 80%. Even a saintly person might become distracted here. Lin Yu and Su Qingtong looked at each other in surprise. These people actually came to such a place to have fun. But looking at Su Qingtong like this, it seems that this is not the first time. Hi, it was really just fun. Apart from the venue being a little informal, there was nothing wrong with it. It was just a group of girls drinking fruit wine, singing songs, and chatting freely. Chen Lu ordered a private room, a few fruit plates, and a box of fruit wine. Even though half the number of people was gone, there were still 6 or 7 people sitting in the room, chatting and joking loudly. Chen Lu, a microphone master, held the microphone, moved a small stool, and sang in front of the TV. Lin Yu listened carefully and found it quite good, better than ordinary people, but it could only be described as graceful. Each person had a bottle of fruit wine, and they also opened a bottle for Lin Yu. The alcohol content of the fruit wine was not high, so they drank from the bottle. Su Qingtong was no exception. No one knew when she learned to drink, but she turned out to be an old drunkard. She drank from the bottle without changing her expression, while Lin Yu drank from a cup upside down. Lin Yu looked at the alcohol content, 8 degrees. Even if he had 2 more boxes, it would probably not knock anyone out in the box, so he decided not to bother with the boring issue of whether or not he could drink. Don't act like an old-fashioned parent, okay? Several women came closer to Lin Yu and squeezed him. The hot smell from their bodies seemed to stick to the future at this moment. Hey, little brother, are you in love at school? The person who spoke first was a girl named Jiang Wen. She had a healthy complexion but her face was heavily made up. Only when you got closer could you see her true appearance. A pretty face with an 8-point appearance, an oval face, and curved eyebrows that seemed to be able to speak. When you smile, dimples appear on your cheeks. No. Lin Yu was a little hurried. He couldn't help but glance at Su Qingtong who was singing with Shenlu, and then retracted his gaze. At this moment, Lin Yu could even feel a cold little hand taking advantage of him. Really not dating? No way. Jiang Wen poked Lin Yu with her arm and said jokingly, hey, high school students are so naive. When we were young, there were definitely 3 or 4 couples in our class. I've had 3 or 4 boyfriends to this day. How about it? Do you have anything to consider? Jiang Wen poked Lin Yu with her arm and pointed at Wang Shan on the side and said, why don't you consider her? She is only 1 year older than you and a freshman. There is no boy pursuing her yet. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Wang Shan's face suddenly turned red. She first glared at Jiang Wen, and then glanced at Lin Yu quickly. They are still in high school, stop talking about that, it will affect their studies. Chapter 28 Sister Wu. He, Wang Shan, it's you again. You're so serious every day. Are you shy? Jiang Wen clapped her hands and smiled. Perhaps it was because the noise from the fight was too loud. Shenlu, who was singing happily, turned around and saw the intimate, look here. She was immediately furious and stood up with her hands on her hips and said, Jiang Wen, you slut, let my brother go. I just turned my head for a moment and you already flirted with me, right? I'm still a child. As soon as Jiang Wen curled her lips, Chenlu forcibly dragged Lin Yu away from her seat and pressed Lin Yu to sit down where she had sat before. There was even a trace of residual warmth on the stool. Come on, those people are not good people, come over here and sing. Lin Yu and Su Qingtong, who was sitting next to him, looked at each other. Lin Yu was immediately confused and dazed. Sing? How do I sing? I don't know. I can't do this. What's so great about singing? Chen Lu clapped her hands in dissatisfaction. Just howl at the top of your lungs. How can I complain that you don't sing well? Just howl like I did just now. Looking at Lin Yu and Su Qingtong, Shen Yu clapped her hands and said happily, you guys, let's sing a song of love of the boatman. Lin Yu fainted. The love of the boat trackers of this era was exactly the same as the song in Lin Yu's mind. As the saying goes, brother, you go to the shore, and I, sister, sit on the bow tilder. Love, the rope swings so leisurely tilder. Is it fucking appropriate to sing this? All the girls in the box burst into laughter. Su Qingtong didn't say anything to object, but her face turned red with embarrassment. It was obvious that she knew the song. Lin Yu and Su Qingtong argued for a while, and finally changed the song to one sung by a male and female group singer of that era. Su Qingtong was also a simple person. She had no idea what Lin Yu meant. After thinking about it, she agreed. It was not until Su Qingtong was halfway through singing that she came to her senses and realized that she was the only one who sang this song. Lin Yu, who was standing aside, only sang 3 lines of poetry from beginning to end. Yer tilder. R tilder. Oh yer tilder. Su Qingtong's voice was indeed not bad, with a hint of ethereality. Lin Yu didn't know that she didn't use her full strength, he only saw her rolling her eyes at him. As soon as the song was finished, Shenlu and others were dissatisfied. Okay, Lin Yu, this is nonsense, there are only 3 lines in total, and our Qingtong has been singing the whole thing until now, no, you have to start over alone. As a group of people were struggling, the door of the box opened again with a creaking sound. The entire box suddenly fell silent, and then became noisy again. Sister Wu. Sister Wu. It turned out that a woman suddenly came into the box. She was wearing a tight black windbreaker and sunglasses. She looked to be almost 40 years old. She had no makeup on her face and had a strong aura. She was not tall, about 1.6 meters, with her hands in her pockets. Judging from her age, she couldn't play with the people in the box. There was silence in the box for a moment, and Su Qingtong stood up immediately. It turned out that this person was Su Qingtong's agent, Wu Bing. Logically speaking, in the entire box, except for Su Qingtong, the others are not even worthy of having an agent. Considering Su Qingtong's current status, Wu Bing is more like her strict teacher than her agent. She is not yet at the level of being able to order an agent around. As a trainee-like person, supervised by an agent, the lessons learned are similar. I heard that Qingtong will have an exam tomorrow, so I came to visit her. You guys continue to play. Wu Bing smiled as he walked in, then walked to a sofa in the corner of the box, sat there and started playing with his cell phone, without saying a word. It seems that she has some self-awareness. She knows that her presence will make others feel uncomfortable, so she just sits far away. Su Qingtong obviously didn't know that her agent would suddenly come to her in the middle of the night, even though she had reported it. As soon as Wu Bing came, he sat on the sofa in the corner. He didn't drink any wine or eat the fruit plate. He just turned on the screen of his mobile phone and was busy working and tapping on it. However, even though Sister Wu would rather be an invisible person, everyone felt a little uncomfortable playing with her. After another half an hour of partying, everyone was a little bored. Su Qingtong drank too much and his face turned red. He didn't dare drink anymore for fear that it would affect his condition for tomorrow's exam. He got up to go to the bathroom. Lin Yu had also drunk quite a bit. Your name is Lin Yu, right? Su Qingtong had just left. Sister Wu, who had been sitting in the corner and remained silent the whole time, suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Yu with a smile on her face. Come here for a moment. Wu Bing said with a smile in a tone that brooked no room for argument. Then he stood up and went to the corridor first. Everyone in the box was slightly stunned and looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu followed without saying anything. Although Lin Yu was also a little puzzled, why did Su Qingtong's agent look for him? In the corridor, Wu Bing lit a cigarette and puffed out smoke. She squinted her eyes, looked up and down at Lin Yu, and said with a smile, "Do you know why I'm looking for you?" "I don't know." Lin Yu shook his head earnestly. Wu Bing sighed. On the first day Su Qingtong moved, she talked to me about this. As a manager, I am also concerned about whether the family changes of my child will affect her mental state. I heard that you and Su Qingtong had a premature love affair 3 years ago. Wu Bing suddenly changed the subject. Lin Yu's heart trembled, and he sobered up a little. It's normal for children to be ignorant at times. It's inevitable that they will be a little confused during youth. Wu Bing smiled slightly, but he didn't make a fuss about it. Instead, he said in a gentle voice, for example, I'm not a good child. In your era, I should be called a little gangster. I'm only in the 3rd year of junior high school, but I like a boy in our class very much. That's getting off topic. What I want to say is that Qingtong is a hard worker. Her dreams and all her pursuits are in her career. I understand. Lin Yu nodded. I don't mean to date her again, you misunderstood. Auntie understands. Wu Bing raised his hand and took another puff of cigarette. You are a sensible child. Auntie believes that you know your limits, but Qingtong is also immature. After all, she is only 17 years old. Look, you are handsome and good-looking, and Qingtong is also an outstanding child. Not to mention that he is 1 in a million, but he is indeed a rare and good-looking child. Auntie believes that you don't have any thoughts now, and your mind is all on your studies, but what will happen over time? After all, you live under the same roof, and you see each other every day. As a teenager, it's inevitable that they will regard ignorance as abnormal. Lin Yu pursed her lips and simply said nothing, waiting for Wu Bing to continue. Qingtong works hard. Wu Bing suddenly sighed. Auntie saw her work hard. During her sophomore year in high school, she came to the ASIN office building for special training during the summer vacation. Among the 300 girls, she was the only one who stood out. She is the first one to arrive every day and the last one to leave. Her hard work makes my aunt feel sorry for her. Wu Bing looked at Lin Yu and said, you can understand how much she longs for art, right? Lin Yu pursed her lips. What about understanding? There was a trace of bewilderment in Lin Yu's eyes. Even though they met again after 3 years and even had more words to each other, Lin Yu really didn't understand her. How did a girl who was once so shy and timid that she blushed almost when she saw people become like this? Lin Yu pursed his lips tightly until they turned pale. Now, she is going to take the art exam. It can be said that there are thousands of troops crossing a single plank bridge. How many people in Qingju can pass it? This is her dream. In the future, Qingtong will be an artist. Auntie also believes that you are a hard-working child, but you are just studying normally, right? No matter how hard you work, you will only go to a prestigious university in the future. Of course, that's outstanding. But have you ever thought about the fact that Qingtong's life in the future will be full of spotlights, with him catching flights and attending announcements every day, while you will be a manager of a listed company working from 9 to 5, perhaps with a very good salary? You are in different circles, kid. Wu Bing finally showed his true colors. Don't have those inappropriate thoughts, okay? This is for your own good and for Qingtong's good. You don't want to destroy everything she's worked for just for yourself, do you? Lin Yu understood. To put it bluntly, the agent rushed here today just to tell her these things before Su Qingtong went for the art exam. It was simply because she heard that Su Qingtong's stepfather's son was actually Su Qingtong's ex-boyfriend. I am worried that the two of them will fall in love with each other, which will affect Su Qingtong's future acting career. After all, for female celebrities, scandals are always the worst thing. You think too much and you misunderstood. Lin Yu frowned, too lazy to listen to others' lectures, and turned to leave. Auntie believes in you, and I hope so. Wu Bing smiled and said behind her back, Auntie really hopes that you can do what you promised. You don't want your father and Su Qingtong's mother to know that you and Su Qingtong had a premature love affair, right? Chapter 29. This boy. Are you threatening me? Lin Yu turned his head calmly and looked at her. How could that be? Wu Bingyan said calmly, holding a cigarette between his fingers, did you hear the noise? Su Qingtong is out, you should go back too. As one of the 35S level agents in One Heart Entertainment, Wu Bing has been in this industry for 20 years with ups and downs. Her aura is by no means ordinary. Is this what Su Qingtong asked you to tell me? Is there any difference? Wu Bing asked, holding a cigarette. There is no difference. I just want to tell you. Lin Yu looked her up and down. At this moment, Wu Bing felt that this boy was very calm for some reason, which made her feel a little confused and unsure. Don't always like to preach to others. Su Qingtong is your artist, but I am not. How I do things has nothing to do with you, and I don't need to explain to you. If you like to tell tales, then go ahead. Lin Yu turned around, opened the door, and then closed it. There was no protest like banging on the door, nor any pretense of being cool, it just opened and closed gently. It was as if the two of them had just had a meaningless and ineffective communication. Wu Bing held a cigarette in his hand, smoked half of it, and couldn't help but smile, interesting. But it's troublesome. Wu Bing shook his head, but turned and left. Lin Yu pushed open the door of the box, and saw several girls in revealing clothes singing loudly. The atmosphere was extremely hot, and some of them were drunk, especially Chenlu, who was wearing a belly-exposing dress. She put her feet on the coffee table, held the microphone, and sang loudly, like a microphone bully. When she sang, the earrings on her earlobes were shaking. The twisting body exudes incomparable youthful vitality. Huh! Xiao Yu, you're back. Chenlu, who was standing on the coffee table, had drunk a lot of alcohol and his face had turned red. Now he was holding the microphone and howling like a ghost. Yeah. Lin Yu walked in with a smile on his face. It's getting late, let's go back. Qingtong has an exam tomorrow, hiccup. Chenlu looked at the lady's watch on her wrist. It was just past 9:30. By the way, where is Sister Wu? Chenlu said, looking behind Lin Yu. She said she had something else to do, so she left first. Okay, didn't Sister Wu tell you to take good care of Qingtong? Chenlu jumped off the coffee table and hooked her hand around Lin Yu's neck. In the box, several girls burst into laughter, full of mockery. Lin Yu also laughed dryly, she encouraged me to study hard. Su Qingtong held up her skirt with one hand and shook off the water on her hand. She came back and rinsed her mouth carefully several times in the bathroom. Surprisingly, she didn't smell like she had been drinking. It seems that he is quite skilled. Where's Sister Wu? She has gone back. Call. Su Qingtong breathed a sigh of relief. She was a little afraid of her agent, but she also felt it was strange. Didn't he come to comfort her? Why did he leave without telling her about the exam? Xinlu burped, waved her hand, and turned off the music. All right, stop playing. You have an exam tomorrow. If we delay your exam tomorrow, we will be guilty of a great sin. Everyone, it's time to adjourn. Xinlu waved his hand, and then he burped again. The other people in the box began to pack up their things. They each took out their cute mobile phones and looked at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Chenlu took out a slender lady's cigarette and put it in her mouth. Then she turned around, with her back to everyone, picked up her shoulder bag, unzipped it and took a look. A hint of hesitation immediately appeared on her face. Then she puffed out a cigarette, turned around and rang the bell on the table. Xiao Yu. Taking advantage of the time when others were cleaning up, Chenlu giggled and stuck close to Lin Yu. After graduation, don't forget to come and play with me. Bar, you shameless person, Xiao Yu, don't listen to her nonsense, don't go find her. Hearing Chenlu's words, the girls in the box couldn't help but burst into laughter at this moment. If you want to play, come and find the sisters. Otherwise, she will eat you till there is nothing left of you. Su Qingtong glanced at Chenlu, who was leaning on Lin Yu, without much expression on his face. This was the ex-boyfriend of the original owner, and now the boy living under the same roof at home. In fact, Su Qingtong didn't care at all what he really wanted to do. Knock, 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 someone is knocking on the door outside. Only then did Xinlu let go of Lin Yu. Soon, the door of the box was pushed open, and a handsome waiter in uniform, about 1.7 meters tall, dressed neatly and with hair waxed, walked in and took a look at the messy box. The appearance of this group of beautiful girls did not strike him as strange at all. 4,805, a very reasonable price, for several beauties. The waiter said with a smile. After being let go by Chenlu, Lin Yu moved his arms somewhat unnaturally. Just now, when Chenlu was close to him, the strong smell of alcohol mixed with perfume penetrated his nose. I could feel the softness and warmth of the skin on my arms. How much? Xinlu, who had just opened her purse, was so surprised that her voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. Normally, they spend 500 or 600 at most when they go out to play. At this moment, the entire box was quiet. 4,805. Here is the bill. The waiter handed over the bill with a smile. Lin Yu and Su Qingtong were silent at this moment and just sat aside obediently. Chenlu snatched the bill away and glanced it up and down. The box fee is 380. Tip, 150. Fruit plate 80. Drinks 4,400. What kind of wine is this that costs 4,004? Chenlu sat with a big mouth, looking at the bill and questioned. Beauty, this is the Pilatory Collector's Edition of Canadian imported ice wine, 480 yuan a bottle. You ordered 12 bottles, so we've given you a 20% discount. The waiter was not at all flustered and answered. We have invoices. We can check them for you if necessary. The waiter said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Xinlu's expression clearly showed some hesitation. Canadian Reserve ice wine? She picked up the empty wine bottles on the ground and took a casual look at them. There were foreign words written on them, which she couldn't understand. But when she looked carefully, she found that they were indeed different from the fruit wine they usually ordered. No wonder it tasted wrong today. Are you lying to me? Chenlu questioned. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone, took a picture of the wine, and searched it online. The waiter at the side, watching Chenlu's action, said slowly, Miss, we have genuine books here, and we will compensate you tenfold if they are fake. After searching online, I found that what the waiter said was indeed true, and it was also true that the product was fake. Even the anti-counterfeiting code could be checked. Chenlu was completely speechless, but a little bit of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. She now opened her bag again, took a look, and then closed it. The expression on Xinlu's face was full of hesitation. Chapter 30, Xinlu was scolded and cried. Seeing Chenlu's embarrassment, Jiang Wen on the side suggested, this wine is expensive. Since we have all ordered it and drank it, why don't we split the bill? Upon hearing this, the others all nodded. 4,080 per meal, Chenlu's income is not high, it is impossible to ask others to pay for it all. We are all extras struggling at the bottom of the profession, how could we not understand each other's economic income? As for Qingtong and Xiao Yu, forget it. They are just high school students. Jiang Wen said on the side. In that case, we still have 5 people left, which means 900 per person. Jiang Wen hesitated. She subconsciously searched her purse and saw that there was only 800 yuan in cash. A look of hesitation appeared on her face. The girls in the box suddenly looked embarrassed. It's simple, they are at the bottom of the entertainment industry, and behind the glamorous background, their lives are all about making do. For example, they took a minor role in A Noble Family, with each person having 5 or 6 shots and 3 or 4 lines. They were paid more than 1,000 yuan for a whole drama, and even then, they were not sure they could get the role every time. In this situation, after deducting the rent, water, and electricity, it is already extremely difficult to live. What's more, as actresses, they have to keep themselves glamorous at all times, and they have to buy all the foundation and various cosmetics they use. I had very little spare money on me. Ladies, in our shop, we don't accept credit. The waiter saw the embarrassment of the girls and said with a smile. What do you mean? Are you afraid that I can't even afford to pay for a meal for you? Chen Lu slammed the table and yelled. That's not what I meant. The waiter apologized quickly with a smile, but stood aside, motionless. Jiang Wen and Huang Shan were both anxious, but they were both very poor, especially Huang Shan, who was just a freshman at the Central Academy of Drama and had to rely on her family's living expenses for her expenses. Especially since it was the end of the month. Let me do it. Su Qingtong came out and said, let's split the bill. I'll pay for Lin Yu's share. Why are you here? Chen Lu irritably rejected. You made 1,500 yuan for filming Golden Age, we all know that, and you made 200,000 yuan for filming Swordsman, but did they pay you? Get out of the way. Chen Lu waved her hand. Please be quick. The waiter urged with a smile on his face. Chen Lu glanced around and saw a few burly waiters standing at the door, their figures swaying there. Shen Lu took a deep breath, feeling irritated. Lin Yu pursed his lips and was about to speak, but Chen Lu exhaled a breath of foul air and twisted the cigarette in his hand hard in the ashtray. Okay sisters, stop worrying about it, I'll take care of this. As she said that, she stood up and made a phone call. But as soon as the call was connected, a flattering smile appeared on Shen Lu's face, which Lin Yu hadn't seen all day. Who did Sister Chen call? Huang Shan asked Jiang Wen secretly in the box. One of Sister Shen's suitors, a rich second generation. Jiang Wen said in a low voice. Is that so? Huang Shan nodded sullenly. As one of the artists filming a movie, she couldn't avoid being pursued by some rich second generations. It was not a matter of likes or dislikes. What the rich second generations wanted was sex, the desire to conquer, and your identity. And what about girls? All they want is Porsche, Maserati, and money. These social trends are inevitable, but Huang Shan still felt unhappy after hearing them. But then again, how many people in this circle can stick to their original intentions to the end? She gets paid 1 or 2,000 yuan per film, but her daily cosmetic expenses are huge. Only she knows how hard her life is and how her stockings are almost torn from washing. On the other side, they just waved their hands and gave tens of thousands. But obviously, Chen Lu hasn't reached that level, but she's almost there. To use a more accurate adjective, she is a green tea bitch, who keeps people hanging around to make some money. However, Chen Lu has some principles, and she will only cheat people when she really can't make it any further. After the scam, at least accompany others to watch a movie or have a meal. As a result, Chen Lu never returned. Half an hour later, when everyone in the box was looking at each other and Lin Yu couldn't help but stand up for the second time, a waiter came in with a strange expression. Your friend, go out and take a look. When Jiang Wen and her group hurriedly rushed out of the KTV, they were all speechless when they saw the noise outside. It turned out that outside, next to a crimson Porsche, Shen Lu did not run away. It was just a very handsome and tall man, who was pointing at Chen Lu's nose and cursing. And Chen Lu was already crying because of being scolded. After hearing this, Lin Yu and Su Qingtong were both speechless and didn't know what to say. I've been chasing you for more than half a year, but you won't let me hold your hand or kiss you. You've finished your fucking meal now and you asked me to come over and pay. Do you think I'm a fool or a fool? The man was obviously extremely angry and humiliated. He drove more than 10 kilometers to get here, but ended up encountering such a mess. The meal is over, ask him to come over and pay the bill. The man pointed directly at Chen Lu's face and yelled at her, "I'm telling you, Chen Lu, look at your whole outfit. The Chanel bag is fake. The Prada you're wearing is fake. That foundation you use on your face is low quality. Chen Lu, look at yourself clearly. You are just a $50 street prostitute. Why are you pretending to be a celebrity in front of me? Roll." The man flicked a cigarette butt directly onto Chen Lu's chest. After cursing, the man got into the car, left without even looking back. Chen Lu sat on the ground, completely losing her previous spirited look. After all, she was a girl, sitting on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Su Qingtong, Jiang Wen, Wang Shan and others surrounded Chen Lu, patting her on the back and comforting her, but none of them knew what to say. Am I really so shameless? The foundation on Chen Lu's face was washed away by tears. Now she raised her head, her face crying like a calico cat. I don't want to do that either, but today, I really have no other choice. Filming is so hard, I don't want to do it anymore. All the girls gathered around her, not knowing how to comfort her. Su Qingtong, in particular, was hesitant to speak, and in desperation, she secretly sent a message back, asking Su Meijing to give her some money. Behind him, the waiter seemed to be hesitant to speak. These girls were just coaxing people, crying, and waiting. Just as he was about to step forward, he was greeted by Lin Yu, who glared at him with a fierce look. Living at the bottom of society is never glamorous. If there is glory, it must have been obtained at the cost of greater shamelessness in the dark. Everyone is now looking at the stars in the dark night. He was right to curse. Shinlu tugged at her clothes and casually wiped her crying face. I'm just a $50 bitch, and I'll never pretend to be a socialite in my life. The money on Su Qingtong's phone had just arrived when the waiter walked behind her and said softly, "Miss, you can leave now. Your bill has been paid." Everyone was stunned at this moment, and subconsciously looked around in the crowd. Chapter 31: Lu Zuming's Goal. Su Qingtong was smart after all. He guessed how much Lin Yu had paid. After some arguing, he wanted to give the money to himself, but Lin Yu refused. Lin Yu also knew that Su Qingtong had no money. The salary for the smiling, proud wanderer has not been paid yet, so this belongs to Su Meijing. Why would Lin Yu take money from an elder? Back in the study, Lin Yu propped up his chin and looked at the scores of the Provincial Unified Art Examination for a long time. After thinking it over again and again, Lin Yu made up his mind and submitted his application to the Central Academy of Drama, then clicked and closed it. Lin Yu was about to fall asleep when a message suddenly popped up on his WeChat phone. Wang Shan requests to add you as a friend. Wang Shan. Lin Yu couldn't help but think of the girl he met tonight, a girl with shoulder-length hair, a chubby face, and someone who was always very shy. Wang Shan's avatar is a cute cartoon Q version avatar, which should have been drawn by herself using AI. She was short and had a scarf around her neck. After passing, Wang Shan took the initiative to send me a message. Are you still awake? Sticking out tongue. Yeah, I'll go to bed soon. Oh, brother, you must do your best in the college entrance examination. Come on. Wearing a red scarf on the head, bunny cheering emoticon. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head, put away his phone and went to sleep. At the same time, a parent-child show is being recorded. Rigorous lighting, multiple photographers, panoramic cameras, sparse audience members sitting in the audience, and on a sofa on the stage, sitting a warm family of 3. Yu Baihe is an old actor with both virtue and talent. Her husband is Lu Jinshan, one of the big bosses behind the scenes in the Hong Kong film industry, who has slightly grey hair, wears a suit and has a very dignified manner. And a boy who looks very young, only 16 years old, still seems very immature and very confident. Lu Zuming. Zuming. The host smiled and interviewed Lu Zuming first. Your performance in Unsung Heroes won high praise from the director, who said that you may become a movie emperor in the future. What do you think about this? Lu Zuming looked extremely handsome. He moved his body, his face full of confidence. Just as he was about to say something at this time, Lu Jinshan on the side gave him a sidelong glance. Lu Zuming quickly stopped the words that were about to come out of his mouth and said modestly, I still have a long way to go in acting. Thank you, Director Zhang, for your praise. I will continue to work harder. Zuming, I heard that you are going to apply for the Drama Academy during the winter vacation this year, and you plan to go to Qinju for the exam. I wonder why you chose Qinju. In addition, among the three schools, Shanghai Theatre Academy, Central Academy of Drama and Beijing Film Academy, which one have you considered applying to? Can you tell us about this? The host said with a smile on his face. Lu Zuming looked at Yu Baihar and said confidently, because my mother graduated from the Qinju Central Academy of Drama. She ranked first in the Central Academy of Drama that year. Naturally, my goal is to be admitted to the Central Academy of Drama. Wow, it seems that Lu Zuming has a strong desire to follow his mother. So, what is your goal for this exam? Lu Zuming coughed lightly, then raised his head proudly and looked towards the camera. My goal, of course, is to be the first in the Central Academy of Drama. Since I was a kid, I have always wanted to be the best in everything I do. The host changed the topic. Teacher Yu, your son has been educated so well by you, it must be inseparable from your daily teachings. May I ask, what do you think of Zhu Ming's performance over the years? Yu Baihar thought for a moment, then responded with a smile. Zhu Ming's success is inseparable from his own efforts. Well, I heard that Teacher Yu has another child, and he has now reached adult age. I wonder if Teacher Yu Baihar's expression suddenly became reluctant. Please don't mention the past anymore. It seems that Teacher Yu was deeply hurt emotionally back then. The host forced a smile. After the show, walking backstage, Lu Zuming's face was very dark, and he kicked the trash can in the corridor with a bang. Did the people from this production team do this on purpose? Why bring up that garbage? Shut up. Lu Jinshan's face darkened and he said coldly, he is your brother. What kind of brother is he? Lu Zuming was furious. Teacher Lu. Teacher Yu. Backstage, some staff members passing by greeted Lu Jinshan and Yu Baihar with awe. Lu Jinshan and Yu Baihar just smiled and nodded in greeting. When they reached a corner, Lu Jinshan patted the back of Lu Zuming's head, then frowned and said, I'll invite your Uncle Song to have dinner with us later in the evening. Your Uncle Song is a professor at the Central Academy of Drama and one of the examiners this time. Perform better. But remember, your exam results for the Central Academy of Drama still depend on you. Dad. Lu Zuming said unhappily, isn't it my own hard work that has brought me to where I am today? Lu Jinshan pursed his lips and was suddenly speechless. He felt that he had really ruined his son over the years. Qinju, Kyoto, and the entire China were bustling to the extreme. This year marks the day for the annual art exam. This kind of art exam is almost more sensational than today's college entrance examination. In Qinju alone, there are more than 40,000 candidates. Although not all of them applied for the National Academy of Drama, the number of applicants was no less than 20,000. Some people tried their luck. The entrance of the Central Academy of Drama was crowded with reporters. Some of their big names are actually just ordinary high school students, and now they have reached the age to take art exams. These people are the ones who cause the greatest pressure on ordinary students. Early in the morning, there was the fairy girl Liu Fei, and Liu Haoran, who was only 17 years old, and the movie he starred in had already grossed over 1 billion yuan. In addition to the first time, there are a large number of similar geniuses. With a country as big as China, there is never a shortage of such people. When these people arrived at the Central Academy of Drama, they were surrounded by bodyguards and escorted by their agents. Everyone, look. Isn't that Mr. Yu Baihar and Director Lu? The low-key Lu Jinshan and his family got out of a black Hummer. Several bodyguards immediately got out of the car and tried to separate the crowd. Lu Zuming then got out of the car and glanced at the reporters who were holding spotlights, with red faces, trying hard to take pictures of his family. He couldn't help but reveal a sneer of annoyance and disgust in his heart. Lu Zuming lowered his head. He spoke outrageously on the show yesterday and his father scolded him severely when he got home. Lu Jinshan pushed his glasses. He was already accustomed to such grand scenes. Yu Baihar is fine, at best he is just an old actor. Although he was indeed famous in his time, he retired from the screen during his golden age and is no longer what he used to be. But Lu Jinshan is a behind-the-scenes boss that everyone in the circle must respect. Although his popularity is not very high among young people, he himself represents a kind of capitalist class. Everyone. Lu Jinshan smiled slightly and put his hands together, appearing extremely humble and polite. Today is the day my son takes an exam. Please make way for me. Thank you, thank you. Director Lu, I heard that there are many talented students in this art exam. I wonder how Zhu Ming feels about this exam. We'll do our best. Lu Jinshan clasped his hands together and said with a smile. After answering this last question, Lu Jinshan was unwilling to speak anymore. He just escorted his son in with a smile on his face, accompanied by bodyguards and security guards. Lu Zuming was standing at the door with his head down. He glanced at Liu Fei and Liu Haoren, who had already entered the campus, with a hint of disdain in his heart. From the perspective of strength, these two people are probably stronger than me. There are so many candidates in this group, and there are many talented people. However, if we take the background into consideration, it is hard to say. He. Lu Zuming lowered his head and walked in low-key and confidently. Chapter 32, Recruiting a Female Lead. Ding ding ding, ding ding, my ancestor, why does Fa Chiu Ren only have one update? Hello, brother. Brother. At the door of their house, Su Meijing carefully tidied Su Qingtong's clothes. Su Qingtong wore light makeup today and combed her hair up into a high ponytail. This is the uniform dress requirement for art exams, which allows the examiner to see your face more clearly. Wearing heavy makeup is strictly prohibited. Qingtong, how are the preparations going? Lin Kaihai said with a smile. Uncle, it's okay. Su Qingtong pushed his glasses, his expression extremely modest. I'll try my best. Well, relax, don't be too nervous. Lin Kaihai said comfortingly, let's go, I'll take you to school. Xiao Yu, I told you to go relax, why are you still carrying a school bag? Looking at Lin Yu, who was wrapped in a military coat on one side and carrying a shoulder bag on the back, Lin Kaihai said helplessly. Dad, I'll bring some books to review. Lin Yu said lightly. This is true. The bag only contained Lin Yu's high school study materials. Okay, get in the car. Lin Kaihai stopped talking nonsense. Driving all the way to the Central Academy of Drama, when he arrived near the theater, there were crowds of people. Only then did Lin Kaihai feel the enthusiasm for art examinations in this era. Looking around, he saw only handsome men and beautiful women. Even in the middle of winter, some people dress coolly to attract attention, but there are still some girls who wrap themselves up like polar bears. When they arrived at the school gate, they let Su Qingtong get off the car. Su Qingtong waved his hand and walked into the school. After watching Su Qingtong enter the school, Lin Kaihai turned around and said, let's go back to the hotel first and come back in the evening. Dad, I plan to go out for a walk. Lin Yu refused directly. Well, that's fine. Lin Kaihai was stunned for a moment, don't come back too late at night. As he said that, Lin Kaihai stuffed 100 yuan into Lin Yu's hand. After leaving the gate of the Central Academy of Drama, Lin Yu first went to a digital city and spent 8,000 yuan to buy a DV camera. He then went to a movie studio to negotiate renting a camera. From the photographer to renting the camera, it cost 10,000 yuan a month. With this much free time, Lin Yu plans to practice his acting skills by directing a movie. Of course, it wouldn't take a month to shoot a ghost documentary, and the only shots that really needed a camera were the first few. After doing all this, Lin Yu took a taxi and went straight to Beijing Film Academy. The reputation of Beijing Film Academy in Qinju is actually greater than that of Central Academy of Drama. Many top students will choose Beijing Film Academy as their first choice. However, the Beijing Film Academy has not started its exams yet, and the exam times of the three major academies are actually staggered. Beijing Film Academy will be open a week later, and Shanghai Theatre Academy will be even later. This will lead to some students, after taking the entrance exam to the Central Academy of Drama, going to their Beijing Film Academy to take the exam again to ensure their success rate. What if something goes wrong? So when Lin Yu took a taxi to Beijing Film Academy, the entrance of the school seemed very deserted. It's not busy here yet. So, Lin Yu set up a stall at the entrance of Beijing Film Academy with a sign on it, the crew of Ghost XX is hiring, looking for the female lead, one show, salary 5,000. After writing this, Lin Yu put on a pair of sunglasses, wrapped himself in a military coat, put his hands in his pockets, and sat there waiting for people to come. Lin Yu would look towards the gate of Beijing Film Academy from time to time. As expected of being the top one among the three major drama academies, the quality of students at Beijing Film Academy is very high. All the girls coming in and out are very good looking, even like school beauties. The so-called beauties in other schools would be just passers-by in terms of appearance in Beijing Film Academy. Soon, many people passed by Lin Yu's stall, but they just took a look and walked away. It was winter vacation now, and except for some people who returned to school for something, most of the dormitories were empty. Even those who returned to school still have things to do. What's more, Lin Yu is too unreliable. But soon, a girl stopped in front of Lin Yu's stall, and a voice with a stifled laugh came. Are you hiring people? Are you making your own movies? Yeah. Lin Yu raised his head. There were two girls standing in front of him, holding hands. One of them had bright eyes, white teeth, fair skin, a sunny smile, and looked a little cute. She had two braids hanging in front of her body, looking like a cute girl. The girl holding hands with me had black curly hair tied behind her head, smeared with red flaming lipstick, and had a classy and arrogant face. Lin Yu directly passed up the cute one. The heroine he chose was to play his wife, and this cute girl was more suitable to play his daughter. Too bad there isn't such a role. Really? How old are you? Do you have so much money? The lovely girl blinked and said in surprise. She thought Lin Yu was not that old. What the market lacks now is not the ability to make movies, but money. A movie can easily cost more than $1 million, not to mention the post-production publicity and promotion costs. Without a mature team, the operation of the company, even if your quality is extremely high, will fail and no one will recognize it. So even in a prestigious school like Beijing Film Academy, there are few opportunities to make movies and there are few crews. Even some crews are bad crews. Seeing Lin Yu's conditions, the two were obviously a little tempted. 5,000 yuan is enough for a college student's living expenses for several months. Is your 5,000 yuan all the money for a drama? How long will it take to shoot? The one who spoke was the cold girl. Not surprisingly, her voice was also cold and clear, penetrating people's souls. If it takes too long, she feels at a loss. Generally, the shooting period of a movie is about 3 months to half a year. If that is the case, it is definitely not worth it and it will delay her studies too much. But looking at this guy, it's obviously a low-budget movie. If it's made within a month, it's still acceptable. Sister, you really want to take a photo? The cute girl next to her pulled the girl's sleeve and asked questioningly. Just for fun. The aloof girl explained casually, the school requires real-life shooting experience, so this is one way, although it's a little unprofessional. Let's just experience the process of making a movie. Besides, she looked at the 5,000 yuan reward and felt a little tempted. As a college student, the living expenses were indeed a bit tight. HMPH, it's obvious that he's an amateur. I'm afraid he doesn't even know how to shoot as well as we do. The cute girl said unhappily. The cold girl pursed her lips. She thought so too. 7 days. Lin Yu said lightly. 7 days. This time it was the two girls' turn to be a little shocked. What are you shooting? Can it be finished in 7 days? But after thinking about it, they didn't care. It was just an unprofessional amateur crew anyway. What did it have to do with them? As long as you can earn money, that's enough. Really? There won't be any weird scenes, right? The cold girl continued vigilantly. Really? You don't have to worry about the rest. It's just like making a normal movie. You just need to perform your parts well. Also, I'm making a horror movie, not an adult movie. After Lin Yu said this, the two of them were really tempted. It's not bad to earn some extra money in 7 days. As a professional art student of Beijing Film Academy, it's worth the remuneration for him to play with such a layman. Okay, but before you accept the role, you have to audition first. Act out this scene. I'll give you 5 minutes to prepare. Seeing the two people's eager expressions, Lin Yu suddenly stopped talking nonsense and his expression became serious. A piece of paper with one of the storyboards written on it was placed on the table. There are only 100 words on it. Chapter 33 but. Yu Jingmiao and Li Ying were stunned for a moment. This guy was serious. Looking at the other party's slightly urging eyes, the cold girl pursed her lips and endured it. That's right, after all, others are the ones who pay the money. She quickly lowered her head and glanced at the note in her hand. Yu Jingmiao decided to show this man her skills and let him see what a professional Beijing Film Academy art student is like. Less than a minute later, Yu Jingmiao said seriously, I'm fine. Are you sure? Lin Yu took off his sunglasses and asked seriously. Yes. It was just a scene with less than 100 words, and she really didn't know what to prepare for. Besides, do you understand? Seeing the other party's expression, Lin Yu stopped talking nonsense, leaned back a little, nodded lightly and said, "Let's get started." Yu Jingmiao couldn't help but take a deep breath. After this guy took off his sunglasses, his face was quite handsome. Yu Jingmiao quickly got into the state. On the note was a very simple clip from Paranormal Activity. The entire Paranormal Activity was nothing more than a newlywed couple going on vacation to the suburbs and renting a house. As a result, all kinds of strange things happened in this house. But the special feature of this Paranormal Activity also lies in the handheld DV, pseudo-documentary and immersive shooting style. But these cannot be reflected in the script. The clip on the note is also very simple. The heroine He Ling is suspected to be possessed by an evil spirit for the first time. She appears to be sleepwalking and sits on a recliner outside the yard in a daze. Yu Jingmiao looked around and saw that there was no place to sit, so she simply sat on the floor. After pursing her lips, Yu Jingmiao pushed her hair back and acted as if she was in a daze. After a moment, she was in the right state. His eyes were dull and motionless. Even an outsider could see that something was wrong with her at the moment. "Hello, hello? What are you doing sitting here? It's so cold outside, why are you sitting here wearing so little? Go home." Lin Yu opened his mouth and recited the lines, his hands resting on the stall, his eyes immediately filled with deep doubt and concern. When he got up from the bed, Lin Yu found that his wife who had slept in the same bed with him was missing. He called for a long time but there was no sign of her. Holding a DV camera, the male protagonist searched carefully in the villa for a long time. The feeling of the camera is as real and weird as the opening of a copy of Escape. He went straight to the yard and found his even more weird wife. This scene is such a shot in the play. As soon as Lin Yu spoke a few lines, his state seemed to change from a strange stall owner to a husband he had been in love with for many years, and finally to a husband who was almost like a half-relative. The cute girl next to him was stunned when she saw the handsome boy looking confused and concerned. There was very little change in his expression, but just that one look seemed to make him a different person in an instant. Is this getting into the role? 1 second. People who don't know would think he is really her best friend's boyfriend. The cute girl couldn't help but take a deep breath and quickly turned her eyes away to look at her best friend. The aloof girl, upon hearing Lin Yu's call, suddenly raised her head slowly from her dazed state. Her neck seemed a little stiff, and there was even a strange sense of stalemate in her eyes. Soon, she lowered her head and shook her head, saying in a very soft voice, "I'm fine. You should go back." The confusion on Lin Yu's face became even more intense. "It's cold in the yard, go home. Why aren't you sleeping so late at night?" Lin Yu reached out to pull Yu Jingmia's hand. The latter gently pushed the forest fish away. "I don't want it. I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me." Yu Jingmia raised her head, her empty eyes making her head feel oddly stiff. Lin Yu sat back down. "Okay, but..." Lin Yu put on his sunglasses again. "What?" The aloof girl had just come out of her state and was almost pissed off by Lin Yu's words, but. She was a professional student, but she was auditioned by an amateur and her performance failed. She felt insulted. "That's right." Lin Yu nodded, not wanting to waste any more time talking to these two people. "Is there anything wrong with my performance? What's wrong? Explain it to me clearly." Lin Yu leaned back, put his hands in the pockets of his military coat, closed his eyes and rested, no longer wanting to pay attention. Okay, Xiao Miao, let's go." The cute girl stopped her best friend, looked at the stall owner with a strange look, shook her head, and left with the angry Yu Jingmiao. It's really inexplicable. Paranormal Activity, although it is a small investment, it does not mean that it is a bad movie with crude and poor production. On the contrary, it places extremely high demands on the actors' acting skills. Because it is a pseudo-documentary shooting mode using a handheld DV, it requires the actors to have a good grasp of the camera. There cannot be any deliberate sense of performance in it, and it must be as lifelike and natural as possible. Just like the beginning, Lin Yu wrote very clearly in the note that this is a pseudo-documentary shooting method. But the girl's performance was full of professionalism. In other words, it has not yet reached the level of perfection. From a performance perspective, this first time being possessed by an evil spirit is somewhere between seemingly right and seemingly wrong, and this normality in the calm is what makes the audience shudder. But the girl made the weirdness explicit. Blurring the lines means distortion, and distortion will lead to a lack of sense of immersion, which is especially incompatible with the realistic shooting technique. Lin Yu set up a stall at the gate of Beijing Film Academy for an entire afternoon. During that time, 6 or 7 people came to inquire about his job and were auditioned by Lin Yu one by one. Unfortunately, no one could meet his requirements. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Yu closed his stall and went home. I returned to the gate of the Central Academy of Drama and waited for a long time before I saw Su Qingtong coming out of the school. At the door, Su Meijing and Lin Kaihai squeezed out together and asked, "Qingtong, how did you do in the exam?" Su Qingtong glanced at Lin Yu and quickly said to Su Meijing and Lin Kaihai with a smile, "Uncle, is everything okay?" Su Qingtong said this very modestly. "There are still 2 more to come. Don't let your guard down. Hold on. Don't slack off until the last moment," Lin Kaihai warned. "Yeah." Su Qingtong nodded seriously and said, "Uncle, I understand." "Yeah." Lin Kaihai touched Su Qingtong's hair and was about to go back when a large number of reporters rushed out to the door and Lu Zuming walked out of the school. In a car, the low-key director Lu Jinshan and the talented Yu Baihai were dressed as if they were walking on the red carpet, with delicate makeup on their faces and a smile on their faces, waiting for their son. All around, there were reporters, spotlights, and crowds of people. Chapter 34, Perfect Score. Let's go. Looking over there, Lin Kaihai's eyes moved first, then he quickly lowered his head, while Su Qingtong and Su Meijing looked in the direction Lin Kaihai's gaze just now, confusedly. When Yu Baihai looked over here, she seemed to see a familiar figure getting into a car. Yu Baihai frowned and then looked away. "Lu Zuming, can we interview you? How do you feel about yourself this time?" Here, a large number of reporters gathered around. The spotlight was focused on the handsome Lu Zuming and he kept taking pictures. Lu Zuming frowned. It wasn't he that he was a person with an extremely bad character from the beginning, but you were followed, harassed, photographed, and interviewed for years. Would you try? Some actors who sound like they have a particularly good temper may also be reported to be chasing reporters and paparazzi and beating them. Just think about it. At this moment, Lu Zuming revealed a hint of disgust from the bottom of his heart. These reporters are like a swarm of flies. Everyone please make way, thank you. Lu Jinshan clasped his hands together, a smile appeared on his face, and he held Lu Zuming to stop him from talking nonsense. After pulling Lu Zuming from the school, Lu Jinshan begged for mercy, "All journalist friends, please make way. The child is still young. It's time to go back and have a good rest and prepare for the second interview. Thank you, everyone. I'll borrow it." As soon as Lu Zuming left, some more famous students walked out of the school, including Liu Yifei and Liu Haoren. Liu Yifei, who is only 17 years old now, is full of ethereal aura. I don't know whether the person in Lin Yu's memory will eventually overlap with him. A large number of reporters immediately gathered around, like flies smelling rotten meat. After finally getting back to the car, in the spacious back seat of the business car, Lu Jinshan rubbed the tip of his nose and asked Lu Zuming in a deep voice, "How did you feel about the test this time?" "It should be pretty good, right?" Lu Zuming said confidently, playing with his fingernails. Lu Jinshan ignored Lu Zuming and immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. Yu Baihai on the side said, "Don't be so complacent. There are still 3 more rounds of the exam. What's the point of just passing the exam? You have to rank high too. The competition in the Central Academy of Drama is so fierce, do you really think you can get first place? For your vocal music, our family has specially hired a professional vocal teacher from the Beijing Film Academy to give you one-on-one tutoring at home. If you can't pass it, you really can forget about taking the exam." Yu Baihai patted Lu Zuming on the head. Seeing that Lu Jinshan's call was connected, the two stopped talking. But Lu Zuming still looked unconvinced. "Hello, Professor Song." Lu Jinshan smiled quickly, "I just want to ask you about my son's score in the exam." "Hey, they are just children. As parents, how can we not care about them?" Yeah, thank you Professor Song. I will definitely treat you to a meal next time." After the call was hung up, the smile on Lu Jinshan's face disappeared immediately. He looked at Lu Zuming and glared at him, 89. What, only 89? Lu Zuming was so angry that he almost sat up. What's wrong with 89? Lu Jinshan scolded directly, "This is the score Professor Song gave you for my sake. If it were someone else, you would definitely only get 85 points. Of course, it's not all your fault. You got 85 points in the vocal section, which is pretty good. Lu Jinshan stared at him coldly. Prepare well. This is not enough if you want a good ranking. Lu Zuming pursed his lips and said nothing more. After returning to their hotel, Wu Bing, who had a strong aura, soon arrived. As one of the most promising artists under her, she is very concerned about Su Qingtong's art examination. Once he can become a formal art examination candidate, Su Qingtong's future will be different. But on the other hand, if she fails the exam, 90% of the resources the company has invested in her will disappear. Sister Wu. As soon as the door was opened, Su Qingtong shouted hurriedly. Wu Bing's eyes passed over Lin Kaihai and Su Meijing. When her eyes passed over Lin Yu, who happened to be in the room, she paused for a moment, and then looked away without making a sound. Teacher Wu. Obviously Su Meijing recognized Wu Bing and quickly stood up to greet him. How did you feel about the exam? Wu Bing asked immediately with concern without any further ado. Su Qingtong remained silent. Wu Bing nodded. Without further ado, he walked to the side, took out his cell phone and directly contacted his connections to inquire about the scores. This was an old practice, because the first part was vocal music, and the scores were given on the spot. There were 5 examiners, and the highest and lowest scores were taken. The remaining 3 people took the average score, and the scores came out immediately. If you don't have any connections, you can check your scores on the official website 1 month later. Of course, there is a threshold. If you fail and no one notifies you for a second interview, you should know your score. But people with connections, like Lu Jinshan and Wu Bing, have intricate ties between companies and schools, and have 1,000 ways to find opportunities for their artists in advance. This is not an uncommon occurrence, and there is no question of it being unfair. A few minutes later, Wu Bing came back with a look of shock and surprise on his face. Qingtong, you did well on the test. Your first test score is 95. My goodness, 2 teachers gave you full marks, 1 gave you 90, and 95 for vocal music. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen this. You did really well in the arts exam. With this score, I guess I'm either first or second. Hiss. Everyone in the room looked at Su Qingtong in shock. Su Qingtong was usually so humble, but when she made a move, her score was so incredible. Although Lin Kaihai and Su Meijing were not quite sure what this meant, they knew that this was an extremely impressive test. Su Qingtong's expression remained unchanged. Wu Bing quickly suppressed his excitement and repeatedly warned Su Qingtong, don't be careless, the second interview is the key. You still have 3 days to rest, so prepare well. Try to get a good score in the second interview as well. I understand, Sister Wu. Su Qingtong said gently. Okay. Wu Bing was very happy. At this moment, his eye swept over Lin Yu, who was like a wooden man beside him, without saying a word. This was probably to tell Lin Yu that this was the future of the 2 of them he was talking about, and it was not the same world. Prepare well. Sister Wu will come to see you during the second round. Wu Bing said with a smile. Su Qingtong politely saw Wu Bing off before returning. As soon as Wu Bing left, Lin Kaihai and Su Meijing were extremely happy, especially Su Meijing. She reached out and touched Su Qingtong's hair, and the mother and son chattered to each other. Lin Yu turned around and went back to his hotel. In front of the table in the room, Lin Yu put his feet in the stool, flipping through the script that was densely written with storyboards, took out a pen and bit the tip of it. This was his first time directing, so the difficulty was quite high. Just the setting of the scene was enough for Lin Yu to think about for a while. Its biggest advantage is that it uses a handheld DV camera to greatly simplify the choice of lenses. But it hasn't been completely simplified. When do you need dark lighting, a shaky sense of reality, and when do you need blurred image quality? All of these require careful consideration. Without a doubt, this is the perfect way to practice for the first time. Lin Yu is now revising the lines. After all, this is a lifelike drama, so the lines have to be as lifelike as possible. Moreover, it is an extremely difficult job and quite challenging to bring in a movie from a different era, culture, and time and space and localize it. Chapter 35 Future Celebrities. The next morning, Lin Yu continued to set up a stall in front of the gate of Beijing Film Academy, but this time he was gone for 3 days. Although there were some people who came to Lin Yu's stall to inquire, none of them passed Lin Yu's audition. Lin Yu's requirements were high. After a long time, even people from the Beijing Film Academy knew about it. There was a guy at the door who came to smash up the Beijing Film Academy. He auditioned more than 20 students from the Beijing Film Academy in 3 days, but none of them passed. These people are almost making malicious assumptions that you are a comedian sent by the Central Academy of Drama next door. Some people were not convinced and deliberately came to Lin Yu's stall for an audition, but they still failed. These people even pulled Lin Yu aside to ask them where they were going wrong. In the end, everyone was speechless after hearing what Lin Yu said. After another day of setting up the stall, Lin Yu was a little disappointed. How about changing the location and trying the entrance of Shanghai Theatre Academy? Or is it really too much to ask for 5,000 yuan to recruit a veteran actor? But what to do? The age of the heroine in the movie is there, and Lin Yu is absolutely not willing to lower his standards. As for the movie starring these two people, if the heroine lowers her standards, how can this movie be made? Do you really think one character can't ruin a movie? Why don't you try to let Liang Jian replace Li Yunlong? At night, when Lin Yu was about to close his stall, a gentle and pleasant female voice sounded in front of him again. Are you recruiting a female lead here? To make a movie? You yourself? Yes, 7 days of shooting, 1 lump sum payment, horror movie crew. Lin Yu looked up and found that the person standing in front of him was a very gentle woman. She had a yellow scarf around her neck and her face was a little chubby. When she smiled, the dimples from her eyes seemed to exude tenderness. Lin Yu was stunned, his eyes were a little dazed. Hey, this person looked familiar to Lin Yu. In the world of his memory, there was this person in front of him. Dao Hong? In that world, this person has the following identity: National First Class Drama Actress, Damascus International Film Festival Best Actress, Huabiao Award Best Actress, Golden Rooster Award Best Actress. However, as I said before, no one can tell whether the two flowers that fall from the tree of time will bloom the same. Throughout history, there are also people who existed in that era but do not exist in this era. It exists in this era but not in that era. Think about it carefully. Why is this? Is it because that person did not exist in that era? No, it is very likely that that person existed, but ultimately never made a name for himself and was unknown to the public. Hey, handsome boy. Seeing Lin Yu looking at her in a trance, Dao Hong waved her hand in front of Lin Yu and couldn't help but smile generously. Are you looking at me, silly? Handsome boy, can you let me try? Okay. Lin Yu said quickly after coming back to his senses. Dao Hong smiled, with one hand still in her pocket, looking at the young man in front of her wearing a military coat. She just thought it was very funny. At such a young age, he has already started making a movie, and from the looks of it, he plans to produce it on his own. How about this, you try this paragraph. Soon, Lin Yu took out another piece of paper, and did not relax the requirements at all because this person might be a famous person. Audition. Okay, I understand. Dao Hong smiled, picked up the note, and began to read it carefully, but after reading for a while, Dao Hong's expression suddenly became slightly solemn. The note also contains a clip from Paranormal Activity, or to put it bluntly, a lifelong flirtation drama. The protagonist of Paranormal Activity and his wife have just moved in together. They are newlyweds, so of course there will be some little romantic pranks between the couple. The note that Dao Hong received was actually a scene that had nothing to do with horror. But watching this scene, Dao Hong fell into deep thought. As a junior, she did not take it lightly at this moment. Instead, she bit her fingernails seriously and began to think seriously. There is a trick to this. After thinking for a long time, Dao Hong finally nodded and looked at the young boy in front of her. I'm ready. Okay, let's start. Lin Yu said without any nonsense. This is at the beginning of Paranormal Activity. The couple is living together and is in a relatively relaxed mood. This is the flirting scene on the first night. Dao Hong turned around at this moment, and just with this turn, it seemed that her whole temperament changed a lot, and she seemed a lot more relaxed. What are you doing with this camera? Dao Hong turned her back to Lin Yu, with her hands empty, facing the air, performing washing face in front of the sink. There was a hint of coquettishness and complaint in her tone. When she turned around, it really was like being a wife at home. Be careful, you're almost hitting the bathroom. We could do some of the films we mentioned before. Dao Hong turned around, gave Lin Yu a blank look, then lowered her head to continue washing her face. You wish. Oops, turn it off, I'm in the bathroom. Dao Hong tried to close the door with one hand, and while playing around, she showed an anxious, angry, and funny expression. All right, all right. After less than a minute of performance, Dao Hong was amused by herself. She sat up from the ground and said, "How is it, great director?" The audition just now didn't feel like an audition at all. It was more like playing house. The atmosphere was unusually relaxed. Lin Yu couldn't help but put his hands on the back of his head. Holy shit! Dao Hong is worthy of being a famous person in another era. She immediately realized the feeling she wanted. Let us put it this way, this Dao Hong may not be the Dao Hong of that era, but one thing is for sure. For example, Dao Hong of that era was a gold card with S potential, so Dao Hong of this era must also be a gold card with S potential. The only difference is that the fortune of each era is different, and whether Dao Hong can finally succeed is different. But it doesn't mean her talent will change. This is what Lin Yu suddenly realized after seeing Dao Hong. Back to the movie itself. Dao Hong's performance just now highlighted a feature. Although it seemed too relaxed, it actually captured the core of paranormal activity, reality, life. And she gave Lin Yu some new ideas. The heroine's character problem. In paranormal activity, the heroine's character is a bit empty and pale, but Dao Hong did not see the complete script, so she used herself as a template and played it girlfriend in her own way. In her gentleness, she carries a touching truth like that of a family member, magnifying the beauty of women's character. This not only has no impact, but also better meets the two requirements of localization and life authenticity. Lin Yu suddenly felt inexplicably surprised. How is it, big director? Dao Hong tilted her neck, smiled with her eyes curved, exhaled a breath of white air, and rubbed her hands. This handsome little boy in front of me wearing a military coat is really cute. Kindness. Just as Lin Yu was about to speak, a person suddenly hurried out from the interior of Beijing Film Academy. When he looked up, he saw Dao Hong standing in front of Lin Yu's stall, and his eyes lit up. Dao Hong? You are here? I've been looking for you until now. The boy said a little breathlessly. Dao Hong was stunned, then she looked up and saw a boy with a gentle temperament like jade walked out. He was wearing a red hat and an old cotton jacket. This boy's temperament is still unique among the many handsome guys in Beijing Film Academy. Brother Xu. Senior. When the boy walked out, many students at the gate of Beijing Film Academy greeted him. It was obvious that this boy was also a celebrity in Beijing Film Academy. The boy also smiled and nodded in greeting. The boy walked close to Lin Yu's stall. Lin Yu looked him up and down and let out a breath through his teeth. It was another acquaintance. It's just that he now is somewhat connected to the greasy bald man in that world in his memory. But this person is the current celebrity of Beijing Film Academy, Xu Zheng. Chapter 36, Conflict at the Entrance of the Central Theatre. Xu Zheng looked at Lin Yu's stall on the sign standing upright, and couldn't help but laugh and said, "You are the one from next door who smashed our Beijing Film Academy stall." "I'm not from the Chinese drama school." Xu Zheng nodded slightly, looked at Lin Yu's sign again, and said earnestly, "At this age, you're already thinking about directing your own movie. You're ambitious. I also dream of making movies, but I'm afraid I can only start as an actor." Xu Zheng put his hands in his sleeves and advised, "Why don't you apply to an art college and start from the directing department? It can be considered as formal training to some extent, and it will be helpful for your thinking." Peach Rainbow. Xu Zheng turned to look at Dao Hong. "I was looking for you. I'm planning to film my graduation thesis and I hope you can help me." R. Dao Hong rolled up her hair, smiled, took the script that Xu Zheng handed to her, and read it carefully. After a long time, Dao Hong was slightly surprised. "You wrote this quite well." There was a sincere flash of approval in Dao Hong's eyes. "Student Dao, I won't let you work in vain," Xu Zheng said quickly, "but I don't have much living expenses. In the past 6 months, I have saved 3,000. Okay, then I won't be polite," Dao Hongler said with a smile. As they were discussing the filming, they turned around and left. For Dao Hong, this was a very easy choice. One was a roadside stall that didn't know what it was, and the other was a typical unreliable crew. One is a senior. She's not greedy for money to that extent. In addition, I'll offer 30,000. Seeing the two people about to leave, Lin Yu said lightly from behind. Xu Zheng and Dao Hong were both startled and turned their heads. Xu Zheng was stunned at first, then he looked Lin Yu up and down and said with a smile, "Little brother, are you trying to steal my person? But please be merciful. This is my graduation thesis and I'm waiting to graduate. Without Senior Dao Hong, I will have to repeat the grade." Xu Jing clasped his hands together and made a gesture of request. Dao Hong smiled secretly, and now covered her mouth. This handsome boy, it seems that his family is really rich. Dao Hong couldn't help but sigh, and then said seriously, "My classmate, I am doing this for your sake. I know you have a dream, but the road to making a movie is harder than thousands of troops crossing a single plank bridge. I don't want you to lose the 30,000. Dao Hong said something earnestly, and turned to leave. Lin Yu said seriously, "Student Dao Hong, do you think you can read the script first?" Lin Yu knew that the script Xu Jing took out, if nothing unexpected happened, might be the script in his memory, which was hailed as the best graduation short film of Beijing Film Academy and had been sealed for 20 years. Lin Yu could now recite the script from memory. People's circumstances may change, but this script, shouldn't he, right? No need, little brother. Xu Jing was really amused by Lin Yu. He held down Lin Yu's script with one hand. "I've seen a lot of young people who are full of vigor, but the young people who make movies are full of vigor at the cost of wasting the family's money." Xu Jing said earnestly, "Go back and pass the art exam first. If you are really that talented, would the art exam be difficult for you?" Xu Jing turned and left. Dao Hong followed him. After taking 2 steps, Dao Hong turned around, stuck out her tongue at Lin Yu, and made a face. "Come on, little brother." Having been blatantly intercepted, Lin Yu sat on the stool in silence for a while. It's an easy to understand truth. Compared to a young man with no background and no credibility, the name Xu Jing is a gold medal honor in school. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but unfortunately, alas. Lin Yu felt how difficult the situation would be in this era if one was not even a candidate for art exams. Har ha har ha, this classmate. At the gate of Beijing Film Academy, many students who witnessed this scene couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Yu. Senior brother Xu is a famous talent in our Beijing Film Academy. The quality of their dramas is guaranteed. Senior sister Ren Dao Hong, even if you are short of money, why would you just take on a bad movie? If you have the ability, come to Beijing Film Academy and get first place in the exam. Then come to our school to recruit people. We guarantee that the seats will be full. Lin Yu did not argue with those who were teasing him. He put up his sign, packed up his things and went home. The Central Academy of Drama has to interview so many people every year that this exam lasts for a full month, and the first interview alone lasts for more than 7 days. Of course, the first round of interviews has already ended, and the second round will begin tomorrow. There were naturally huge crowds of people at the entrance of the Central Academy of Drama. Lin Kaihai sent Su Qingtong to the second round again and gave him some serious instructions at the school gate before letting him go. After Lin Yu came back, he did not go to Beijing Film Academy to recruit people for the time being. Instead, he turned around and went to a nearby internet cafe to finish the manuscript of Fa Chiu Ren. It is worth mentioning that due to Lin Yu's hard work on the manuscript, this short novel of Fa Chiu Ren is about to be completed with only tens of thousands of words. However, in this era, this is not short. Most novels only have a few million words, or even less than 1 million words. In the internet cafe, Lin Yu frantically wrote an update of 10,000 words before hurriedly heading to the Central Academy of Drama, the main entrance of the Chinese Academy of Drama. The towering campus gate is as dignified as the gatehouse of a military-restricted area. It is majestic and solemn. A huge white jade statue is the founder of the Chinese Academy of Drama, Mr. Yang Kainan. Under his statue are 4 words, "Art and morality come first." But at this time, the entrance of the Central Academy of Drama was crowded with reporters, and countless cameras were taking pictures here. On one side is Lu Jinshan, who has an elegant face. On the other side is Yu Baihe, a well-known actress who is only 40 years old but still in her prime. Just looking at her face, one would think she is just a young woman in her 30s. On the other side are Lin Kaihai, Su Meijing, and Su Qingtong's family. And frowning, Wu Bing, the S-level agent of Yixin Entertainment. The situation was that the two parties finally bumped into each other while picking up their children, and this situation was unavoidable. Perhaps Lu Jinshan did not expect that, with the passage of time, Lin Kaihai would actually produce an art exam candidate who could send his child to an art college. Unexpectedly, Lin Kaihai reorganized his family. If there is no way to avoid it, then we have to meet. This is your daughter. Looking at Su Qingtong, who had cold eyes and said nothing but looked at her calmly, Yu Baihe was speechless. She reached out and tried to touch Su Qingtong's hair, but the latter just calmly did not avoid it. I didn't hear that you had a daughter before. Surrounded by countless cameras, Yu Baihe's glamorous appearance formed a clear distinction between him and Lin Kaihai's family. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Kaihai used one hand to protect Su Qingtong's face, which was being photographed by countless cameras. Surrounded by countless reporters and filmed by countless cameras, this atmosphere made their whole family feel uneasy. Let's go. Lin Kaihai said nothing, not wanting to start a dispute. Yu Baihe pursed her lips slightly. She didn't want to start an argument, so she just smiled. In front of the camera, Yu Baihe had to create an image of herself as a magnanimous person. So she asked with concern, "Are you here to apply for the art school as well? You are really pretty and graceful. If you need any help, feel free to contact me." Su Qingtong turned his head to look at her, then looked away woodenly and calmly. There was not the slightest ripple on her face because of their promise from this senior in the entertainment industry who had status and position. Seeing the family turn around and leave without saying a word, Yu Baihe smiled and said nothing. Stop. But at this moment, in front of all the reporters, someone suddenly exploded. You old fool. You abused my mom back then. In front of all the reporters and everyone else today, shouldn't you give an explanation and apologize? Lu Zuming's eyes turned bloodshot, he couldn't bear it anymore. Chapter 37. Ancestors. Lu Jinshan and Yu Baihe's faces suddenly changed. They had never expected Lu Zuming's sudden loss of control. But it makes sense. Lu Zuming was a willful person. He had been exposed to Lin Kaihai's scumbag nature since he was a child. This forced his mother to run away from home, and eventually he became disgraced and retired from the film industry. Now, seeing this scumbag again, isn't it like enemies meeting each other, with eyes full of jealousy? Besides, why did this person seem so resentful and leave without saying a word? This is too much. But Lu Zuming's outburst made Lu Jinshan and Yu Baihe's faces suddenly change. But now it was too late to try to stop him. Lin Kaihai's body stiffened, he took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Lu Zuming, said nothing, and tried to push away the reporters who were blocking his way and left. Wu Bing didn't say anything either. As a professional agent, she only knew one thing: the best situation is the one that doesn't expand. Once things in the entertainment industry get exaggerated, no one will be able to save face in the end. Besides, you are a newcomer and two veterans in the entertainment industry. Who are you going to compete with? It's just a joke. Stop right there. Lu Zuming roared, "Do you want to leave without even an apology?" Lu Zu was so famous that his hair stood on end. 15 years ago, you used your fists to force my mom to go out to work. She couldn't make any money, so you beat her when she got home. You drank at home all day long, and you were addicted to alcohol. You would beat people up when you were drunk. You are such a scumbag. My mother still has scars from you beating her. Are you still a human being? My mom forgave you, but I didn't. Draft. I'm telling you, if you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let you go. I'm grown up now, and I will definitely take revenge on you for what I did to you back then. You old fool. Lu Zuming cursed loudly behind his back. Yu Baihe's body trembled, and his expression changed again and again. Zuming. Yu Baihe couldn't bear it anymore and hurried to pull Lu Zuming, but Lu Zuming was a minor after all. When he got excited, he didn't care about anything else, so how could he care about anything else? Now I just want to throw a tantrum. For a moment, Lin Kaihai felt as if a huge mountain weighing thousands of pounds had been lifted off his shoulders, and his back was hunched. Su Meijing beside him also had a look of indignation on her face. Others may not know about the troubles in Lin Kaihai's family, but doesn't Su Meijing understand? When Lin Kaihai cheated on his wife for this woman, he took all the blame. Just so that Lin Yu can stay away from those disputes and grow up peacefully all his life. Now, you still want to continue to humiliate me? Mom, don't stop me. Lu Zuming was like a madman, his voice cracking. If he doesn't give me an explanation today, I will never let him go. Besides, it's been more than 10 years, Mom. Can you really swallow your anger against such a person? I can't swallow it. Lu Zuming pointed at Lin Kaihai's back and was furious. Yu Baihe standing by was also extremely devastated. With countless reporters in front of her, she couldn't say anything. In the end, Lin Kaihai refused to argue. It was for Lin Yu at first, and now it is for Su Qingtong. This matter has nothing to do with the child. She is at the most important turning point in her life. He cannot ruin someone else's child's life just because of a little humiliation. Let's go, please make way, make way. Lin Kaihai had a sad look on his face. He clasped his hands together and spoke earnestly to the reporters in front of him, just as he had done 15 years ago. But the cameras of the reporters around him followed him like a shadow, and none of them intended to let him go. And some pointing and harsh voices continued to float into my ears. This is the domestic violence man who abandoned his wife and children. How disgusting. That's right, seeing his face makes me want to vomit. He is indeed a lowly man. What is the point of a man like him being alive? The same goes for that woman. I laughed. For someone to marry such a rubbish, they must be blind. What do you know? Birds of a feather flock together. I think there's not a single good person in this family. Su Qingtong's expression looked a little bad at this moment. Wu Bing, who had been pretending to be dead, also looked unhappy. This was really an unexpected disaster. Once this matter becomes a big deal, Su Qingtong, who was filmed in it, will be in the shit. But this is not anyone's fault. Stop right there. Lu Zuming yelled from behind, are you still a man? It's been 15 years, and you just apologized to my mother. What's wrong with that? Is it difficult for you? Those reporters blocked Lin Kaihai's way and seemed unwilling to let him go. Their whole family was being filmed by countless cameras like raindrops. Yu Baihar couldn't pretend anymore. She exchanged a glance with Lu Jinshan, who nodded slightly at her. With public opinion rising, they knew they couldn't stop this and could only go with the flow. Yu Baihar understood and walked forward, her face instantly revealing 3 parts of sorrow and 7 parts of grief. She walked behind Lin Kaihai and said earnestly, it's been more than 10 years, Lin Kaihai, it shouldn't be difficult for me to ask you to apologize, right? Lin Kaihai trembled and almost fainted. This means pressing his head and forcing him to admit his mistake once again in order to calm the situation. Mrs. Yu is so generous. That's right, where else in this world can you find a woman like this? You are truly worthy of being Teacher Yu, a man of both virtue and talent. This kind of man dares to do things but not to take responsibility. He has no backbone at all. Chapter 38. Be careful. Do you want someone to apologize to you? At this moment, a calm curse sounded. Wu Bing stood aside in shock. When she saw who was speaking, it was already too late. Suddenly, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he didn't even have time to cover the man's mouth. No, ancestor. Su Qingtong broke free from Wu Bing, walked forward calmly, and in front of Yu Baihar and Lu Zuming, who were both stunned, he calmly fought back and quickly uttered sweet words. Don't worry about whether there is domestic violence or not. First of all, it is a fact that you cheated on me, right? Lin Yu is 17 years old, and Lu Zuming is 16 years old. Why don't you explain what's going on? Su Qingtong said without paying attention to the other person's expression. You said that others were domestic violence, but I think you are also fickle. You don't even know how to be a good person yourself. How can you have the nerve to teach others? Because you're old. Or is it because your face is getting old? I think Lin Yu was well educated, but I think your son was educated like a mad dog. With your level, how dare you come out and give orders? Su Qingtong had only sprayed half of it when Wu Bing, who was standing next to him, saw darkness in front of his eyes. It's over, it's on the headlines. Also, she didn't mention you, right? While the two were stunned, Su Qingtong turned his gun around and went straight to Lu Zuming. Why are you so proud of yourself? Have you figured out the elders' affairs? Why are you interfering here? What if it's your mom who's fickle? Have you ever thought about how you'd respond? Your parents use some resources to support you, and you really take yourself seriously, don't you? Who do you think you are? Su Qingtong was speechless. Your intelligence, in my opinion, is not even as good as that of a 3-year-old child. If you can be 1/10 as mature as Lin Yu, I will think highly of you. Lu Jinshan and Yu Baihar were caught off guard. They really didn't expect that the person who jumped out in the end was neither Lin Kaihai nor Su Meijing, but Su Qingtong, who seemed harmless. Lu Zuming's eyes went dark after being sprayed, and his face turned red. How dare you scold my mother? In anger and humiliation, Lu Zuming raised his hand and slapped Su Qingtong hard on the fair cheek. Su Qingtong's face changed, but it was too late to retreat. But someone arrived first. Lin Yu grabbed Su Qingtong and finally squeezed into the crowd. After pulling Su Qingtong behind him, he slapped Lu Zuming hard on the face. The person who was hit on the spot was spinning like a top in place. This slap is for you saying something rude to my dad. Lu Zuming felt dizzy and his vision was almost black. Who hit me? You kicked me and you thought you were going to hit a girl. Lin Yu kicked Lu Zuming straight forward, and he fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. There was no time for anyone to help him up. Seeing his son being beaten like this, Lu Jinshan's face turned black. Lin Yu glanced coldly, first looking at Su Qingtong with concern, seeing that she was fine, then looked at Lin Kaihai and Su Meijing, whose faces had already turned blue with anger. Get out of the way! Lin Yu shouted at the reporters, completely ignoring how they took pictures of him. He directly grabbed Su Qingtong, led Lin Kaihai and Su Meijing away. Behind him, Yu Baihar's face turned pale and blue, and no one knew what he was thinking. Young people. Behind him, Lu Jinshan suddenly spoke up, pushing his glasses calmly. Being young and energetic is not a good thing. Seeing Lin Yu suddenly turn his head to look at him, Lu Jinshan smiled faintly and said kindly, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just advising you that society is more complicated than you think." "Do you remember me?" Lin Yu suddenly asked. "But I'll remember you." Lin Yu said, "Be careful." Seeing Lin Yu walk away, Lu Jinshan was startled at first, then he couldn't help but adjust his glasses and smiled. Young people nowadays are interesting. In their hotel, the family was dejected. Wu Bing also pursed his lips and looked at Su Qingtong for a long time, really not knowing what to say. "Okay Qingtong, I really didn't realize you were so brave." Wu Bing sighed and lost his temper again. "I really don't know what you two are thinking. Are you happy? Are you comfortable? Have you done any substantial harm to others? Do you, Su Qingtong, not want to study at the Central Academy of Drama anymore, or do you not want to be in this circle anymore? You scolded a senior in the industry. Do you have connections or fans to protect you? If someone calls Yishin, who do you think you are? Trainees like you are paid at least 800, if not 1000. Is there a price to pay for giving up on you? But can you bear it? Just treat them as a pile of excrement. What's wrong with tolerating them? Do you have to be tough? You." Wu Bing pointed at Su Qingtong. "When you become one of the 4 great divas in China, you can curse him by name at the award ceremony. Are you unhappy? I promise I won't say anything. If you scold me now, how will it end? Have you thought about it? Tolerance, is it useful?" Lin Yu looked at Lin Kaihai. "Dad, you see, you have been patient for 15 years, but has it been of any use? If you don't beat these people up and make them bleed, they will have no chance of survival in this circle. How can you be at peace?" Lin Yu was also annoyed. Seeing Lu Zuming chattering incessantly today, Lin Yu was furious. Lin Kaihai seemed to be hesitant to speak. "You said he didn't say you, right?" Wu Bing pursed her lips, changed her mind, and knew that she had no right to teach Lin Yu a lesson, but she couldn't help it, so she slowed down her tone a little. "Please think about Su Qingtong, she didn't offend you. You want to ruin a girl who only scored 95 points in the first round of the art exam. How can you bear it? Her future shouldn't be just like this, right?" After his temper flared up, Wu Bing stopped talking nonsense. "I am so unlucky to have encountered something like this. Stop clashing with these people, okay? Just treat them like a pile of shit and put up with them, okay? Su Qingtong, prepare for your exam well and don't think too much. The only thing that matters right now is that you do well in the exam. Strength is stronger than anything else." Wu Bing was speechless and said, "I will go back to the company and try my best to clean up the mess for you ancestors. This matter will definitely cause public opinion, even if Lu Jinshan doesn't take action. I hope I'm not in time." Chapter 39, Art Exam, First Round. Not to mention that Wu Bing had to clean up his own mess, Lin Yu also realized that he was impulsive today. Their whole family was dejected, only Su Qingtong remained calm. Lin Yu encountered 2 things today, and he roughly understood a truth. Fuck it, is it useful to endure? We have to do it until they are bleeding and have nothing to say, and get out of the circle. Only by walking in other people's paths can you leave others with no way to go. Either you be a rat for the rest of your life, or let others be the rat. In short, Lin Yu couldn't tolerate this. As for the choice he made, Lin Yu ignored everything and went straight to the Central Academy of Drama. I'm going to take this art exam. I've walked this road too. You are the first in the provincial art exam, and you only came today. At the admissions office of the Central Academy of Drama, Hu Xian had been busy for a month, but he was still stunned when he saw the admission ticket number on the last day. He could not help but turn his head to look at the fair-skinned boy beside him. Yes, teacher. My family is poor and I just arrived in Qinju. The boy lowered his head and said dejectedly. Okay, go get your admission ticket number. Today is the last day for the first interview, so go quickly. Hu Xian was filled with emotion. Yes. Lin Yu decided to go crazy and went straight to the Central Academy of Drama. The boy was none other than Lin Yu himself. The number of people taking art examinations every year is simply too large. The Central Academy of Drama alone receives more than 20,000 students taking the school recruitment exam every year. It takes 10 days to receive 2,000 students taking the exam every day. Therefore, the exam cycle is extremely long and drawn out. And today is the last day. Last batch of one side. Lin Yu took the admission ticket number and left in a hurry. Kids nowadays. Hu Xian was behind him, feeling filled with emotion. Yes, this year Qinju ranked first among 6 provinces, and 3 of them came to take the exam. I thought the remaining 3 would not come, but on the last day, another one came. As a rule, there has never been a precedent in history where the first place in the provincial unified examination failed to pass the campus recruitment. Even among the top 3, there has only been one time in history when someone failed to be selected. So when Chen Lu said before that Su Qingtong got the second place in the provincial unified examination, there was no need to doubt or worry. Just hold your head high and go. There is no reason why you will not get in even if you hand in a blank paper. Of course, this is an exaggeration. This is enough to show that just by signing up, Lin Yu has already secured a spot in the top 500. After receiving the test number, Lin Yu came to the outside of the examination room and sat quietly on a stainless steel chair, waiting for the test. Looking around, I saw dozens of examinees, both male and female, sitting anxiously in the corridor. They all had young and childish faces, and were dressed conservatively. Most girls wore long-sleeved shirts and had shoulder-length hair. Everyone looked worried. Some of the more nervous people could not control their feet from shaking slightly. Some familiar people lowered their voices outside the examination room and whispered to each other to release the tension and pressure in their hearts. The passing rate of the art examination at the Central Academy of Drama is less than 5%. Most of the people who can sit here are those who think they are good-looking and come here to try their luck. But most of these are destined to be eliminated. Lin Yu was calm and composed at this moment, sitting quietly in the corridor. The exam has started from now on. What these people don't know is that there are surveillance cameras installed in the corridors, and invigilators are watching the performance and actions of these candidates outside the examination room behind the cameras. These performances also account for 30% of the impression score. Lin Yu was sitting in this corridor, calm and composed, with his body straight. He was completely different from those people who were whispering and talking to each other around him. At first glance, he stood out from the crowd. And even that face was hard to ignore. Lin Yu. At this moment, a slightly surprised voice sounded. Lin Yu opened his eyes now, and saw a girl standing in front of him wearing a light pink scarf, holding a few books in her hands. She had short hair and a chubby face, and looked extremely cute. Just looking at his temperament, he is much more mature than other candidates. At this moment, she tilted her head, almost getting close to Lin Yu, looking at him. Seeing a pretty senior from the Central Academy of Drama approaching a candidate and chatting him up, the people who were whispering around them stopped talking and looked over here with strange expressions. Each look was complicated and envious. Huang Shan. The person standing in front of him was Huang Shan, whom he met in the restaurant last time. She happened to be a freshman at the Central Academy of Drama. Why are you here to take the exam? Huang Shan asked in surprise. Thinking of what she said that day, Huang Shan couldn't help but tuck her hair around her earlobe and smiled. I just heard it casually last time, but you took it seriously. I wish you success in the exam. I'll be waiting for you at the Central Academy of Drama. Huang Shan covered her mouth and chuckled. Huang Shan, do you recognize this man? There was a tall boy standing next to Huang Shan. He looked Lin Yu up and down. Looking at this extremely handsome and refined face, the boy couldn't help but feel a flash of jealousy and vigilance in his eyes. He couldn't help but look at Huang Shan on the side. Well, the younger brother of a friend of mine. Huang Shan tucked her hair together and couldn't help but lower her head to avoid Lin Yu's gaze. The boy was very jealous. He snorted and looked Lin Yu up and down slowly. Are you also here to try your luck at the Central Academy of Drama? My Central Academy of Drama is getting worse every year. Anyone dares to take the exam. Do you really think it's easy to get into this art school without some basic skills? The boy sneered. Seeing the boy's undisguised hostility towards him, Lin Yu looked him up and down but ignored him. How can you say that? Huang Shan glared at the boy, then quickly said to Lin Yu, relax, don't take it to heart. You'll be inside soon, so don't be nervous, just perform normally. Pay attention, impression points are very important. Huang Shan hurriedly reminded Lin Yu repeatedly. Seeing Huang Shan's performance, the boy next to her became more and more dissatisfied. Seeing that the examination was about to begin, Huang Shan lowered her voice and made way for him. Go quickly, brother. I'll be waiting for you at the Central Academy of Drama. Looking at her narrowed eyes, there was actually a hint of impatience. Lin Yu felt puzzled. Number 137. Senior, I'll go first. Hearing her student number being called, Lin Yu stood up, glanced at the boy, then completely ignored him, nodded to Huang Shan, and walked towards the examination room. As soon as Lin Yu left, the boy watched Lin Yu enter the examination room. From behind him, he said sarcastically, I bet he will be out in less than 10 seconds. Do you really think the art exam is that easy? Huang Shan glared at the boy and asked, can you please speak properly? I'm just telling the truth. The boy suppressed his anger and shrugged in dissatisfaction. Let's go, why don't you go and see how your junior performs? The boy pointed to a piece of glass outside the examination room. Huang Shan, who was about to leave, hesitated for a moment. After thinking about it, she agreed. She secretly hid behind the glass with the boy and looked into the room through the gap in the curtains. The classroom was not big, and a dozen candidates were waiting in the last row. 5 examiners were sitting in a row. They were all famous professors and tutors of the Central Academy of Drama. The one in the middle was the dean of the Central Academy of Drama, Li Hong. Li Hong twisted his thermos cup and looked at the candidates below. Number 134. Soon, a boy with sweat on his forehead and a nervous expression stood up and walked to the center of the examination room. Hello, examiners. My name is Yang Zhongjie, and I am from Chuzhou. All right. The boy took a deep breath and introduced himself in less than 7 or 8 words when Li Hong interrupted him by waving his hand. At the examination desk, none of the 5 instructors looked at him at this moment. You can go down now. Li Hong said coldly. At this moment, Li Hong directly picked up the pen and wrote a capital X on his name. Yang Zhongjie stood there in a daze, and it was obvious that he had not yet adapted to this situation. Go down. Li Hong repeated without raising his head. Yang Zhongjie walked away holding his resume, looking distraught and at a loss. Seeing the example of the previous person, the candidates below were all stunned. The exam hasn't even started yet and you've been eliminated? A dead silence permeated the examination room. The already nervous person became even more nervous at this moment. Some people are almost suffocating at this moment. In the back row, Lin Yu looked calmly at Yang Zhongjie, who was still in a daze and walking out of the examination room. It was obvious that this person didn't even know how he was eliminated. Lin Yu couldn't help but shook his head. The aura on the scene is too bad. Acting is destined to be a career that involves facing the big camera. When you go on stage in front of the instructor, no matter how good your professional skills are, you must first be graceful and confident. This way you can at least win the instructor's attention. This kind of person who shows cowardice before even going on stage will end up like this even if he does it 10 times. There are so many people taking art exams every year, who would have the time to watch your performance one by one. Lin Yu closed his eyes. As the first Yang Zhongjie was eliminated in just a few seconds, the examination room seemed to be shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere in an instant. Did you see that? Seeing Yang Zhongjie leave, the boy outside the corridor couldn't help but shrug his shoulders. He had long been accustomed to this situation. This is the art exam. I said 10 seconds, which is a compliment to your junior. You'll die if you say less. Huang Shan turned her head and glared at him. Chapter 40, It's you, kid, who got first place in the provincial exam. Number 135. Li Hong started reading the next name without even raising his eyelids. The name being called was another boy. After having learned from the previous experience, this boy suddenly became even more nervous. When he walked to the center of the classroom, he took a deep breath and even stuttered, "Hello, teachers." He obviously hasn't realized how the previous person was eliminated. So, without waiting for him to speak fluently, and this time without even finishing his self-introduction, Li Hong waved his hand again. "Just put an X on his name again. Go, next one." The boy stood there in a daze for a moment, sweat pouring down his back. But after a moment, he didn't dare to stay there, so he could only lower his head and leave silently. 2 candidates were eliminated in a row before they even had a chance to present their test content. It was obvious that these candidates were not used to the cruelty of this elimination. The atmosphere only became more solemn. Number 136. The girl who came on stage this time was a long-haired girl with a tall figure, about 1.7 meters tall, which made her look quite tall. However, whether from her temperament or figure, this girl had a good foundation. The long hair on both sides falls down along the shoulders, exuding a classical beauty. As soon as she opened her mouth, the girl's voice was also very crisp. "Hello, examiners. I am Zhang Xiaofei from Anshan, and I graduated from the dance department of Minzu University of China." As she spoke, the girl bowed slightly to the 5 examiners in front of her. Hearing this graceful voice, the 5 examiners in front of them all raised their heads. Li Hong turned the pen in his hand, looked up and down at Zhang Xiaofei, and nodded. "Well, you studied dance." "Teacher, yes, I started learning dance when I was 5 years old, entered Minzu University of China when I was 11, and now I am in the Armed Police Art Troupe." "Yeah, very good." Li Hong nodded slowly, his face calm. The classroom was completely silent at this moment. If the slightest sound could be made, everyone would probably gasp in shock. Now they finally know what kind of people they are competing against. Zhang Xiaofei? Hearing another familiar name, Lin Yu behind him raised his head and took a quick look. This was also a famous name in his memory, a representative of late bloomers in the parallel world. After looking at Zhang Xiaofei twice, Lin Yu couldn't help but shook his head and lowered his head again. Although Zhang Xiaofei has a good starting point now, her acting career has been bumpy. Although she looks good and studied dance, she can only hang around in the sketch circle. Even so, it can be considered that a noble person helped her. After that, she had so many things going on when she was 18, and she acted like a minion. Was there something wrong with her face being mocked by the female producer? At the dinner party, she was the only one at the table without a seat. The actress spoke sarcastically in front of the camera and said that she snored loudly when she slept. But fortunately, she finally became popular again with the TV series Hi, Mom. And that year, she was already 34 years old. Oh, by the way, why is it a comeback? Because she got the female lead role in her sophomore year, so her starting point is very high. It was later that things became more and more unsatisfactory. As for being treated sarcastically by classmates and being ignored by colleagues, these are common occurrences in the entertainment industry where seniority is the key. No matter how glorious your youth was, if you were an unknown person, are you still considered a human being? But at the moment, Zhang Xiaofei naturally has no idea what kind of joke her fate will play on her in the future. At least right now, she is full of confidence. "So, your dancing skills must be very good," Li Hong said happily. Zhang Xiaofei raised her leg high, and immediately raised her right foot over her head, and spun around in place before putting it down. "Still working hard, teacher." Okay. Li Hong pressed his hand. Time was tight today, and he had no time to chat. "Let's get started." "Okay, teacher." The poetry recitation subject I'm preparing for is if. Yeah. Li Hong nodded slowly and leaned back. "If I were a drop of water, you are the April day on earth, I want to be a torrent, miss the north. These are common and most reliable recitation items. They are not too difficult, but not detrimental to performance either. They can be said to be one of the most conservative choices." Zhang Xiaofei took a deep breath, and then began to recite slowly, building up his emotions. "I am a drop of water, an ordinary drop of water. I come from the mountains and the rivers. From the Himalayas. From Daxinganling. I silently cultivated the grass tips and leaves. Just for that green, that emerald green. That golden joy. And that colorful world." The candidates below were in a tough situation.
First, they saw Yang Zhongjie, a contestant at the same level as them, being defeated in seconds. Now, they saw what it means that an expert can tell the outcome with just one move. Before, relying on some simple training and good looks, he dared to come to the Central Academy of Drama to try his luck. Now we see that as soon as this classmate named Zhang Xiaofei makes a move, he loses all his confidence in an instant. Zhang Xiaofei's voice is full and professional. Starting from, "I am a drop of water," their voice is distant and gradually draws people into the picture of the beautiful rivers and mountains of the motherland. And her voice began to become more passionate little by little. This is poetry recitation. Okay. But within a minute, Li Hong raised his hand, interrupted Zhang Xiaofei, and then lowered his head. Okay. Next one. Li Hong quickly exchanged glances with the people around him and began to score. Zhang Xiaofei was a little overwhelmed and nervous. He bowed and walked out of the classroom. She wasn't sure whether she had done well in the test. But Lin Yu behind her couldn't help but shook his head and passed. Zhang Xiaofei's score for the first test is approximately above 85 points, but not more than 90 points. As for why the 3-minute poetry recitation was interrupted for 1 minute. It only takes 3 minutes to listen to their whole thing. There are hundreds of people being interviewed every day. Is this still possible? What's more, for these old hands, they can probably tell your level just by listening to the first few words you say, without having to listen to the whole thing. Number 137. After scoring 89 under Zhang Xiaofei's name, Li Hong called out the next name. In the back row, Lin Yu stood up from his seat quickly and walked to the center of the examination room. And around, those people sitting next to Lin Yu seemed to be infected by Lin Yu's aura, and were even startled. The breath of another strong man. Feeling the different aura in front of them, Li Hong and the examiners in front of them couldn't help but raise their heads. Har, your junior fellow student is on stage. Outside the classroom, the freshman from the Central Academy of Drama crossed his arms and watched through the gap in the curtains. A sneer appeared on his face at this moment. Huan Shan turned her head and couldn't help but glare at him, but she clenched her fingers secretly, worrying about Lin Yu. But the next second, they were stunned. Hello, examiners and teacher. I am Lin Yu from Kyoto. Lin Yu stood straight and spoke in a clear, powerful voice. Compared with Zhang Xiaofei, this introduction was very ordinary. It sounded just like an ordinary person, which made the other candidates behind him breathe a sigh of relief. However, experts can see that the difference is not in the introduction. For some people, you can tell the difference in status just by looking at their body shape. Those who are timid inside will have a sleazy look on their backs. And a man who is upright and honest looks like a sword standing tall just by standing there. Obviously, Lin Yu is the latter. Lin Yu's aura obviously surprised Li Hong. However, no matter how good his physique is, it depends on his final ability display. But he still couldn't help but flipping through the information of Lin Yu in his hand. After flipping through it, he was even more surprised. You're the guy who ranked first in the provincial exam. You just came today.